Chapter 422. Although this device can only identify scrolls within 100 meters, it's undoubtedly a huge improvement compared to searching for scrolls through data analysis. With this device, Konoha's intelligence department no longer needs to compare the data of suspected targets and analyze whether they've been replaced by scrolls. Good job! Everyone in the room picked up the device and started operating it, then expressed their approval of Tani's work. Tani may not be the most powerful superhero in the Avengers, but he's definitely the most irreplaceable existence in the Avengers. Without Tani's brain, the Avengers wouldn't have developed to this point. I'll accept the device. But if you have time, you can try to upgrade it. 100 meters is still too small. No problem. Once I develop a new version, I'll inform you as soon as possible. After receiving Tony's reply, Rog opened the portal connecting to his office and returned to Konoha's office with the 10 sets of identifiers that belonged to Konoha. Hinata, arrange for people to send out the device. It's time to give these scrolls a surprise. Rog said to Hinata. But it didn't take long for 2 Konoha staff in black uniforms to come to Rog's office and took out the device on the table. The problem of how to identify scrolls has been solved. The next step is naturally to capture and kill them. However, Rog still has no plans to take action. Unless Daisy and the others find a super scroll, he won't do it himself. Capturing ordinary scrolls is not a challenge for him at all. If he has the time, he might as well clear a few more Kree Empire games. Under Hinata's arrangement, the identification device invented by Tony was quickly sent to Daisy and the others who were acting outside. With the device, the efficiency of Konoha and the Avengers' operations has been significantly improved. In just 3 days, the number of captured and killed scrolls has reached more than 20. The number of suspected names on the list is also decreasing at a considerable speed. Sama, the joint conference will start in half an hour. Hinata woke up Rog, who was addicted to the game. Got it. Although somewhat reluctant, Rog still logged out of the Kree Empire game and took off his helmet. At this time, a week has passed since Tani handed over the device. In this week, Konoha and the Avengers achieved brilliant results. They had captured 36 scrolls alive and killed 43 scrolls. Under the joint attack of Konoha and the Avengers, the scrolls active in Washington and New York were all caught in one net. Even the scrolls who disguised themselves as government workers weren't spared from the attack. In the beginning, the White House and military expressed their dissatisfaction with Konoha and the Avengers. But when they received the corpses of Skrulls, they obediently shut up. Because of the Skrulls with the Skrulls to kill Konoha. Even the suggestion of a joint press conference was tactfully proposed by the White House and the military. But even if they didn't mention it, Tani had already decided to hold a press conference. In the past 6 months, the Avengers had taken the blame many times, and the support of the public has reached an all-time low. Now that there is sufficient evidence, it's time to wash away the slander. Rog didn't have any objection to Tani's decision to hold a press conference. But on the issue of how to deal with the captured Skrulls, they had different opinions. Tani's idea was to show the Skrulls who were still alive at the press conference, put the witnesses in front of the public, and then lock them up in a secret prison. Tani's idea wasn't wrong. After all, in the UA, some states didn't even have the death penalty. And this approach was in line with the humanism that the UA has always promoted. However, Rog had a different view on this. Showing the existence of the Skrulls to the public was no problem. After the Battle of New York, people all over the world knew that there were other intelligent life forms in the universe. Since there were the Zitari, it wasn't strange to have another Skrull. What really caused them to have different opinions was the decision of whether to lock up the Skrulls. Tani was more inclined to lock up the Skrulls, while Rog was more inclined to kill them. If they kept the Skrulls alive, who knew what would happen in the future? It was better to just kill them. Neither of them could convince the other, so the joint press conference was held. The Skrulls would be displayed at the press conference. At the same time, they would announce a 3-day secret voting campaign on the spot. Any UA citizen with legal status could log on to a special website to vote. The results of the voting would determine the fate of the Skrulls. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Avengers headquarters in the suburbs of New York, the joint press conference was held on time. Tani was the main speaker of the press conference. He stood on the stage and introduced the scrolls' abilities in detail, as well as the dangers they brought. However, even when he asked the staff to bring a few scrolls who hadn't transformed onto the stage, the reporters didn't have much of a reaction. Looking at the somewhat deserted scene, Tani seemed to have realized something. Once the impression was bad, it was difficult to recover. Even if people knew that the scrolls had disguised themselves to frame the superheroes, they wouldn't change their opinion. Because once they changed their opinion, it meant that they had to admit that they were stupid and that they had done wrong. It was similar to the king's new clothes. Although they knew it was the truth, they would never admit it. Before the press conference started, Rog expected this. But he didn't remind Tani. Instead, he wanted to let Tani experience it himself. Although Tani had experienced some pain, he still overestimated human nature. As Rog expected, the climax of the press conference came when Tani announced the voting to decide the fate of the Skrulls. What right do the Avengers and Konoha have to decide the fate of the Skrulls? Although they are aliens, they are also living beings. Even if there is a trial, they can only be tried through the law. Although the Skrulls have the ability to transform, you don't have enough evidence to prove it. The so-called evidence you provided is only your side of the story. The reporters in the audience said one after another, directly targeting the Avengers and Konoha. The reporters who were not interested in Tani's evidence now stood on the moral high ground and began to refute with righteous words. Looking at the suddenly agitated reporters, Tani was stunned. Then he looked at Rog, who was sitting on his right. Chapter 423. Looking at Tani's pleading eyes, Rog suddenly missed the Tani before he became Iron Man. Although Tani didn't know him at that time, he had seen a lot of news reports and live broadcasts about Tani. The arrogant genius and playboy from back then was completely gone. It had to be said that the identity of a superhero could really change a person. If it was the Tani from back then, he would never have shown such pleading eyes, let alone be speechless by the reporter's questions. After silently lamenting in his heart, Rog stood up and came to the podium. There was no need for any verbal communication. When Rog came over, Tani immediately gave up his position and sat in his seat without saying a word. When the person standing on the podium became Rog, the sharp questions from the audience instantly disappeared without a trace. A person's name, a tree's shadow. The reporters in the audience may not have dealt with Rog before, but they must have seen Rog's arrogant public declaration. "I will answer your questions just now," Rog said in a calm tone. His eyes slowly swept over every reporter in the audience. Although he hadn't done anything yet, the moment his eyes swept over them, all the reporters in the audience felt an inexplicable chill. However, as reporters, they showed excellent professionalism and didn't show any signs of losing their composure. This was a live broadcast. If they lost their composure, even if their careers weren't ruined, they would at least go down the drain. "Actually, I can answer all your questions with one sentence. We are not discussing with you how to deal with these Skrulls, we are just informing you. It doesn't matter if you're willing or not, or if you acknowledge it or not, the fate of these Skrulls is only imprisonment for life or death. You only have the right to vote or not, you have no right to raise any objections. If you want to show your benevolence, go to this website and vote. Do you understand?" Rog's tone was neither cold nor stern. However, everyone could hear the undeniable tone in his words. After that, Rog gestured to the staff below the stage to project the voting page onto the huge screen on the stage. At this time, the statistics below the death and life imprisonment options were still 0. The reason why it was still 0 was not because no one in the United States had voted, but because the voting had not even begun. Now, I announce that the voting for the punishment of the Skrulls has officially begun. As Rog's voice sounded, the 72-hour countdown at the top of the voting page began to roll. A few seconds after Rog announced the start of the voting, the statistics on the page began to rise crazily. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 30,000, 50,000. Looking at the increasing numbers on the page, the reporters sitting in the audience fell silent. Just as Rog had said, they had no right to make any suggestions or objections. The crazy numbers on the voting page proved an incomparably cruel fact. That is, not many people cared whether Konoha and the Avengers' decision was legal or not. In other words, those who voted tacitly agreed that Konoha and the Avengers had the right to do so. With the official start of the voting, the scheduled process of the press conference was all over. However, Rog did not leave the stage at this time, but continued, "Perhaps even now, some people still don't believe that the previous accidents were caused by the Skrulls, but it doesn't matter, because the evidence you want is now in front of you. All cameramen, aim the camera at the door." Not to mention the reporters and cameramen at the scene, even Tani and Daisy didn't understand Rog's words. However, they soon knew the reason. The venue of the press conference was on the grass next to the Avengers' headquarters, only a few dozen meters away from the door. After hearing Rog's words, everyone at the scene turned to look at the door. Then, they saw a large group of superheroes. Iron Man wearing an Iron Man armor, Captain America holding a shield, Hulk with a tall figure, Hawkeye with a bow and arrow. Of course, among these superheroes, there were also no faces of Konoha members. Punisher, Abomination, Shockwave Woman, Quicksilver, Red Tank, among these superheroes, except for Yondaime Hokage and Thor, the faces of Konoha and the Avengers who have publicly appeared and performed missions outside were basically all there. Did you know this would happen? Looking at the superheroes, who suddenly arrived on the opposite side, Tani asked Rog, "Isn't this a normal thing? If Rogers and the others were tried in public on other planets, you would definitely take people to rescue them." Rog answered calmly. When Tani proposed a huge press conference, he guessed this. What's more, they also made a special advance notice. "Why didn't you say it earlier? We weren't ready to fight at all." Tani complained. "No, it's just that you weren't ready. Konoha was ready early in the morning. We will stop them first. You are responsible for evacuating the crowd and sending these people to a safe place." After that, Rog summoned his Haori and Kusanagi sword. Tani wanted to continue to say something, but when he saw that Konoha's people had rushed up, he could only silently accept Rog's arrangement. "This is also an opportunity for us, an opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop." As soon as his voice fell, Rog's figure disappeared on the stage, leaving only a finger-thick light blue electric snake. Lightning body flicker. Using the lightning body flicker, Rog came from the stage to the door in an instant, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand was wrapped in light blue lightning. Without any hesitation, the Kusanagi sword in his hand directly stabbed the nearest Hawkeye. Whoosh! The Kusanagi sword wrapped in lightning cut through the Hawkeye's neck like cutting through a cream cake, instantly beheading him. Byakugan, open. When the head of the Hawkeye flew, Rog opened the Byakugan at the same time, increasing his vision to the level of cheating. When Rog took the lead to kill the Hawkeye, the other Konoha's people also launched their own attacks. Chapter 424. Daisy, Quicksilver, and the Punisher, who came to the press conference with Rog, immediately targeted their pirated versions. The shockwave from Daisy's palms directly sent her pirated versions flying. Quicksilver, on the other hand, played a racing game with his pirated version. As for the Punisher, his attack was the simplest and most violent. He directly pulled out the pistol at his waist and madly shot his pirated versions. Although Daisy and the others first entangled their pirated versions, there were more than a few pirated heroes present at this time. Just as these pirated heroes planned to join forces to deal with Daisy and the others, two terrifying figures fell from the sky like meteorites, smashing two huge craters on the grass. Abomination and the Red Tank appeared. Because the two of them were too big, Rog didn't bring them to the press conference, but arranged them in the Quinjet. The domineering appearance of Abomination and the Red Tank immediately attracted the attention of these pirated heroes, and also disrupted their plan to besiege Daisy and the others. Following Abomination and the Red Tank were Blackie and Venom, whose appearance was 95% similar. Like Abomination and the Red Tank, they were also arranged in the Quinjet by Rog. Following Blackie and Venom was Moonlight Stone, who was wearing a gold and white uniform. Although she was the last to appear, the way she appeared was the most eye-catching. Moonlight Stone herself hadn't flown to the scene yet, but the energy shockwave she fired had already arrived in the crowd of pirated heroes. Boom! Boom! A huge explosion suddenly sounded, and the shockwave of the explosion directly blew away the smaller pirated heroes. Except for Dr. Lizard and Walter, all of Konoha's main forces were present. As for the special forces and the Umbu, Rog didn't give them any tasks, but let them stay in Konoha's headquarters. Today's battle was a battle between the original and the pirated version. Although the Skrull side had the advantage in numbers, the Punisher and the others relied on their own strength to make up for the disadvantage in numbers. The Skrull's transformation ability was indeed very good, and the abilities they created with their technology were indeed very realistic. But pirated versions were always pirated versions. In front of the original Punisher, these pirated versions had no advantage except for the advantage in numbers. While Konoha's people entangled these pirated heroes, the Avengers didn't stay idle and quickly evacuated the reporters and other innocent people present. Just as Tani and the others were evacuating the crowd, a tall green figure came to their side. The person who appeared was none other than Hulk, who practiced the Hashiman Tonka day and night in the training room. "Hulk, you're here, great. Do you see those people who look exactly like us? Go up and beat them up hard." Tani said to Hulk. "What about the others?" Hulk pointed to the people of Konoha. "You don't have to care about them, you just have to beat up those people who are pretending to be the Avengers. You are. Hulk nodded his head in agreement with Tony's statement. However, Hulk didn't rush directly to the Skrull people as Tani imagined, but instead, he took a deep breath in front of him. What does this mean? Is he calming himself down? Because Tani has been busy with the Skrull people, he didn't know what Rog taught Hulk. But in the next second, Tani saw a completely different Hulk from his memory. Gamma energy exuding a strange green light appeared on Hulk's body, as if it was covering him with a layer of energy. Then, just as Tani was about to ask Hulk what was going on, Hulk said very seriously, "Hashiman Tonku, first gate, open, open." As Hulk's voice sounded, the gamma energy on his body became stronger. However, what really shocked Tani was that Hulk was exuding an amazing aura that was completely different from before. In the past, although Hulk was very powerful, he always gave people the feeling that he was crazy and brainless. But now, Hulk was exuding a cold-blooded and austere aura like a veteran. What did Rog teach Hulk? The current Hulk looks very dangerous. No, after this matter is over, I must have a good chat with Hulk. Just as Tani was surprised by Hulk's aura, Hulk suddenly disappeared in front of him, leaving behind an afterimage. Then, he heard a collision sound like an explosion. After opening the first gate, Hulk lifted the restrictions on his brain and used 100% of his physical strength for the first time. After using all of his physical strength, Hulk showed an amazing speed that far exceeded his previous speed. His whole body was like a train as he crashed into the Skrull people, knocking away the Skrull people who had transformed into him. Before Hulk had even opened the first door, Rog had already sensed his presence. Byakugan's 360-degree vision without blind spots allowed him to clearly see everything that was happening around him. If he wanted to, he could even see through everyone's body. However, he did not do that. Instead, he moved forward as if he was taking a stroll, casually killing Black Widow and Captain America. These Skrulls who had transformed into Black Widow and Captain America were ordinary Skrulls. Although they had tried very hard to imitate the strength of the real Skrulls, in front of Rog, even the real Black Widow and Captain America couldn't hold on for long. At this time, Rog wasn't picking on soft persimmons. Instead, he was trying to clear the battlefield as much as possible so that the next battle would have a bigger stage. After searching for a while, he successfully found the Super Skrull that he had been thinking about for a long time among these counterfeit goods. 3. Among these Skrulls, there were only 3 Super Skrulls who had transformed into Super Skrulls: Hulk, Quicksilver, and Shockwave Girl Daisy. Although they were hidden among the ordinary Skrulls, Rog's Byakugan completely saw through their disguise. After killing another Hawkeye, he arrived in front of the Super Skrull who had transformed into Daisy. Don't think about fishing in troubled waters. I know you're a Super Skrull. Go all out. After cleaning up the insensible trash around him, Rog said to Daisy. After discovering that she had been completely exposed, this Daisy had no intention of continuing to hide. She raised her hand and released a strong shockwave that wasn't much weaker than the real Daisy. Chapter 425. The invisible shockwave created ripples in the air and attacked Rog at an astonishing speed. However, for Rog, who was already used to this kind of shockwave attack, the attack from Daisy was too slow. In the blink of an eye, Rog disappeared from his original position, leaving behind a finger-sized light blue electric snake. Then, his voice sounded behind the fake Daisy. "You're too slow." Following his voice, the Kusanagi sword in his hand stabbed straight at the back of Daisy. Without enough time to dodge, Daisy made a counterattack that was within Rog's expectations. Boom! With himself as the center, he unleashed a 360-degree shockwave without any blind spots. This was both an attack and a defense. Although Daisy had never fought with Rog before, all the Skrulls, including him, had studied Rog's fighting style in detail. Strength, speed, technique, energy release. In the internal investigation report of the Skrulls, most of Rog's fighting attributes could be said to be perfect. This was also the reason why these Skrulls had never disguised themselves as Log. With their technology and strength, the Rog that they disguised as was extremely flawed. Even if they used it to fool ordinary people, the Rog that they disguised as was not enough to pass off as the real deal. Therefore, in order to prevent their disguise plan from being exposed, they gave up on the idea of disguising themselves as Rog. However, in Rog's perfect fighting attributes, they discovered a weakness of Rog. To be precise, it could not be considered a weakness. It was just that compared to his other attributes, this attribute was obviously a few levels lower. Constitution. Because he was an Earthling, Rog's constitution was not very outstanding. Not to mention the races in the universe that specialized in constitution, even compared to some ordinary races in the universe, Earthling's constitution was obviously inferior. Under normal circumstances, Rog's constitution was not particularly strong, but it was enough to be his fatal weakness. However, this deficiency in his physique was made up for by his speed that surpassed that of an ordinary person. When analyzing Rog's fighting videos, the Skrulls discovered that Rog had a preference for close combat. In response to this phenomenon, they developed an effective method to deal with Rog's weak constitution. In close combat, they would exchange injury for injury. Although the physiques of the Skrulls aren't that strong, compared to the humans of Earth, they still have an advantage. As long as they could severely injure Rog, not to mention exchanging injury for injury, even exchanging life for injury would be worth it. Although Super Skrulls were rare, they weren't like Log, where there was only one of them. More importantly, they discovered that Rog played an irreplaceable role in Konoha. Once Rog dies, even if Konoha doesn't immediately fall apart, it will be divided into several different forces. In other words, as long as they succeed in killing Rog, it not only means that they got rid of a very troublesome enemy, but it also means that they have caused irreparable damage to Konoha. In a way, the Skrull people's findings weren't wrong. It's just that there was a small problem, that is, their intelligence was a bit too outdated. Before he became a sage, his constitution was indeed Rog's weakness. At least compared to his other attributes, his physique was only equivalent to a strengthened Earthling. However, with the continuous growth of his sage body, this weakness of his constitution was quickly made up for. Although Rog still had the title of an Earthling, his constitution was not inferior to an Asgard. In fact, his constitution was not worse than the Asgard's, it was even better than most of the Asgards. Before he went to rescue the kidnapped Hulk, his hand-to-hand combat with Thor proved this point. Even if these Skrulls paid a bit of attention to news from the universe, such as his battle with Luo Nan and Thanos on planet Sokka, these Skrulls wouldn't continue to believe that his physique was a weakness. Facing the shock wave flying at high speed, Rog did not dodge, his body directly flashed with the chakra coat wrapped with lightning. Lightning release chakra mode. In just a moment, Rog covered his whole body with lightning release chakra, covering himself with a layer of chakra coat that was not inferior to steel. The invisible shock wave of the fake Daisy was like a tsunami wave that hit Rog. Then, his chakra coat was stirred up in a circle of ripples. This shockwave that had no blind spots came quickly and left quickly. Its power was not small. At the very least, the Skrulls not far from Rog and the fake Daisy, as well as the abominations and red tanks, were all sent flying by the shockwave. However, Rog, who was closest to the fake Daisy, was still standing in his original position. Your reaction is not bad. But it's still too slow. As soon as his voice fell, the Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand drew 2 silver arcs in the air. Like cutting a watermelon, the Kusanagi sword did not receive any resistance, easily cutting through the fake Daisy's 2 arms. Her arms were directly cut off. Purple blood spurted out from the wound on the severed arm, as if a faint purple rain was falling. If he wanted, he could directly kill this fake Daisy. However, the fake Daisy's identity as a Super Skrull allowed her to avoid the fate of being directly beheaded. Rog wasn't very interested in the Skrulls' ability to change their appearance. However, he was quite curious about the Super Skrull's ability to copy the target's ability. In order to satisfy his little curiosity, he decided to take these 3 Super Skrulls back to Konoha and study them. After removing the fake Daisy's 2 arms, Rog flashed behind the fake Daisy. His left hand turned into a knife and hit the back of her neck. The sudden heavy blow knocked out the fake Daisy, without any suspense. The Skrulls present didn't expect that one of the 3 strongest Super Skrulls among them would be so weak in front of Rog. She couldn't even hold on for more than 10 seconds. Although they found it hard to believe, as members of their race, the nearby bandit heroes immediately rushed forward in an attempt to save the bandit, Daisy, who had been knocked out by Rog. However, their speed was still too slow. Just as they took their first step, Rog's left hand grabbed the fake Daisy's collar, and the 2 disappeared directly. Flying Thor. In order to prevent this Super Skrull from bleeding to death, Rog didn't waste any time and directly took her back to Konoha's laboratory. Hinata, look after this guy, don't let him die. After instructing Hinata, Rog's figure disappeared again. The Super Skrull who lost her arms was lying motionless on the dissection table in the laboratory. The humanoid robot in the corner was awakened by Hinata, took bandages, sutures, and other tools, and came to the dissection table without saying a word. Chapter 426. Although Hinata didn't know what Rog was going to do to the seriously injured Super Skrull, since Rog had ordered her to do so, she would never let this Super Skrull die. Under Hinata's control, the 3 medical robots quickly treated the seriously injured and unconscious Super Skrull. After bringing the fake Daisy back to the laboratory at Konoha's headquarters, Rog immediately returned to the Avengers' headquarters. At this time, the Skrull disguised as heroes were still fighting with Konoha and the others. However, the most eye-catching thing now wasn't the members of Konoha or the heroes, but Hulk. After opening the first gate, Hulk lifted the restrictions in his brain and exerted 100% of his physical ability. Now, Hulk is using his actions to prove what it means to be unstoppable. Although only Hulk is participating in the battle on the Avengers side for the time being, he, who opened the first gate, blocked more than 20 heroes with his own strength. A Black Widow, with a punch, a Hawkeye, with a kick, and a few men with a kick. Although the unrelated personnel in the Avengers headquarters have been completely evacuated, the broadcast of the battle has never stopped. Through the live broadcast, countless people saw the battle scene of Hulk killing the heroes crazily. Watching these knockoff heroes die one by one in the hands of Hulk, who was emitting green light all over his body, the audience on the other side of the TV couldn't help but have the same thought. Hulk, the strongest Avenger. After returning to the battlefield, Rog paid a little attention to Hulk's battle for a few seconds, and then focused on the fake Quicksilver, who was competing with the real Quicksilver in speed. This fake Quicksilver is also a Super Skrull and is one of the research targets that Rog must bring back to the laboratory. Compared with the battles of others, the battle between the real Quicksilver and the fake Quicksilver seemed a bit ordinary. To be precise, it's not ordinary, but not many people can see the specific situation of their battle. In the eyes of others, the 2 of them are like 2 flashing ghosts, constantly appearing in every corner of the battlefield. Lightning body flicker. Without any hesitation, Rog immediately joined the speed competition between the two Quicksilver. Compared with the first time they met, Quicksilver's speed has improved a lot. However, he's not the only one whose speed has improved. Within a few seconds, Rog, who was in the state of lightning body flicker, appeared in front of the two of them. Rog's appearance made the real Quicksilver and the fake Quicksilver stunned. Then, a completely different look appeared on their faces. Quicksilver's face, of course, was an expression of excitement. Having competed with Logue in terms of speed, he knew very well what kind of speed Logue possessed. With Rog's help, he was confident that he could solve this problem in a short period of time. Of course, the original Quicksilver was happy to see Roger join, while the counterfeit Quicksilver showed a very dignified look at this time. Speed had always been Logue's forte. Quicksilver was to be very well know this. Just as he was thinking about how to get rid of the joint attack of Rog and Quicksilver, he saw a completely incomprehensible picture. Using lightning body flicker, he instantly appeared in front of the real Quicksilver and the fake Quicksilver. Without any hesitation, Rog made his move. However, his target was not the fake Quicksilver, but the real Quicksilver. Did I mistake him for someone else? This thought quickly emerged in the mind of the fake Quicksilver. Even the real Quicksilver showed a puzzled look after seeing Rog's right hand grabbing him like lightning. Rog, who was using Byakugan, certainly wouldn't mistake him for someone else. What he wanted to catch now was the real Quicksilver. In just a moment, Rog's right hand, which was wrapped in chakra and lightning, grabbed Quicksilver's shoulder. Then, his right hand suddenly exerted force and threw Quicksilver, who was running at high speed, out. After doing all this, he turned and chased after the fake Quicksilver. This fake Quicksilver, who was transformed from a Super Skrull, could be solved by him alone. Leaving Quicksilver here is a pure waste of combat power. Although Quicksilver didn't know what Rog was planning, he didn't suffer a serious impact after being thrown by Rog. Instead, he fell into the crowd of heroes in a relatively gentle way. Quicksilver wanted to catch up and ask, but the bandit heroes around him helped him put an end to this idea with their actions. At this time, although Rog was far away from the main battlefield, he could still clearly see everything happening on the battlefield with his Byakugan. After confirming that Konoha's people were not in danger for the time being, he focused his attention on the crazy running fake Quicksilver in front of him. Although this fake Quicksilver tried to rejoin the main battlefield, so as to use his super speed to attack Konoha's people. But Rog told him a fact with his own actions, that is, don't even think about it. At this super speed that exceeds the speed of sound, ordinary ninjutsu can't hit the fake Quicksilver at all. After confirming that Konoha's members on the main battlefield were not in danger with his Byakugan, he closed his Byakugan. 3 Tomo Sharingan, open. First gate of Hashimoto Tanku, open. After switching Byakugan to Sharingan, he opened the first gate of Hashimoto Tanku at the same time. With the opening of the first gate, his already amazing speed instantly became even more terrifying. He didn't use Hashimoto Tanku to directly attack the fake Quicksilver. He had a better way to deal with this fake Quicksilver. After using the Hashimoto Tanku, he instantly caught up with Quicksilver in front of him as if he had turned on the nitrogen acceleration of a race car. Sharingan, Golden Bind Genjutsu. When the fake Quicksilver looked at him in shock, Rog used Sharingan Genjutsu on him. The moment he saw Rog's Sharingan, the fake Quicksilver had already realized that something was wrong. However, at this time, there was no way for him to change his fate. Under the state of extreme speed, the fake Quicksilver instantly lost control of his body, and his whole body seemed to be completely solidified. Then his body couldn't move. Under the action of inertia, like a rolling bowling ball, he hit the outer wall of a nearby building. Boom! The uncontrollable knockoff Quicksilver crashed through the outer wall of the building, and the whole person rolled into the building in an extremely embarrassing manner. When the fake Quicksilver finally stopped rolling, Rog, who was wrapped in a light blue chakra coat, came in front of him and looked at the scar-covered fake Quicksilver. The second Super Skrull was in his hand. Chapter 427. This guy copied Pietro's super speed. He won't be able to move normally for half an hour. Check his injuries, don't let him die. After you're done, find a room and lock him up. After bringing back the immobile Quicksilver, Rog told Hinata. At this time, on another dissection table in the laboratory, the medical robot was helping the fake Daisy with the final treatment. She copied Daisy's superpower. Don't forget to prepare a room for her. Rog glanced at the fake Daisy on the autopsy table, who had turned back into a Skrull, and continued. Sir. Hinata's gentle voice sounded out of thin air in the laboratory. After instructing Hinata, Rog once again used the flying Thor and returned to the headquarters. Both the fake Daisy and the fake Quicksilver were in his hands, only the fake Hulk was left. When he returned to the headquarters of the Avengers, the first thing he saw was his last target, the fake Hulk that was transformed from a Super Skrull. He was being beaten up by the real Hulk who had opened the 8 inner hidden gates. Although he didn't know how a Super Skrull with a body similar to an ordinary person became a huge Hulk. However, after seeing the fight between the real Hulk and the fake Hulk, he had to admit that the fake Hulk perfectly copied some of Hulk's abilities. Resistant to beatings. Especially resistant to beatings. Even in the face of the real Hulk who had opened the Hashman Tanku, the fake Hulk still showed an extremely tenacious ability to resist all of Hulk's attacks. While Rog was appreciating the violent aesthetic scene of the real Hulk beating the fake Hulk, Tani and the others, who had evacuated all the unrelated personnel and changed their equipment, finally joined the battle. Similar to Konoha's people, Tani and the others first chose their fake versions. For a while, the grassland of the Avengers became lively. 5 or 6 Iron Man in Iron Man armor were fighting in the air, and 3 or 4 identical Captain America were fighting with each other. The graceful Black Widows were fighting in a group, and the Hawkeye were shooting arrows at each other. The War Machine Colonel Rog, Falcon Sam, Ant-Man Scott, and the others were also fighting fiercely with their knockoff versions. The only one who looked more relaxed was Illusion. He didn't know if it was too difficult to imitate Illusion, or for some other reason. Among these heroes, Rog only saw one fake Illusion. With the addition of the Avengers, the fake heroes, who didn't have much advantage, suddenly became more precarious. After a while, Roger, who has activated his Sharingan, began to be unable to distinguish their true identities. But even so, he didn't intend to switch back to Byakugan. The only target he needed to deal with now was the fake Hulk, who was fighting with the real Hulk. As for the other knockoff heroes, they could be dealt with by the real deal. Flying Thor. After sensing the Flying Thor technique on Hulk, Rog directly flashed in front of him and joined forces with him to attack this fake version of Hulk. Taijutsu, monstrous strength. After further development of the Sage body, Rog rarely took the initiative to use monstrous strength. Even when fighting with Ronin on Sokka Planet, he didn't deliberately open Taijutsu, monstrous strength. However, at this time, in order to send this fake version of Hulk flying as soon as possible, he directly used monstrous strength. Even one-on-one with the real Hulk who opened the first gate, this fake version of Hulk couldn't gain the upper hand. When Rog also joined the battle, this fake version of Hulk didn't even have a chance to fight back and could only be beaten passively. Although Hulk didn't know why Rog suddenly joined the battle, he had no opinion on Rog's approach. Not only that, he even somewhat liked the feeling of fighting together with Rog. Under the joint attack of Hulk and Rog, this fake version of Hulk only lasted for less than 5 seconds before he was completely sent flying. Just when Hulk was about to chase after him, Rog suddenly stopped him. "Leave him to me, you go deal with the rest." After speaking, Rog didn't wait for Hulk's reply and used Lightning Body Blink to chase after him. Seeing Rog's figure suddenly disappear, Hulk, who was emitting a green glow, stopped in place and thought for a few seconds before taking large strides towards the other Hulks. The situation had developed to this point. The Skrull people had completely lost the initiative in the battle. Right now, not to mention rescuing the imprisoned Skrull people, whether they could even leave this place alive was a problem. Thinking of this fake version of Hulk transformed from a Super Skrull person looked at Rog in front of him with hatred. If it wasn't for Rog, their disguise plan wouldn't have been seen through so quickly. If it wasn't for Rog, their rescue plan wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. All of this was caused by the man in front of him. If it wasn't for him, the Skrull people could definitely turn Earth into their new home planet. In this fake version of Hulk's view, the reason why they couldn't occupy Earth was all Rog's fault. It had to be said that the Skrull people who had already started a space civilization somewhat underestimated Earth. In terms of civilization development, Earth was indeed inferior to those planets that had started a space civilization. However, Earth was truly a monster house. The number of hidden monsters on Earth was more than any other planet in the universe. Even if it wasn't for Rog, their plan to invade Earth would absolutely not succeed. However, at this time, this fake version of Hulk obviously wouldn't think so much. In his mind, there was only one thought, and that was to completely kill Rog. He knew that Rog was very strong, but he wasn't weak either. He was a rare super Skrull among the Skrull people. He was a super Skrull who could perfectly imitate Hulk. He was a super Skrull who survived the full pursuit of the Carry Empire. Just as this fake version of Hulk was about to burst into anger and wanted to prove his strength to Rog, he saw a huge energy ball with a diameter of several meters, crazily rotating. Super Jade Rasengan. Rog didn't intend to explain anything to this fake version of Hulk. The only thing he wanted to do now was to get this rare super Skrull person to Konoha's laboratory as soon as possible, and then carefully study their secrets. Boom. This fake version of Hulk didn't have time to stand up. The Rasengan in Rog's hand fiercely smashed into his body. Then, a huge explosion similar to the explosion of an intercontinental missile occurred. Chapter 428. The huge explosion resounded throughout the headquarters of the Avengers, immediately attracting everyone's attention. When the people of Konoha and the Avengers saw that the explosion was caused by Rog, they chose to ignore it. For Rog, making this kind of shocking explosion was a basic operation, nothing to make a fuss about. But for the Skrulls, Rog's attack was something they couldn't imagine. They couldn't understand how Rog, an Earthling, could have such powerful strength. This kind of strength was even stronger than Ronin, the one who brought indelible painful memories to their race. It has to be said that the intelligence of these Skrulls was not just a little bit behind. In their hearts, Luo Nan, the demon-like manipulator, was defeated by Luo Gu. Moreover, it was twice. This once again proved how important it was to understand one's opponent in advance before carrying out certain secret plans that could not be divulged to outsiders. The Okodama Rasengan smashed into the body of the knockoff Hulk. Not only did it completely dispel his thoughts of standing up, but it also made him more intimate with the ground. The green grass had disappeared, and in its place was a large hole with a diameter of nearly 10 meters. The knockoff Hulk, who tried to kill Rog, was located in the center of the hole. Although the power of the Okodama Rasengan was very strong, it wasn't enough to kill this super Skrull who transformed into Hulk. However, Rog didn't expect this Okodama Rasengan to be able to deal with this knockoff Hulk. For him, this kind of thing was as simple as breathing. Although casting the Okodama Rasengan required a lot of chakra, right now, he didn't lack chakra. When he just crossed over to this world, he yearned for the existence of chakra. And now, with the Rokubi's chakra and the Yonkyubi, he finally felt a little bit of chakra. The reason why Hashirama was able to pacify the chaotic world. In addition to his unreasonable sage body and Mokuton, more importantly, he had chakra in the truest sense. It was also because of this amazing amount of chakra that Hashirama's could catch the Kyubi's Bijudama with his bare hands. It was also because he had Chattanooga that he could use the heaven-destroying and earth-exterminating immortal technique, would release, True Thousand Hands, Buddha on top. Although Rog has also developed the sage body to a certain extent, there is still a big gap between him and Hashirama's peak state. If he develops his sage body to the limit, coupled with the complete Kyubi, he is confident that he can display a more powerful attack than Hashirama at his peak. However, this beautiful future was still a little far away from him. Putting these fantasies that he couldn't do for the time being, Rog once again displayed the Super Jade Rasengan. There was nothing that the Rasengan couldn't solve, and if there was, then he would use another one. Now, Rog intended to once again implement this truth that had been proven countless times. Before the knockoff Hulk, who was lying in the center of the big pit, could get up, the second Super Jade Rasengan had already reached his body. Then, another huge explosion resounded throughout the headquarters of the Avengers. Boom! This time, Rog didn't wait for the flying dust to fall to the ground. His right hand once again condensed the Super Jade Rasengan. Then, history repeated itself. Boom. After continuously smashing 5 Super Jade Rasengan on the unlucky knockoff Hulk, Rog finally stopped the idea of making Rasengan and sensed the guy's vital signs. His vitality was not very stable, and his strength was very low. However, he was still alive. Since he didn't die, it didn't affect his next plan. Under the gaze of the Skrulls, Rog slowly walked into the big pit that had expanded to more than 20 meters in diameter. Flying Thor. Without any hesitation, Rog brought the unconscious Hulk, who had changed back to his original appearance, back to the laboratory of Konoha's headquarters. This guy replicated Hulk's ability. The others are the same as before. After instructing Hinata, Rog's figure disappeared again. Although the 3 Super Skrulls were in his hands, the battle in the headquarters wasn't over yet. Although he didn't have much of a plan to fight, as the 4th Hokage of Konoha, he couldn't abandon the members of Konoha who were fighting. This was his duty as the leader of Konoha. When Rog returned to the headquarters of the Avengers, the Skrulls who were in the midst of battle couldn't help but reveal looks of fear. The 3 strongest Super Skrulls among them had all been defeated by Logue, and none of them had been able to hold on for long. From the beginning of the battle to the present, a total of 5 minutes have passed. However, in this short span of 5 minutes, they had lost their 3 most powerful combatants. This kind of thing, not to mention the Skrulls who were at a disadvantage, even if it happened to Konoha and the Avengers who had the advantage, it would still have a psychological impact on Konoha and the Avengers. The situation is over. Although these Skrulls were still trying to resist the attack of Konoha and the Avengers. However, everyone present, including the onlookers on the other end of the television, could easily see this. After returning to the headquarters, Rog didn't join the battle again. As long as he stood there, it was enough to affect the Skrulls. In addition to Roger, Hulk also closed the 8 inner hidden gates and silently came to Roger's side after dealing with the several counterfeit versions that had been passed off as his own. Hulk didn't have the ability to distinguish between Skrulls. Except for his own Super Skrulls, he couldn't recognize which one was authentic and which one was fake. In order to avoid accidentally injuring the people on his side, he also directly withdrew from the battle. Rog and Hulk's withdrawal didn't have much impact on the battle. It didn't take long for these Super Skrulls who were still stubbornly resisting to have plans to retreat. However, even if they want to leave now, it's too late. Moreover, Rog won't give them a chance to leave. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Rog summoned 4 shadow clones that looked exactly like him. Then, these 4 shadow clones rushed to the east, west, north, and south directions. 4 Violet Flame Formation. When these 4 shadow clones arrived at the predetermined location, they simultaneously cast the 4 Violet Flame Formation. A purple square-shaped barrier rose into the sky, covering the entire headquarters. The 4 Violet Flame Formation is one of the small results of Rog's research in the past 6 months in Konoha's hidden village. He didn't exchange the 4 Violet Flame Formation from the system, but he developed this ninjutsu on his own. Chapter 429. In the beginning, Kuroto planned to develop the 6 Red Yang formation that was once used by the Jubi's Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obito. The 6 Red Yang formation is more powerful and has a larger range. However, the difficulty of developing the 6 Red Yang formation is too high to the point that he can't control it. Therefore, he could only take a step back and study the A-rank barrier ninjutsu for Crimson Yang formation, which required 4 Kage-level ninjas to cast. However, reality once again gave him a slap in the face. In the end, he could only start from the lowest level of the 4 Purple Flame formation. Because this is a research activity that he uses to adjust his life during his training period, he didn't care too much about the level of the 4 Purple Flame formation and focused on studying it. However, because the 4 Purple Flame formation is a ninjutsu that he developed himself, the 4 Purple Flame formation is different. Therefore, his version of the 4 Purple Flame formation is slightly different from the one in the system. Regarding the rectangular barrier with the purple transparent flame, the version that he had researched was no different from the version that the system had provided. The only difference is that he added some of the functions of the 4 red yang formation to his 4 purple flame formation. The 4 violet flame formation was mainly used to prevent enemies from the outside world from entering the barrier, so it was mainly used against enemies from the outside world. Although the 4 purple flame formation can also prevent enemies from leaving the barrier, the difficulty of destroying the 4 purple flame formation from the inside is not very high. In order to make up for this, he added some of the functions of the 4 red yang formation and the 6 red yang formation to his 4 purple flame formation. The 4 red yang formation and the 6 red yang formation can not only prevent external enemies from entering the barrier, but also prevent enemies from escaping. Although Rog didn't mind the level of the 4 purple flame formation, he couldn't tolerate the disadvantage of the 4 purple flame formation in preventing enemies from escaping. Therefore, he modified his 4 violet flame formation so that it could prevent external enemies from entering and internal enemies from escaping. When the 4 purple flame formation cast by Rog's 4 shadow clones was fully formed, the 4 purple flame formation completely lost the possibility of escape. After doing all this, Kuroda could finally enjoy the final battle of the real and fake superheroes with peace of mind. Perhaps the appearance of the 4 purple flame formation aroused the desperation of the 4 purple flame formation. At the very last moment, the Skrulls managed to gain the upper hand for a short period of time. However, their advantage did not last long before it completely disappeared. After their final counterattack failed, the morale of the Sikru people plummeted, and the fighting strength they displayed also plummeted. It didn't take long for the Skrull soldiers to be defeated. At this time, the obvious gap between Konoha and the Fu once again appeared on the battlefield. All the Skrulls who transformed into Konoha's people, without exception, died. Even if they chose to surrender in the end, they still couldn't avoid the fate of death. But the Avengers were different. Apart from the Skrulls who died on the spot, those who chose to surrender all survived. As long as they put down their weapons and change back to their original appearance, the people of the Avengers will not attack them again, nor will they kill them inhumanely like Konoha. Rog didn't say anything about Daisy and the others' actions. To a certain extent, he even approved of what Daisy and the others had done. To cut the weeds, one must dig up the roots. Although Rog did not openly promote this in Konoha, the people of Konoha understood the essence of it very well. After the end of the battle, he directly removed the 4 shadow clones. Without the continuous supply of chakra from the shadow clones, the 4 purple flame formation quickly dissipated in the air. Rog didn't intend to intervene in the matter of cleaning the battlefield. This is the headquarters of the Avengers, it's not his turn to deal with it. As for the Skrulls who were spared by the Avengers, he wasn't particularly worried about their fate. While the Avengers dealt with the surrendered Skrulls, he directly opened the portal back to Konoha's headquarters. When all the people of Konoha passed through the portal, Rog, who was walking at the back, turned to Tani and said, "See you in 3 days." After that, he directly passed through the portal and closed it. Hearing Rog's last words, Tani's face showed a wry smile. 3 days later, the voting will be closed. With Tani's understanding of Rog, if he said this sentence, it means that he knows what the voting results will be in 3 days. You should all take a break for a few days, there shouldn't be anything special to deal with, enjoy your vacation. After saying that, Rog returned to his office with the Flying Thunder God and asked Hinata to inform Dr. Connors to come to his office. In Konoha, only Dr. Connors has enough ability to study the secret of the Super Skrulls. Therefore, this task belongs to none other than him. Although Hinata can also do some research and analysis work, in the field of biological research, she is still not as good as Dr. Connors. A few minutes later, Dr. Connors in a white coat came to his office. "I will give you 3 living Super Skrulls. No matter what method you use, I want to know the secret of these Super Skrulls copying the target's abilities. I will ask Hinata to give you the highest research authority. You can use all the resources in Konoha. If you need other help, you can also apply to Hinata at any time." Just a few minutes ago, Dr. Connors was still watching the live broadcast of the battle at the headquarters of the Avengers in his office. He didn't expect that Rog would arrange such an important task for him just after the battle. "No problem. I will complete the task." After making a solemn promise to Rog, Dr. Connors left the office with a satisfied smile. In fact, in Rog's mind, the most suitable research candidate is not Dr. Connors, but Tani and Dr. Banner. But unfortunately, neither of them will carry out this kind of research. This kind of research is against their conscience. Looking at the departing figure of Dr. Connors, Rog sighed helplessly and then began to think about what other scientific research talents are hidden outside. Konoha has no shortage of combat power, but at present, Dr. Connors is the only scientific research talent. At this time, he once again thought of Orochimaru, the research fanatic. Otherwise, develop in the direction of Orochimaru and become a ninja who understands science. With more and more alien creatures, Rog appreciated Orochimaru's existence more and more. He can fight, resist, and research. If Orochimaru's paranoid character wasn't so serious, he would definitely be the best choice for the fourth Hokage. Although Rog appreciated Minato very much, this doesn't affect his appreciation of Orochimaru. In his view, Minato and Orochimaru are like two sides of a coin. One represents light, and the other represents darkness. Light can warm people's hearts, and darkness can also give people strength. Chapter 430. The Skrull attack on the headquarters of the Avengers became the headline without any suspense. Various media outlets reported this in detail, and even the accidents that had long been decided were dug out one by one. While the outside world was crazily discussing the Skrull incident, Tani frowned as he looked at the constantly changing numbers on the voting website. In his imagination, the UA people should be more supportive of the decision to imprison the Skrulls permanently. However, it turned out that he was wrong. It had been less than 24 hours since the voting started. But the results of the voting had already shown a huge gap. The number of people who voted for the death penalty was much higher than the number of people who voted for the permanent imprisonment. As time passed, the gap between the two continued to increase. How could this be? Could it be that I was wrong? Looking at the huge gap in real-time data, Tani fell into deep thought. While Tani was paying attention to the real-time data, Rog, who was sitting in his office, also opened the voting website. However, unlike the frowning Tani, he did not feel the slightest bit surprised when he saw the polarized data, as if he already knew this result. Although Rog did not live in the UA as long as Tani, compared to Tani, he was more aware of what the ordinary people were thinking. Tani was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He lived in a superior environment and received the typical elite education in the UA. Growing up in this environment, even if he had the idea of protecting the people and upholding justice, there was a huge gap between him and the ordinary people. The justice he understood was not necessarily the justice that the ordinary people, who had an absolute advantage in numbers, wanted. Moreover, he neglected a very important point. That was, ordinary people were particularly susceptible to the public's emotions. Simply put, it was easy to follow the crowd and lose the ability to think independently and objectively. For example, as long as a victim of the Skrull incident appeared on the internet, this victim could trigger thousands of ordinary people to vote for the death penalty. Compared to the Skrulls who came from other planets, these ordinary people were more willing to show their kindness to their compatriots who had the same appearance. Therefore, the moment Tani agreed to the voting, Rog knew that the Skrulls were doomed. It turned out that his guess was correct. After a simple look at the voting data, Rog closed the website and put on the Kree Empire game helmet. He recently found a game called Crysaber 7702 in the Kree Empire's console game library. It was a game with a high score of 9 stars on the Kree Empire's game rating website. Compared to the Skrull's ultimate fate, he was more willing to spend his time pleasing himself. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Roger was engrossed in clearing Crysaber 7702, he received a call from Tony. "Bring your Special Forces team." Tony's tone was somewhat gloomy. He didn't wait for Rog's reply and directly hung up the phone. The voting for the Skrulls ended yesterday. Although Tony and the Avengers didn't approve of the final result, they could only choose to accept it. 10 minutes later, Rog brought a 6-man Special Forces team to the Avengers' headquarters. The Avengers didn't want to personally end the lives of the Skrulls, so this dirty work naturally fell to Konoha. Rog didn't object to this. The Avengers didn't want to be cruel executioners, but Konoha didn't have such concerns. Even if the Avengers didn't say anything, Rog would have taken the initiative to let Konoha execute the scrolls. Konoha was different from the Avengers. Konoha didn't need any positive reviews. To some extent, Konoha even took the initiative to develop in the direction that people feared. Reputation and positive reviews were just icing on the cake. Only strength was Konoha's true pursuit. Unlike the previous press conference, the execution process of the scrolls wasn't broadcasted live. However, at the scene of the execution, there were reporters from various media, as well as some witnesses from the government and the people. The scene of the execution was arranged in a prison in New York. The execution time passed very quickly. It only took less than a minute before it was completely over. It wasn't much different from the previous executions. The only difference was that this time, Konoha's special forces used the blasters that Rog bought from Xander. Did we really do something wrong? Why don't people want to let these scrolls go? They are clearly no longer harmful. Tani, who drank half a bottle of whiskey alone, said to Rog with a flushed face. After the execution, Tani didn't return to the Avengers' headquarters. Instead, he took Rog to a bar. Moreover, it was a bar under Rog's name. Although Rog didn't live in New York, he still had a lot of businesses in New York. This bar was one of them. Because he didn't care about making money, after arriving at the bar, Rog directly gave the staff a day off and completely cleared the bar, including the staff. Strictly speaking, you didn't do anything wrong. You're just too idealistic. Unlike Tani, who drank glass after glass of whiskey, Rog just tasted it at a normal speed. Idealistic? Huh, do you think the world really needs us now? Tani continued to ask drunkenly. Whether it needs us or not depends on what you think. At least in my opinion, the world still needs us. Rog wasn't as sentimental as Tani. For him, instead of thinking about these problems, it was better to study how to improve his strength. If you feel lost, I suggest you talk to Dr. Banner. He's a good listener. He may be able to give you some good advice. If you ask me, my suggestion is that you can cultivate some hobbies for yourself to adjust your life. For example, I like to play console games. If you want, I can give you the latest console model of the Carry Empire. Rog gave his own suggestion. Carry Empire? There's such a country on Earth? No, it's an alien country, one of the 3 empires in the universe. When Tani heard the word universe, his eyes suddenly lit up. He then pressed on Rog's shoulder and said very seriously, I want to go to the Carry Empire. Chapter 431. No. Rog refused Tani's proposal without even thinking about it. Although the current timeline has become more and more different from what he remembers, he will never agree to Tani's dangerous request, absolutely not. It is not difficult to send Tani to the Carry Empire. However, it is Tani who is sent out, and it may be Tani Dead Tucker who comes back. Although Tani's Mark Series Iron Man armor is very good, it is also from the point of view of Earth technology. If it is really made, there are many civilizations in the universe that can make similar or even stronger armor. To put it simply, Rog doesn't think that Tani has the strength to travel in the universe. Are you rejecting me? For some reason, at this time, the half-drunk Tani suddenly showed the legendary aura of a domineering president and said to Rog in a serious tone, You drank too much, I'll let illusion take you back, and you won't have these thoughts when you wake up. After that, Rog took out the phone and planned to contact Illusion at the Avengers headquarters. However, just as he took out his phone, Tani pressed the button on the watch on his right hand, turning the watch into a mechanical glove. Tani's entire movement is extremely fast, which is completely inconsistent with his current drunken state. When the mechanical glove appeared, Tani decisively grabbed the phone held by Rog. You want to play fighting in front of me? Rog was a little stunned. Just when Tani's right hand with the mechanical glove was about to touch his phone, his wrist suddenly turned, and the phone disappeared like magic. Since you're in such a good mood, I'll play with you. As soon as his voice fell, Rog's right hand grabbed Tani, and he had a close fight with Tani while sitting in a chair. Although his fighting skills were not as good as Rog's, it could be seen that Tani had also put in a lot of effort into fighting. Under Rog's intentional control, Tani, who was wearing the mechanical gloves, managed to withstand dozens of attacks. Then, Rog removed the mechanical glove on his right hand. When the mechanical glove was completely removed, Tani finally stopped. "Don't be too proud. Let me tell you, I'm currently researching the anti-Rog armor. When the time comes, I'll definitely be able to defeat you," Tani said, unwilling to admit defeat. Anti-Rog armor? After hearing Tani's self-destruction speech, Rog smiled. He didn't doubt Tani's level of invention at all. However, Tani's anti-series armor had always had a tradition of being dismantled. "Then we'll talk about it after you finish your research. You're really going back." Glancing at the completely empty bottle in front of Tani, Rog decided to send him directly back to the headquarters. However, just as he was about to use quantum teleportation to bring Tani back to the headquarters, a rainbow-like beam of light fell from the sky, directly penetrating the ceiling of the bar and shrouding Rog and Tani. Asgard's Bifrost. The next second, the Bifrost disappeared. At the same time, Rog and the drunk Tani also disappeared. Asgard, in a room in the Golden Palace. "Thor, even if you're looking for me, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Can't you wait for me to send him back?" Rog rubbed his temples and said helplessly to Thor, who was sitting opposite him. "Sorry, I don't know how long you're going to drink. It's urgent, so I can only do this." Thor explained silently, but his explanation was not convincing at all. "Urgent? I don't see what's urgent now." After being forcibly pulled to Asgard by the Bifrost, he didn't see any urgent situation in Asgard. Except for the drunk Tani next to him, everything here was exactly the same as he remembered. This is a secret about Asgard's royal family, so not many people know about it. "I just learned about it today." Thor's face was a little complicated. After hesitating for a few seconds, he continued, "Loki is my brother, you already know this. But you must not know that I have an elder sister, a half-sister. I actually have an elder sister, and she's not adopted like Loki. Since being arranged to deal with government affairs by Odin, Thor has learned what it means to not show his emotions. But now, he displayed an extremely incredulous expression. "I know. Odin told me about this." Rog replied with a calm face. "You know? When did you find out? Why didn't I know?" Thor asked with a puzzled face. "Odin told me the night of the celebration party when we came back from Warnerheim. After the celebration party, Odin told Rog about the goddess of death, Hel, so he knew about it from the beginning. Even if Odin didn't say it, as a transmigrator with a good memory, he couldn't forget the existence of the goddess of death." "Why didn't you tell me?" Thor began to be a little unhappy. In his view, this was Rog betraying their friendship. "Odin asked me to keep it a secret. If you have any opinions, you can ask him yourself." After hearing Rog's answer, Thor fell silent. Then he continued in a low tone, "What did Father tell you? You should be able to say it now." "Of course." Then, Rog gave a simple explanation of what happened that night. As the father of Asgard's gods, Odin was an extremely responsible king and father. He knew that he would die sooner or later, and at the same time, he was also worried that after his death, Thor wouldn't have enough ability to deal with the aftermath. So, he prepared a backup plan for Thor in advance. Rog was the backup plan that Odin prepared for Thor. In the beginning, Odin actually didn't have such thoughts. In the end, what made him make this decision was the battle between Rog and the sea god Njord. Odin recognized his strength and potential, so he entrusted him with the task in advance. Of course, this entrustment was still in the verbal stage, and the final entrustment had not been signed yet. The content of the entrustment could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be complicated. When the goddess of death escaped, help Thor protect Asgard and ensure that Thor wouldn't be killed by Hela. If possible, don't kill Hela when you stop her and let her live. It had to be said that Odin thought very highly of Rog. At that time, he actually thought that he had the strength to defeat Hela. But in fact, until now, Rog still didn't have absolute confidence that he could defeat Hela. While the goddess of death was not one of the 5 gods of creation, she still possessed unfathomable strength. Chapter 432. the goddess of death, Hela, was the greatest contributor to helping Odin conquer the 9 worlds thousands of years ago. Other than being the first child of Odin, the father of gods, and the first princess of Asgard, Hela was also the executioner of Asgard and the owner of Thor's hammer. The Valkyrie army that Odin had sent out to conquer Hela was completely wiped out by Hela, becoming an army that only existed in legends. Of course, Rog had reservations about the Valkyrie army being completely wiped out. Although he did not see the last Valkyrie on planet Soccer, his instincts told him that Valkyrie did not die in Hela's hands. If Odin had not personally taken away Hela's divine power, Hela would definitely be the strongest person in Asgard after Odin. Although Hela was not a match for Odin back then, she had a terrifying talent that even Odin had a headache over. As long as Hela stepped onto Asgard, her power would increase day by day, endless. It was also because of this that Odin had imprisoned Hela on Earth far away from Asgard, so that she could not use Asgard's strengthening to break the seal. Thousands of years ago, Hela had already possessed such terrifying strength. Now, she would only be stronger than before. However, there was one thing that Rog did not understand at the moment. From Thor's current appearance, Odin should not be dead yet. Since Odin was not dead, it meant that the seal he had set was still there, and Hela was still imprisoned. Odin, is he okay now? After thinking for a few seconds, he asked Thor. Out of respect for Thor and Odin, he used a more tactful method instead of directly asking if Odin was dead. Father shouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Seeing the uncontrollable sadness on Thor's face, Rog also fell silent. I'll take you to see Father first. After a few minutes of silence, Thor spoke again. Under Thor's lead, Rog came to Odin's bedroom and saw the sleeping Odin lying on the golden bed, wrapped in a layer of golden energy. Other than Odin, Rog also saw another old face here. He did not know if it was Odin's order or Thor's idea, but Loki, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, was also in the room and stood by Odin's bed. After seeing his arrival, Loki didn't say anything. He just nodded at him. Roger also nodded slightly at Loki, who was silent, as a form of greeting. Then he seriously sized up Odin. From the outside, the current Odin was just sleeping, and there was nothing strange. But as long as he was slightly closer to Odin, he could clearly feel the divine power that was constantly emitting from Odin's body. This is not the release of divine power. This is the collapse of divine power. As a ninja who usually released energy attacks in battle, Rog could clearly distinguish the difference between the two. The release of energy was the result of active choice, and the collapse of energy was a sign of uncontrollable energy. For a heavenly father-level existence like Odin, the uncontrollable collapse of the energy in his body basically meant that his life had come to an end. Since Mother's death, Father's condition has not been good. A few hours ago, Father's divine power suddenly began to collapse and he fainted. We used all the methods we could, but we only managed to wake Father up a little. After waking up, Father told us about Hela's matter and then asked us to contact you immediately, saying that there is an agreement between you and Father and that you know how to deal with all of this. Thor said in a low voice. Let's talk about it outside. Seeing Odin, a heavenly father existence, gradually approaching death, made Rog, who had always been pursuing power, suddenly have a feeling of impermanence. After leaving Odin's palace, Thor brought Rog and Loki to the meeting hall where he usually worked. What kind of agreement did Father make with you? You can tell us now. Rog had only briefly explained to Thor what Odin had said to him that night, and did not tell Thor the specific details of the agreement. He was now in a dilemma whether to tell Thor the specific details of the agreement. After thinking seriously for a few minutes, he finally made a decision. Odin hopes that I can help you stop Hela and not let Asgard fall into Hela's hands. If possible, he hopes that we can spare Hela's life after defeating her. Rog told him the details of Odin's agreement. What about the reward? Thor, who had already signed several agreements with Rog, was very clear about Rog's work process and immediately asked. After the mission is completed, other than the Tesseract, I can choose any treasure in the palace treasury. Give me the scroll, I'll sign the agreement for Father. Thor did not think that Rog would lie about something like this, so he immediately extended his right hand to Rog. Forget it. There's no need to sign the scroll this time. Even if I return Odin a favor, if he did not rush to Warnerheim, I might not have been able to survive from Njord's hands. When Odin appeared, he still had some strength left. But in the end, it was really hard to say who won and who lost between him and Njord. Give it to me, I don't want father to leave with an unfulfilled agreement. When Thor spoke, Rog saw a look of pain on his face that he had never seen before. Now Thor is not so much the regent of Asgard. Thor is more like a big boy who is holding back his grief. Looking at Saul's slightly trembling right hand, Rog didn't say anything else. He directly summoned a commission scroll that he hadn't used before. After receiving the commission scroll from Rog, Thor did not hesitate and directly picked up the pen and wrote on the scroll. Soon, a new commission appeared on the system's commission page. Commission content: help Thor and Loki stop Hela from taking Asgard. Commission status: not completed. Commission reward: 350 ninja coins. This commission that should have been signed by Odin eventually became Thor's commission. Because it involves the goddess of death, Thor's commission passed the system's judgment without any suspense, and the system gave the highest commission reward so far. The last commission to rescue Hulk, the system gave a reward of 300 ninja coins. This time, the system directly broke the record of the highest reward. I accept the commission. In fact, regardless of whether the system passed the judgment or not, he would have accepted this commission. Passing the judgment only allowed him to get a higher return. Chapter 433. Although the reward of 350 ninja coins broke the highest record, what really caught Rog's attention was not the reward of ninja coins, but the description in the content of the commission. Records like this, as long as he continues to accept commissions, sooner or later it will be refreshed. The difference is just sooner or later. What attracted his attention now was Loki's name in the commission. Loki, who was imprisoned in the dungeon, appeared in Odin's bedroom and accompanied Odin's bed. And now, Saul had added Loki's name to the list of requests. This also means that Thor really forgave Loki. If Queen Freya didn't die, she would be very relieved to see this scene. After throwing the commission scroll that had completed the mission back into the summon scroll, Rog took a deep breath and directly entered the work state. Now, let's sort out the current situation. First of all, I want to know, is there anyone who knows whether Hela has escaped or not? Hela's current situation is directly related to their next plan. If Hela has escaped, it means that they have completely lost the initiative. After hearing Rog's question, Thor and Loki shook their heads silently. Very good, they know nothing about the enemy's whereabouts. Then do you know the specific location where Odin imprisoned Hela, such as the specific location of the seal's exit? I only know the approximate location of the seal is in Norway. Rog continued to ask. Then Saul and Loki shook their heads at the same time. This is work, I can't be angry, I must not be angry. Then can you tell me, in addition to what I already know, do you have any other information about Hela? Rog controlled his emotions and asked again. Then he saw Thor and Loki shake their heads tacitly. Good job. At this moment, Rog began to doubt whether Thor and Loki really want to protect Asgard. As a ninja with good professional ethics, he knows that at this time he must control his temper, especially now that the commission has just been signed. It's all right, we'll do it step by step. Let's first determine the current state of the seal. If Hela hasn't escaped, we'll think of a way to strengthen the seal. Although the success rate is very low, it's still worth a try. The seal that imprisoned Hela was personally placed by Odin, the Heavenly Father. In terms of strength, they had not reached the level of Heavenly Fathers, so it was unlikely that they could repair or even lay down a seal that was on par with Odin's. However, Rog knew another Heavenly Father-level existence. Supreme Wizard Ancient One. As long as Ancient One is willing to make a move, it would not be difficult to make a seal similar to Odin's. I can go to Earth to confirm it. After discovering that they could go to Earth, Loki stood up and said righteously, "No, you can't. You are on Kamartaj's blacklist. You are an unwelcome guest. You will only cause more trouble if you go." Although Thor had forgiven Loki, Rog had always been on guard against him. The name of the god of trickery was not for nothing. If he let Loki check the seal, Rog was afraid that he would see him in Hela's camp. Let me go to the seal. I happen to know some top people in the field of magic. I can find the specific location of the seal as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Rog decided to make a trip himself. I will ask Heimdall to pay more attention to the situation of the nearby star fields and the Nine Worlds to prevent Hela from secretly entering Asgard. After Rog finished speaking, Thor immediately said, Hela was very strong, otherwise, Odin would not have helped Thor prepare a backup plan in advance. In order to prevent the already troublesome Hela from becoming even more troublesome, it was necessary to prevent her from setting foot on Asgard as much as possible. If Hela secretly entered Asgard and cultivated for a period of time, even if the three of them were tied together, they might not be Hela's opponent. Of course, with Hela's arrogant personality, she might not choose to sneak in secretly. Thousands of years ago, Hela dared to fight Odin head-on. After knowing that Odin was about to die, she would be even more unscrupulous. Loki, go to the royal library and see if you can find any records about Hela. I want to know what Hela did back then. Thor did not forget to arrange a mission for Loki. This was also hinting that Loki should not have any thoughts of leaving Asgard. You are the regent. You have the final say. As long as Thor did not inherit the throne, he could not be considered the king of Asgard. Furthermore, Loki might not give up his desire for the throne. Then let's split up first. If anything happens, let Heimdall contact me at any time. After saying that, Rog opened the portal connected to Kamartaj and left Asgard. He didn't know why, but when he set foot on the land of Kamartaj, he suddenly found that he seemed to have forgotten something. However, this doubt was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. It shouldn't be anything particularly important, so it's fine to forget it. In the reception hall, Rog saw the long-lost sorcerer supreme Ancient One. Teacher. In front of Ancient One, Rog said respectfully. In front of others, he may appear very strong, but Ancient One is definitely not one of them. What's the trouble? Ancient One, who was making tea, looked up at Rog and asked in a calm tone. Teacher, you should know the father of all gods, Odin, right? He had a rebellious eldest daughter, and in order to discipline her, he sealed his eldest daughter somewhere in Norway. Odin's divine power has already begun to dissipate. I hope that teacher can help find the seal he left behind in Norway. Originally, I shouldn't bother you with this matter, but as you know, I only know a few spells, so, after taking the tea that Ancient One had just brewed, Rog quickly said the purpose of his visit. You're talking about the goddess of death, Hela. You're late, she left Earth an hour ago. After hearing Ancient One's words, Rog almost spat out the tea in his mouth. How can it be so coincidental? No, how can Ancient One let Hela go so easily? Even Loki can be on Kamartaj's blacklist. Now that the goddess of death is free, how can Kamartaj still be so calm? This is not Kamartaj. Teacher, do you know where she went? Rog asked unwillingly. Kamartaj won't intervene in things outside Earth, you should know that. Ancient One took a sip of the freshly brewed tea and said calmly. Well, this is really Kamartaj's style. As long as Hela doesn't make waves on Earth, Ancient One won't do anything to her. Chapter 434. Jotunheim, the Kingdom of the Frost Giants. On the deathly silent ice field, a figure was slowly moving forward in the freezing cold wind. This person in black and green tight clothes was none other than the goddess of death, Hel, who had just gotten rid of Odin's seal. After getting rid of the seal, Hel did not return directly to Asgard, but through a secret space channel hidden on Earth, she came to Jotunheim, the hometown of the Frost Giants. Although Hel got rid of Odin's seal and regained her freedom, but the seal imposed by the Heavenly Father-level existence was not so easy to break. In order to leave the cage that had imprisoned her for thousands of years, she almost consumed all the death power in her body. She knew that Odin was not really dead yet, and she also knew that her current state was not suitable for returning to Asgard. So, she came to Jotunheim, planning to restore some strength here, and then return to Asgard that she had been dreaming of for thousands of years. In the beginning, going to Jotunheim was not in her plan. However, the moment she successfully broke through the seal, she saw a bald woman in an orange-yellow mage robe. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. As soon as Hel, the goddess of death, escaped, she met Ancient One, who was at the Heavenly Father level like Odin. Under the friendly advice of Ancient One, Hel decisively gave up the idea of restoring her strength on Earth and left Earth for the first time. The ubiquitous cold wind continued to blow towards Hel, who was slowly moving forward, blowing her slightly messy long black hair. Because of excessive consumption of divine power, the clothes on her body, which were like tight clothes, were torn everywhere, revealing the white skin under the clothes. In terms of age, Hel, who had lived for nearly 3,000 years, was an old woman. But in terms of appearance, Hel was no different from a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Strictly speaking, there wasn't much of a difference. At least, the innate aura of a queen on Hel was not something that ordinary people could have. Under the cold wind, Hel walked step by step towards the end of the ice field. Although she was not a frost giant, the cold wind, which was tens of degrees below zero, did not affect her at all. It even made her feel a little warm. Compared with the underworld, where she was imprisoned, the harsh environment of Jotunheim was no different from a beautiful paradise. Hela was going to meet an old friend who had once submitted to Asgard. Frost giant Laufey. Back then, when she was fighting with Odin in the Nine Worlds, Hela had dealt with Laufey quite a bit. In her memory, Laufey was one of the few frost giants with developed limbs who had enough intelligence. However, when she dealt with Laufey was not the frost giant king yet. At that time, the one sitting on the throne was Laufey's father. But at this moment, she would never have thought that Laufey had died in the hands of her own son a few years ago. When Hela, who was wearing thin and tattered clothes, continued to move forward on the ice plains, a few storm giants hiding in the cold wind noticed her. Although Jotunheim was the kingdom of the frost giants, there were also storm giants, mountain giants, and other giants here. However, the frost giants had the absolute advantage, so Jotunheim became the kingdom of the frost giants. These storm giants hiding in the cold wind immediately noticed Hela's existence and confirmed her identity as a member of the Asgard god race. Whether it was the frost giants or the storm giants, they did not have a good impression of the Asgard god race. Therefore, these storm giants decisively chose to attack, intending to have a taste of the Asgard god race. However, these storm giants would never have thought that Hela, who seemed extremely weak to them, actually had strength far beyond their imagination. Just as they appeared and were about to say a few harsh words to Hela while enjoying the look of fear on her face, Hela slowly raised her right hand, and a ghostly green flame filled with the power of death appeared in her palm. Before these storm giants could react, the green flames in Hela's hands had already appeared in front of them and started to burn their invisible storm bodies. In just a short 1 or 2 seconds, the dark green flame burned the storm giants' bodies to ashes. Under the entanglement of the dark green flame, 3 irregular green crystal-like crystals floated to Hela's right hand. Without hesitation, Hela directly crushed the green crystal in her hand and absorbed the soul energy contained in it into her body. With the influx of soul energy, the hole in Hela's clothes was rapidly repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the soul energy of the 3 storm giants only repaired the smallest hole in Hela's clothes. After doing all this, Hela continued to walk into the distance. The soul energy of the 3 storm giants could only restore this insignificant amount of strength to Hela, who was only half a step away from the Divine Father level. However, she did not care too much about this. Although Jotunheim was a barren country where not even a blade of grass grew, there were an astonishing number of frost giants here. With these frost giants, she did not have to worry about recovering her strength at all. After learning the news of Hela's escape from Ancient One, Rog did not stay in Camartage for too long and directly used teleportation magic to return to Asgard. When he returned to the magnificent Golden Palace again, he finally remembered what he had just forgotten. Tani. The drunk Tani had just been forgotten in the Golden Palace. However, this matter was quickly resolved perfectly, and even Tani himself did not notice. Under Saul's arrangement, The drunk Tony was brought to an extremely luxurious room by a few pretty maids with good temperament and appearance. As for what would happen next, Rog was not very concerned. Having lived in Asgard for a period of time, he was very relieved to leave Tani to these professional maids. Hela has escaped, and she has also left Earth. In the meeting hall where Thor usually worked, Rog told him the news he had received. I will let Heimdall do his best to find Hela's whereabouts, but now, I have a small matter here that I need your help to deal with. After that, Thor handed a top-secret letter that had just been opened to Rog. Although the wax seal on the letter had already been opened, he could still recognize the pattern on the wax seal at a glance. After all, in the process of going to Warnerheim, he had received many similar letters. Chapter 435. This was an urgent confidential military document from Warnerheim's frontline camp. The content was very simple. There was only one sentence. Half an hour ago, Warner Protoss attacked 3 frontline camps at the same time. After reading the contents of the document, Rog frowned slightly. This wasn't right, it was very wrong. It had only been a few years since the last war. If Warner Protoss didn't know something, they definitely wouldn't start another war at this time. And the timing couldn't be so coincidental. It seems that Asgard's confidentiality needs to be strengthened. After handing the letter back to Thor, Rog said quietly, I've already blocked the news as soon as possible, but it's impossible to completely hide the fact that Father's divine power has dissipated. As long as you have enough strength and are familiar with Father's divine power, you can detect this. As Asgard's archenemy, Warner Protoss didn't lack such people. Ocean god Njord and Gulwig both had this ability. From the looks of it, you want me to go to Vanaheim. If it wasn't for him going, Thor wouldn't have shown him the document. At this time, I can't leave Asgard. It's not a problem to let Loki be the commander in the rear, but he's not strong enough. He can't compete with the strong Warner Protoss. You fought with Warner Protoss before, and the soldiers in the camp also recognize you. Even if Ocean God Njord personally makes a move, you're strong enough to compete with him. Thor quickly explained. Although Asgard was a martial artist, there were very few people who could cultivate to Rog's level. Besides himself, Thor couldn't think of anyone more suitable than Rog. It's not a problem to let me go to Warnerheim, but I want to know, what's your psychological bottom line this time? When he only had the second last chakra, he dared to fight Ocean God Njord one-on-one. Now that he had the 6-tailed chakra and Yang 9-tailed, he was even less afraid of Njord. There's no bottom line. Thor's answer was simple, but Rog could hear the uncontrollable killing intent in his answer. Odin's divine power had just begun to dissipate, and Warner Protoss couldn't help but start a war again. This was a naked provocation. In this situation, if Thor still tried to solve the problem with mercy, then he wouldn't be worthy of inheriting Asgard's throne. A qualified monarch must have a benevolent heart. But that also depended on the time. Blindly paying attention to benevolence was not the ruler of a country, but a brainless saint. Alright, I'll help you with this. If Thor asked him to spare the lives of Warner Protoss soldiers as much as possible like last time, then he definitely wouldn't accept Thor's request this time. The mission he accepted was only to stop Hela from seizing Asgard, not to help Asgard maintain his rule. More importantly, he didn't want to be friends with a coward who couldn't see the situation clearly. If you need any help, you can tell Sif. I'll let her go with you. Thor continued. No need, I'll go alone. Rog directly rejected Thor's suggestion of arranging helpers for him. By the way, if you really want to help me, arrange a comfortable trip for Tani to Asgard and fulfill his wish of traveling to outer space. After saying that, he left the meeting hall without looking back and used quantum teleportation to arrive at the Bifrost Hall. I'm going to Warnerheim's camp, the one with the most intense battle right now. According to the secret report, Warner Protoss had only started attacking the camp half an hour ago. As long as the Asgard garrison in the camp wasn't too trashy, the camp shouldn't have been completely overrun yet. Okay. Heimdall didn't hesitate and directly inserted the Guardian sword in his hand into the console in the middle of the hall. Then, the entrance of the Bifrost Bridge shone with a gorgeous rainbow light. The next second, Rog, who was standing at the entrance of the Bifrost Bridge, disappeared and followed the teleportation beam to Warnerheim. The teleportation process didn't take too long. In less than a minute, Rog and the Bifrost Bridge arrived at Warnerheim. When the brilliant light disappeared, he saw a bustling campsite. Looking at the camp full of corpses, arrows, and energy beams flying everywhere, Rog remembered the scene when he first came to Warnerheim. At that time, a similar scene appeared in front of him. But that time, he didn't come through the Bifrost Bridge, and he didn't come alone. At that time, he had Thor, the 3 warriors of Sengoku, and an entire Asgard army by his side. But now, he was alone. When the Bifrost Bridge arrived at the camp, whether it was the soldiers of Asgard or the soldiers of Warner Protoss, they couldn't help but look in the direction of the Bifrost Bridge. Then they saw Rog alone. Only one person? After seeing this scene, the soldiers of Asgard and the soldiers of Warner Protoss had the same question in their minds. Then, they saw an even more incomprehensible scene. They saw Rog psychically summon the Yondaime Hokage's Haori and the Thor Kunai, and then he put them on as if he didn't see the fierce battle around him. The last time he came, he wore Madara's armor and imitated Madara's battle. This time, he planned to imitate the Yondaime Hokage Minato. When he completely put on the Haori and the Kunai, the closest soldiers of Warner Protoss tried to attack him. People who can teleport through the Bifrost Bridge at this time are definitely not weak. Asgard and the soldiers of Warner Protoss were very clear about this. Just when the Warner Protoss soldier took the first step, Rog suddenly disappeared in front of their eyes. Body flicker technique. In just a moment, Rog came in front of the soldiers of Warner Protoss, holding the Thor Kunai in his right hand, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, cutting their throats. Chi! Without any suspense, the Thor Kunai pierced their throats like piercing a piece of white paper. The soldiers of Warner Protoss didn't realize what happened at all. The only thing they felt was the severe pain from their throats. Without waiting for the soldiers of Warner Protoss to fall to the ground, Rog threw the bloody Thor Kunai. The flying thunder god Kunai, which seemed to be thrown out casually, hit the forehead of a Vanna warrior with great precision. After doing all this, his figure disappeared once again. When he reappeared, he was holding 2 clean flying thunder god Kunai in his hands. Chapter 436. Although he intended to imitate Minato, Rog didn't throw out all the flying Thor Kunai at the beginning of the battle like Minato did. He didn't have as many flying Thor Kunai as Minato did. In addition to the 9 flying Thor Kunai made of vibranium that were enchanted by Odin, he only prepared 30 ordinary flying Thor Kunai. If he wants to use these 39 flying Thor Kunai to cover the enemy in the entire camp, he needs to calculate the landing point of each flying Thor Kunai. So before throwing out the flying Thor Kunai, he doesn't mind using these Kunai to deal with some enemies. Rog appeared again like a ghost, and the flying Thor Kunai in his hands once again crossed the necks of several Warner Protoss soldiers. Then, just like before, he threw out the flying Thor Kunai in his hands. His throwing skills are comparable to a real Uchiha, so he doesn't need to worry about the landing point of the flying Thor Kunai. After he once again killed several Warner Protoss soldiers, the Asgard soldiers who have been paying attention to him finally remembered something. Rog. He's Rog. In the last war, although he didn't hold any role as a commander, his achievements were more dazzling than any other commander. Even Thor, who was the commander, couldn't be compared with him at that time. At that time, Rog changed Asgard and Warnerheim's view of the Earthlings with his own strength. He let these arrogant Protoss see the strength of the Earthlings. At this time, after witnessing Rog's incredible killing efficiency, these Asgard soldiers finally remembered his identity. When the first Asgard soldier excitedly shouted out Rog's name, one after another, eyes gathered on him. Some of these gazes were from Asgard warriors, while others were from Warner Protoss warriors. At this moment, they finally understood why the Bifrost only sent one person over. This was because Rog alone was enough to contend against an entire army. Rog noticed the gazes of these people, but he didn't take it to heart and didn't stop what he was doing. Flying Thor Kunai were pulled out by him, and Warner Protoss warriors were killed by him one after another. It didn't take long for him to throw out all 39 flying thunder god kunai he had on him. When he threw out these flying Thor kunais, over 100 Warner Protoss were killed by him. After finishing this simple preparation work, he sensed the flying Thor kunai in every corner of the camp, and his expression became extremely serious. When Minato first used this tactic, he killed 50 Jonin from the rock village at once, thoroughly establishing his high status as a Golden Flash can directly give up the mission without being punished. So Rog also wanted to know how many Warner Protoss warriors he could kill by using the same tactic. At this time, there were more than 1,000 Warner Protoss warriors in the camp. If his operation was subtle enough, he could break Minato's record by a large margin. Looking at Rog, who suddenly stopped, Asgard warriors and Warner Protoss warriors couldn't help but take a few steps back. Although they didn't know why Rog stopped, their intuition told them that Rog was preparing to use a powerful killing move. If not necessary, try to stay away from the area where the high-level combatants are. This was the knowledge they learned in the first class of combat training, and it was also the lesson they learned with blood and tears on the battlefield. Just when they were thinking about what kind of killing move Rog was going to use, Rog's figure disappeared from their eyes again. Wasn't it a powerful killing move? Just as these Asgardian warriors showed a trace of disappointment, they suddenly found that the warriors of the Vannas, who had been attacking them frantically, fell to the ground one by one, as if they had been hit by a fatal curse at the same time, and lost their lives one after another. What's going on? Before these Asgard warriors could react, the Warner Protoss warriors near them became motionless corpses. In addition to those Warner Protoss warriors who temporarily withdrew from the camp because of injuries, all the Warner Protoss warriors in the camp lined up to report to the Grim Reaper in less than a minute. The clamorous battle cries suddenly stopped, and the entire campsite suddenly became incomparably quiet. It was so quiet that it was like a ghost town without any life. Until now, these Asgard warriors still didn't know what was going on. The only scene they saw was these Warner Protoss warriors falling down one by one. Finally, these Asgard warriors saw Rog's figure in the area with the most corpses. Rog, wearing the fourth Hokage Haori, stood motionless in the middle of the corpses, his right hand holding a flying Thor kunai that was still dripping blood. Around him, there were Warner Protoss warriors who were still alive and kicking a few seconds ago. A breeze gently blew through the camp, slightly blowing away the bloody smell that filled the whole camp, and blew up Rog's Haori. 45 seconds. 1,106 people. This was the final result Rog achieved by imitating Minato. In order to achieve this result, he performed more than 800 flying Thor moves, consuming more than half of his chakra. This was the craziest use of the flying Thor since he mastered it. Although he had previously killed 400 people in 10 seconds, he still had the record of killing 400 people. But at that time, he and his 32 doppelgangers had worked together to accomplish the feat, but this time, he was alone. After this crazy killing, he finally understood why Minato only used this tactic once in his life. In addition to the environmental reasons, more importantly, although this tactic looks extremely overbearing, it's not cost-effective. Yes, it's not cost-effective. Consuming more chakra than the Sanbai, and only killing more than 1,000 enemies, it's not worth it. If it wasn't for imitating Minato, he could have used more efficient and labor-saving tactics. For example, releasing several large-scale ninjutsu to directly clear the battlefield. After calming down a little bit, the chakra still boiling in his body, he used quantum transmission to the nearest Asgard warrior and raised the flying Thor kunai that was still dripping blood. Ask your commander to arrange for people to collect this weapon from the battlefield, wash it, and send it to your commander's residence. The commander, he died. After hesitating for a few seconds, the Asgard warrior replied with a trembling voice. Then from now on, you are the commander of this camp. After saying that, Rog left without looking back and walked toward the largest barracks in the camp. The largest barracks in the camp is the commander's residence. This is a general rule in the Asgard army. Chapter 437. Asgard has a total of 23 camps in Warnerheim. Camps are divided into 3 levels according to the number of troops stationed and the area under their jurisdiction. The campsite that Logue was in right now was one of the lowest leveled campsites. Among the 23 camps, half of them are level 1 camps with about 1,000 troops stationed there. Level 2 camps have about 2,000 to 3,000 troops stationed there. And the highest level 3 camp is in Warnerheim. There are a total of 3 camps, each of which has more than 5,000 Asgard soldiers. The 3 camps that were attacked this time are 3 level 1 camps, 12 level 1 camps, 8 level 2 camps, and 3 level 3 camps, a total of more than 40,000 soldiers. After the last war, Asgard didn't increase the number of camps in Warnerheim. They just made up the number of soldiers in the camps, which is considered to be giving face to Warner Protoss. Of course, Asgard didn't forget about the war reparations and the loss of personnel. After arriving at the commander's residence, Rog directly found Asgard's camp distribution map and found the location of the other 2 camps. After confirming the location, he once again used quantum teleportation. Another camp that was attacked, Boulder Camp. Captain, haven't the Golden Palace and the other camp's reinforcements arrived yet? A young Asgard soldier who looked like he just reached adulthood asked the captain next to him. They will come, the reinforcements will definitely come. While answering, the brawny man with a huge scar on his face used the giant axe in his hand to cut down a Warner Protoss soldier who tried to step forward. Bring it on, you Vanir bastards. My axe is thirsting for blood. After cutting down a Warner Protoss soldier, the brawny captain shouted at the Warner Protoss soldiers in the distance. Captain, you should stop shouting. If you shout a few more times, our defense line won't be able to hold on. Bell, how many times have I told you? You have to show the dominance of the Asgard when facing these Vanir bastards. As soon as he finished speaking, the brawny man with the giant axe took the initiative to rush out. Like a crazy brown bear, he wantonly attacked the surrounding Warner Protoss warriors. Just as the young warrior named Bell was about to rush out with the captain, a brilliant aurora-like light appeared in front of him, stopping him from trying to rush out of the defensive line. When the brilliant light dissipated, Bale saw a person he had only seen in videos and posters. He was Rog. Unlike the Asgard warriors from the previous camp, Bale recognized Rog at a glance. His face was filled with excitement as if he had met his idol. In a sense, Rog was Bale's idol. In the last war, Bale wasn't part of the Warnerheim garrison, nor was he a member of the Asgard reinforcements. However, after he learned that there was an Earthling named Rog who shone in the battlefield of Warnerheim, he began to pay attention to Rog. At first, he was like the other Asgard people, not believing the battle reports from the frontline. But as Rog's battle records increased, he began to collect information about Rog. Through some channels, he bought magic stones with recordings of Rog's battles. Even now, he could still remember clearly how excited he was when he saw Rog fighting the 3 Storm Brothers alone and successfully killing them. At that moment, it was as if he saw a living heroic spirit walking out of the Hall of Valhalla, a glorious warrior forever remembered in the glorious history of Asgard. From that day onwards, he became a fanatical fan of Rog. He collected all the magic stones with recordings of Rog's battles that he could find. He even hung a huge poster that was more than 2 meters long in his room. In order to get closer to his idol, he even took the initiative to apply for a transfer from the city defense to the Warnerheim garrison. Although he knew that Rog might never appear on the battlefield of Warnerheim again, this didn't affect his determination to follow in Rog's footsteps. Since he came to Warnerheim, he would go to the places where Rog fought whenever he had a holiday to see the traces left behind by Rog's battles with his own eyes. And now, he finally saw his idol. After teleporting to Camp Boulder, Rog wanted to directly join the battle and quickly finish off the Warner Protoss soldiers attacking the camp. But when he felt Bell's strange gaze on him, he turned around with a puzzled expression. At first, he thought it was someone he had dealt with before looking at him. Then, he saw the unfamiliar young face of Bale, and the eyes that were not unfamiliar to him. This guy, is he my fan? He had seen Bale's eyes on a lot of young fangirls. Those fanatical fans showed the same look when they saw their idols. He just glanced at Bale, then withdrew his gaze and observed the situation on the battlefield. Compared to the previous camp, Camp Boulder's situation was obviously much better. Not only did Camp Boulder's defense not break, but they were also evenly matched with the Warner Protoss army, which had twice as many soldiers. In terms of individual combat power, Asgard's soldiers were stronger than Warner Protoss's soldiers. This was one of the main reasons why Asgard didn't increase the number of troops stationed in Warnerheim. However, this wasn't the only reason why Camp Boulder's defense hadn't been broken. The reason why Camp Boulder's results were so different was because of the command of the camp's commander. They were both level 1 camps, and Camp Boulder faced more enemies, but the combat power they displayed was completely different. After a few seconds of observation, Rog had a plan. He didn't need to kill these Warner Protoss soldiers alone, he just needed to give Camp Boulder's garrison a chance to counterattack, and Camp Boulder would be able to defeat the enemy. After discovering this, he didn't hesitate and cast a high-level ninjutsu that could change the terrain. Would release Tree World Descent. He clasped his hands together, and chakra in his body quickly operated, and huge trees that needed several people to wrap their arms around came out of the ground. After a few seconds, a lush forest several times bigger than Camp Boulder was born, shrouding the entire battlefield. Asgard's soldiers and Warner Protoss's soldiers didn't know the name of this ninjutsu, but they weren't unfamiliar with this ninjutsu. Back when he was fighting the god of the ocean, Niold, Rog had used Tree Realm Descent in his Sage mode. But at that time, he used Sage mode, would release Tree World Descent. Asgard's soldiers and Warner Protoss's soldiers couldn't tell the difference between would release and would release, but they knew that this move belonged to Rog, the same Rog who once injured Njord. When the lush forest created by Tree World Descent descended, Camp Boulder's commander didn't hesitate and directly ordered the entire army to counterattack. If he couldn't even seize such an obvious opportunity to counterattack, he wouldn't have been able to rely on his own command to defend the camp so well. All troops, the high and majestic horn sounded, and Asgard's soldiers who had been suppressing their anger rushed out of the camp like a pack of wolves. Chapter 438. Rog's Tree World Descent completely changed the situation on the battlefield. At this time, Asgard's soldiers turned into deadly hunters, crazily chasing after the Warner Protoss soldiers in the unreasonably lush forest. After using Tree World Descent, Rog didn't immediately choose to leave. Instead, he manipulated the trees in the forest, turning the forest into a hell that the Warner Protoss soldiers could never escape from. Relying on the huge advantage provided by Tree World Descent, Asgard's soldiers erupted with strength far beyond their usual, directly pushing the battle into a one-sided situation. When most of Asgard's soldiers crazily rushed into the forest, continuously reaping the lives of the Warner Protoss soldiers, Rog's fanatic Bel still stayed in place. Looking at Rog, who was only 2 or 3 meters away from him, Bel suddenly had an idea in his mind. I have to go up and say hello to him. I have to say something to him face to face. After barely suppressing the uncontrollable excitement in his heart, Bel put away the long sword in his hand and walked step by step toward Rog. Although Rog's main focus was on controlling the trees, he still immediately noticed Bel's action. What does this guy want to do? Just when he was thinking about whether to distance himself from this somewhat abnormal fan, Bel with a nervous expression came in front of him and said in a trembling voice, "Sir Rog, hello. I'm a sword and shield soldier from the 27th Squad of the Boulder Camp. My name is Bel." Looking at the nervous young sword and shield soldier, Rog slightly frowned. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Your mission now should be to chase after the enemy, not to come and say hello to me. Do you understand, soldier?" If it was any other time, he wouldn't mind taking a photo or saying hello to his fan. But now, it was obviously not the time to do these things. Bale never thought that he would receive such a reply. Although Rog didn't say it explicitly, there was only one meaning in his words, and that was Bel didn't listen to orders and left his post without permission. For a warrior, this was a very serious accusation. If strictly pursued, this could even send Bale directly to the military court. "Lord Rog, I'm not," Bel wanted to explain, but when he saw the increasingly impatient expression on Rog's face, he finally chose to shut up and lowered his head. In the end, Bale, who was hit by reality, turned around with a lonely face and ran towards the forest. "Live well, don't die in Warnerheim," Rog said silently as he looked at Bale, who was obviously not in his right state of mind. He didn't reject young people chasing stars, but he didn't like young people chasing stars regardless of the occasion. Although he was dissatisfied with Bale's untimely behavior, he didn't want to see a young man like Bale die in the forest, so he silently reminded him. After hearing the voice behind him, Bale suddenly stopped. A few seconds later, his lonely mood was replaced by excitement as he ran towards the forest. Bale's sudden episode didn't affect Rog's control of the world of trees. More than 10 minutes later, most of the Warner Protoss soldiers who attacked Camp Boulder were forever left in the forest and became nutrients for the growth of the forest. When the battle at Camp Boulder came to an end, Rog didn't stop and began to rush to the next camp. A brilliant aurora-like light flashed on his body, and in the next second, his figure disappeared with the light. The third camp to be attacked was a camp called Fong. Unlike Camp Maple and Camp Boulder, which were located near the forest and plains, Fong was located on a mountain peak that looked like a beast's fong. It was because of this mountain peak that the camp had the name Fong. Camp Maple was the first camp Rog went to, and it was also the most intense camp with the most losses. Because of the death of the commander, Camp Maple didn't organize an effective defense, and nearly half of the soldiers died at the hands of Warner Protoss soldiers. The situation at Camp Boulder was completely different from Camp Maple. When he used quantum transmission to leave Camp Boulder, Rog slightly sensed the number of soldiers left in Camp Boulder. More than 800 people. Even in the face of twice the number of enemies, Camp Boulder only lost less than 200 people. At the cost of less than 200 deaths, almost all of the invading Warner Protoss soldiers were wiped out. This was a glorious record. Although this exaggerated loss ratio had a lot to do with Rog's world of trees. But no matter what, it couldn't be denied that Camp Boulder's commander's exquisite command and the strength of the camp's soldiers. Among the 3 attacked camps, the situation at Fong was neither good nor bad. The sharp Fong camp's defensive line was not completely breached like the Maple Leaf camps, nor was it completely defended like the Boulder camps. Unlike the last teleportation, Rog didn't teleport directly to the Canine camp this time. Instead, he was teleported to a 20-meter tall tree near the camp. He hung upside down on a 10-centimeter thick branch like a bat. After observing the situation in the camp from above, he quickly came up with a plan. In fact, this wasn't a plan, it was just a decision on which ninjutsu to use. Camp Maple suffered the most losses, and what they needed was him to turn the tide and directly defeat the invading enemy. And Camp Boulder, who was in the best situation, needed him to provide a perfect opportunity to counterattack and create an opportunity for Camp Boulder to take the initiative. As for Fong Camp, the help they needed was very simple, and that was to help them make up for their disadvantage in numbers. Although Asgard soldiers were better than Warner Protoss's soldiers in terms of individual combat power, their strength hadn't reached the level where they could directly ignore the advantage in numbers. Since Fong Camp needed help in numbers, Rog, as the reinforcements, would naturally fulfill their wish. Rog, who was hanging upside down on the branch, suddenly raised his hands and imitated Naruto's multiple shadow clone jutsu, forming a seal. For him, who can cast ninjutsu without seals, forming seals or not doesn't affect his release of ninjutsu. But sometimes, he will release ninjutsu through hand seals like a real ninja. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Chanting in his heart, Rog's chakra ran wildly. In the next second, thousands of white smoke appeared out of thin air near the camp. When the smoke dissipated, rogues who were either standing or squatting appeared on the battlefield one after another. Multiple shadow clone jutsu and shadow clone jutsu have no difference in principle. As long as the caster has enough chakra, he can create thousands of shadow clones at once. Chapter 439. What kind of experience would it be to suddenly see thousands of people who looked exactly the same in a stalemate on the battlefield? A lot of people wouldn't be able to answer this question. After all, twins were common, but thousands of people who looked exactly the same weren't easy to find. At this time, the Asgard warriors and the Warner Protoss warriors who attacked the camp had the qualifications to answer this question. An incomprehensible miracle. Whether it was the warriors of Asgard or the warriors of the Vanir gods, after seeing these thousands of shadow clones, the same or similar thought came to their minds. Just as the Asgard warriors and the Warner Protoss warriors were looking at these shadow clones in disbelief, these shadow clones tacitly attacked at the same time. When the shadow clones attacked the Warner Protoss warriors who obviously hadn't reacted yet, Rog, who was hanging upside down on the branch, suddenly used the body flicker technique. In the next second, he was hanging upside down on another branch. Standing in a normal posture, he silently observed the battle around him. Gathering chakra at his feet allowed him to hang upside down on the branch like a bat, but chakra couldn't change gravity, so hanging upside down for a long time would cause blood to rush to the brain. At first, the Asgard warriors in the camp didn't understand what was going on. But when they saw that the shadow clones only attacked the Warner Protoss warriors and didn't attack them, they instantly reacted. Reinforcements. These are reinforcements. Although these reinforcements were completely different from what they imagined, but no matter what, these thousands of shadow clones were genuine reinforcements. With the addition of the shadow clones, the stalemate situation quickly lost its balance, and the scales of victory quickly tilted towards Asgard's side. Although the shadow clones didn't have strong resistance, as long as they were hit by a sword, they would turn into smoke and disappear. But it wasn't easy to hit these shadow clones. These shadow clones not only had all of Rog's fighting skills, but they could also use ninjutsu like him. Except for the fact that they couldn't use Kekkei Genkai, and those spells and abilities that didn't belong to the ninjutsu system, these shadow clones weren't much different from Rog himself. The only difference was that their resistance was weakened to the extreme. When these shadow clones joined the battle came to an end at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 minutes, all the Warner Protoss warriors who came to attack fell on this Fong-like mountain peak. When the last Warner Protoss warrior fell down with a face of disbelief, Rog removed most of the shadow clones, leaving only one. However, the remaining shadow clone didn't stay in the camp for too long. It used Flying Thunder God to return to Maple Leaf Camp where it first started. Rog didn't forget that his 38 Flying Thor Kanai were still in the camp. Southeast of the Fong camp, in a temporary camp more than 60 kilometers away. Is there still no news from the troops that attacked the Maple Leaf, Boulder, and Fong camps? In the commander's tent, Victigny, wearing a pale golden armor, said in a dissatisfied tone, "More than half an hour has passed since the agreed time of attack. According to normal circumstances, the 3 Vanguard troops should have already sent back the battle report. Sir, we haven't received the battle report from the Vanguard troops yet. More than 10 minutes ago, the signal soldier that attacked the Boulder camp sent back an incomplete report. This is all the content of the report." After that, the commander, who was at least twice as old as Victigny, handed over a piece of paper with only a few words written on it. The content on the paper was very simple, only a name and a description. Reinforcements? Rog. From a military point of view, this wasn't a qualified military report. But this didn't prevent Victigny from understanding the meaning. After seeing Rog's name written on it, the serious Victigny suddenly showed a puzzled look. Rog? How could it be him? Of course, Victigny wouldn't forget Rog. After all, this was a man who almost killed her and defeated her. However, at this time, she didn't understand why Rog, who had disappeared for several years, suddenly appeared in the Boulder camp. He joined Asgard? This was the first thought that appeared in Victigny's mind. But in the next second, she ruled out this speculation. After the end of the last war, she specifically asked people to investigate Rog's background and knew that he coincidentally joined Asgard's army. And if Rog really became a member of Asgard after the war, Warner Protoss's spies would have sent back the information early on. Seeing Victigny looking at the paper in her hand with a puzzled look, Weigelf, who was standing next to her, took the initiative to walk over and took the paper from Victigny's hand. When Weigelf took the paper from her hand, Victigny finally reacted. Then, she returned to her previous serious look and said without any emotion, "The 3 Vanguard units in front have failed. Pass down the order, The army immediately returned to Asia. Victigny's order made the other generals in the tent show a puzzled look. Even if the 3 vanguard units failed, the main force of the army was still there. There was no need to retreat. "My lady, should we reconsider?" After a few seconds of silence, a general tried to probe. "Are you doubting my judgment?" Victigny glanced at the general and said in a cold tone, "This subordinate doesn't dare." In a few seconds, the generals in the tent disappeared completely and began to arrange for the return of the army to Asia. "Sister, if he really comes, what should we do?" Weigelfa's right hand gushed out a light blue energy flame and burned the paper in her hand. "I don't know, I really don't know," Victigny replied with a bitter smile. A few hours ago, they had learned from their mother, Gulwig, that Odin's divine power had dissipated. Not long after they learned the news, ocean god Njord gave the order to attack Asgard's camp and appointed the 2 of them as the main generals of the army. Although they didn't think that this was a good time to attack Asgard's camp, they couldn't disobey Njord's order and could only lead the army to set off. Before attacking the camp, they had considered that Asgard would send reinforcements. However, they didn't expect that the reinforcements sent by Asgard would be Rog. Therefore, things suddenly became a little out of control. When Victigny ordered the army to withdraw to Asia, Rog took the cleaned Thor kunai from the shadow clone and left the camp alone. Chapter 440. After knowing that Rog was going to attack the main forces of Warner Protoss, the commander of the Fang's camp wanted to lead the troops to go with him. But Rog rejected the proposal. Bringing them along with him would only slow him down. Rog didn't plan to stay in Warnerheim for too long. He had a bigger problem to deal with and didn't have that much time to waste. While waiting for the shadow clone in the Fang's camp, he used chakra to confirm the location of the Warner Protoss army. The Warner Protoss army that attacked the 3 level 1 camps was clearly just the vanguard. If he wanted to calm Warnerheim down again, getting rid of these 3 vanguard forces was far from enough. So he decided to take drastic measures and get rid of the Warner Protoss army more than 60 kilometers away. Only in this way could he completely dispel the thoughts of Warner Protoss that they shouldn't have. The reason why he made this decision was also related to the 2 familiar life energy signals he sensed. Victigny and Weigelf. He was still thinking about who would lead the Warner Protoss army this time. He didn't expect it to be the Victigny sisters. After considering the strength of the 2 Victigny sisters, he decisively made the decision to charge into the enemy camp alone. At this time, the Warner Protoss army was making the final preparations to retreat. They planned to retreat to the main city of Asia City behind them. But they didn't expect that they were about to see a nightmare that they couldn't forget until now. In front of the gate of the temporary camp, a gorgeous light suddenly flashed. Then Rog, who was wearing a white haori, appeared. The Warner Protoss soldiers responsible for guarding the gate of the camp immediately noticed Rog's arrival. But before they could shoot the arrows in their hands, a 100-meter-wide orange-red flame arrived in front of them like a tsunami. Fire release, grand fire annihilation. Boom! The orange-red flame that covered the sky fiercely hit the gate of the camp and the wooden fence next to it. In an instant, the gate and the fence were swallowed up. The Warner Protoss soldiers who couldn't dodge in time were instantly wrapped in the flame. They let out miserable screams and died with intense pain and unwillingness. Rog's grand fire annihilation shocked everyone in the camp. He used his own method to announce his arrival. After he announced his arrival in a domineering manner, dark thunderclouds quickly gathered in the sky above the camp. Muffled sounds of thunder could be heard from the thunderclouds. In the next moment, 2 huge bolts of lightning, several meters wide, struck the ground dozens of meters in front of Rog. After the lightning disappeared, the Victigny sisters appeared in front of him, wearing light golden armor. "We're old friends, I won't waste words. Surrender or die." As soon as his voice fell, the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword was summoned into his hand, and light blue lightning instantly wrapped around it. "Now you're even more domineering than Odin. If you want us to surrender, then let's see if you have the ability to do so." Looking at the aggressive Rog, Victigny and her sister didn't hesitate and directly pulled out their respective weapons. The sword in Victigny's hand was the two-handed greatsword that she had once lost to Logue, the Wrath of the Hurricane. As for the rapier in Weigelf's hand, he never knew the name of it. He never had the interest to know the name of the weapon of his defeated opponent. After Victigny and her sister pulled out their weapons, Rog didn't immediately attack. Instead, he summoned 4 wood clones. The shadow clone's ability to resist attacks was too weak. They would disappear after being hit by a lightning bolt. So when facing Victigny and her sister, the wood clones would be more useful. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years, you've become a man who bullies others with numbers. After seeing Rog's 4 wood clones, Victigny said with a look of disdain. She had fantasized about fighting Logue again more than once, but she had never thought that Logue would use such a tactic to bully her with numbers. Bully others with numbers? No, you've misunderstood. These clones are not used to bully others with numbers, but to prevent you from escaping. After all, if tens of thousands of people escape, it's quite troublesome to catch them one by one. As soon as Rog finished speaking, the 4 wood clones beside him disappeared. Not good. He's planning to use a barrier. Before Victigny could react, Weigelf saw through Rog's plan. Weigelf's amazing intuition had left a deep impression on Rog. However, he wasn't worried that Weigelf would see through his plan. As long as he was still standing here, Weigelf wouldn't dare to leave Victigny's side, let alone chase after his wood clones. It didn't take long for his 4 wood clones to come to the designated position and cast barrier ninjutsu. 4 purple flame formation. The 4 purple flame formation that was once performed at the headquarters of the Avengers was once again performed, and the rectangular purple barrier completely enveloped the entire camp. You're all surrounded by me. When the 4 purple flame formation was formed, Rog also achieved a new achievement. One person surrounded an army of tens of thousands of people. This feeling is very cool. After achieving this achievement, Rog, holding the Kusanagi sword, attacked Victigny and Kagura. His figure suddenly disappeared and appeared in front of Victigny like a flash. The Kusanagi sword in his hand directly slashed at Victigny's delicate face. However, just as he waved the Kusanagi sword in his hand, Weigelf's rapier blocked the Kusanagi sword's attack in advance. At the same time, Victigny's hurricane's fury slashed at him with the power of thunder. Clang! Weigelf's rapier blocked the Kusanagi sword without any suspense, and the crisp sound of metal colliding suddenly sounded. In this regard, Rog didn't have any surprise. Lightning body flicker. With the power of thunder, the hurricane's fury directly crossed the lightning left by Rog's lightning body flicker. Boom! The power of thunder on the hurricane's fury slammed into the ground, leaving a several meters long sword mark on the ground. After dodging the attack of the hurricane's fury, Rog didn't immediately launch a second wave of attacks. Instead, he raised his left hand and slowly stroked the blade of the Kusanagi sword. After seeing Rog's slightly abnormal action, Weigelf, who had amazing intuition, frowned slightly. Her intuition told her that Rog was planning something. However, she couldn't guess what Rog was planning. For her amazing intuition, this was something that had never happened before. No need to guess, although your intuition is amazing, it can even be said to have the effect of foreseeing the future. But unfortunately, your intuition isn't really foreseeing the future, so don't waste your energy. Chapter 441. The first time he fought with Weigelf, Rog found that her intuition was unreasonably accurate. At that time, he purely thought that this was a gift that Vigor was born with, just like the owl that he had met before who was born with divine power. However, as his strength and knowledge continued to grow, he found that he was wrong. Weigelf's amazing intuition was definitely not an external manifestation of divine power. The reason was simple. If Weigelf's amazing intuition was really an external manifestation of divine power, then it meant that she would awaken divine power in the future. It was a divine power related to time, such as predicting the future. However, any power related to time required an extremely high level of power to control. For example, a universal treasure like the time gem. Even the father of gods, Odin, who was a powerful existence at the level of a divine father, could only barely predict the future and slightly touch upon the power of time. And Weigelf did not look like she could surpass Odin in the future. Therefore, Rog could conclude that Weigelf's amazing intuition had nothing to do with the power of time or foresight. After eliminating the ability to foresee the future and the power of time, the only options left were prediction and mind reading. Prediction, mind reading, lightning. After combining these elements, Rog thought of a guy who called himself God. Although this guy was a character from another world, it didn't stop Rog from using him as a sample for his speculations. They both mastered the power of lightning and could predict the opponent's next move. The more he thought, the more Rog felt that he had found the truth. Of course, all of this was just his speculation. In order to prove this speculation, he planned to do a small test on the spot. When Rog's left hand strangely swept across the back of the Kusanagi sword, Weigelf's uneasiness became more and more obvious. She knew what Rog was planning and that the source of danger was the Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand, but she could not guess what Rog wanted to do with the Kusanagi sword. The only thing she could be sure of was that Rog would continue to attack with the Kusanagi sword. Without waiting for Weigelf to continue thinking, Rog launched another attack. This time, he did not choose Vigdigny as his target. Instead, he went straight for Weigelf. In the blink of an eye, he traversed tens of meters and arrived in front of Weigelf. He instinctively struck with his Kusanagi sword. Clang, clang, clang. The Kusanagi sword in Roger's hand was like a storm as it rained down on Weigelf, but Weigelf blocked it one by one. But even so, Rog didn't stop attacking. Even when Vigdigny attacked him with her Wrath of the Hurricane, he only dodged slightly before attacking Weigelf again. It wasn't the first time that Weigelf and Vigdigny fought with Rog, but they had never seen Rog like this. At this time, Rog was like a ruthless sword-wielding machine, crazily waving his Kusanagi sword. Although Rog's attacks were as dense as a storm, he never hit Weigelf. No matter how subtle his moves were, no matter how tricky his attack angle was, Weigelf's rapier was always able to block his Kusanagi sword. In just 10 seconds, Rog waved his sword hundreds of times at Weigelf. And then, nothing. When Vigdigny couldn't help but use a large-scale lightning attack to force Rog back and prevent him from continuing to attack Weigelf, Rog took the initiative to give up the attack and quickly retreated, once again increasing the distance between them. After putting enough distance between them, Rog didn't do anything. Instead, he started counting down silently. 2, 1. At the moment when his countdown ended, Weigelf's rapier suddenly burst out a weak electric current, directly hitting Weigelf's right hand that was holding the rapier. It actually worked. For Weigelf, who has mastered the power of lightning, this sudden burst of electric current was nothing. It didn't even leave an obvious mark on her skin. But after being hit by this electric current, Weigelf's face showed a look of disbelief. How is this possible? When did he leave this electric current? Are you surprised to find that the intuition you are so proud of has failed? Unlike the shocked Weigelf, Rog was a bit calm at this time. When did you do it? Why didn't I notice it at all? Weigelf asked with a dignified face. It's normal that you didn't notice it, because I didn't know when this electric current was passed. Rog was telling the truth. He really didn't know when this electric current appeared on Weigelf's rapier. When his left hand swept the Kusanagi rapier, he wrapped the blade of the Kusanagi rapier with chakra. In this chakra, he deliberately left a thunder attribute chakra that will turn into electric current after 15 seconds. Every time the Kusanagi rapier collides with the rapier, a part of the chakra will be transmitted to the rapier. Whether the thunder attribute chakra will be transmitted to Weigelf's rapier, or when it will be transmitted, Rog himself didn't know. So before the 15 seconds were up, he took the initiative to end the attack, in order to see if the thunder attribute chakra was transmitted. It turned out that after he swung the rapier hundreds of times, the thunder attribute chakra was transmitted to the rapier. Whether the electric current could hurt Weigelf or not was not the main point. The main point was whether Weigelf could discover this move that even he himself didn't know if it worked or not. If Weigelf didn't discover it, then it meant that his guess was correct. Weigelf was the same as the guy who called himself God. She could only predict the enemy's conscious attack. As for how to defeat an enemy who could predict his own attack, the other guy who could freely stretch and rebound his body gave the answer with his own experience. Unconscious attack. As long as you don't know how you will attack, then of course, others can't predict it. This is the so-called king's prediction meets bronze's movement. Even if you are a peak king, you can't predict the bronze's movement. To a certain extent, this could be considered as a manifestation of the mutual promotion and suppression of all things in the world. Okay, the test is over, let's get to the point. Although Rog wasn't a bronze, this didn't stop him from imitating the bronze's movement. No, it can't be an imitation. Imitation is conscious, and the bronze's movement is a kind of unconscious behavior that even the user doesn't know the reason for. Chapter 442. It was extremely difficult for a bronze player to perform a king-level maneuver. Similarly, it was not easy for a king-level player to perform a bronze-level maneuver. Anyone who could reach the king level would not have any obvious shortcomings in terms of awareness, skills, experience, mentality, and other aspects. But bronze-level players were different. In terms of these basic skills, bronze-level players did not have any shortcomings, but all of them were shortcomings. Therefore, in order to perform a bronze-level maneuver attack that Weigelf could not intuitively detect, Rog had to do something he had never done in a battle before. To put it nicely, it was called emptying the mind and giving control of the body to instinct, allowing the body to perform an attack that was completely out of the control of the mind. To put it bluntly, it was a daze and absent-minded. Because the mind was already in a daze and absent-minded state, the attack that the body would perform was something that even the person himself could not determine. When Rog completely emptied his mind, he fell into a philosophical state. Where did I come from? Where am I going? At this moment, Rog seemed to have been possessed by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato. He began to think about the three ultimate philosophical questions in idealism that still had no answers. Of course, feeling that he was possessed by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato was just Rog's own opinion. As a member of the Warner Protoss, Victigny and Weigelf certainly did not know who Plato was. Therefore, from their point of view, Rog seemed to have been struck by a powerful mental retardation spell. He had turned from an invincible warrior to a village idiot who only knew how to chase after chickens and dogs. What's wrong with him? Looking at Rog, whose aura had undergone a drastic change in an instant, Victigny asked Wild, who was beside her. I don't know, it looks like he was hit by a mental retardation spell. But with his strength, even if he was hit by a mental retardation spell, he shouldn't have become like this. Weigelf couldn't understand how Rog could suddenly become such a fool. The Victigny sisters were worried that Rog was plotting something, so they didn't take the initiative to attack at all. They carefully guarded against his attacks. They did not take the initiative to attack, and Rog, who had already considered the three ultimate philosophical questions, could not take the initiative to attack. Thus, a slightly strange confrontation was born. Time slowly passed. When the Warner Protoss warriors in the camp couldn't help but whisper to each other, Victigny and Weigelf finally couldn't take it anymore. At this time, nearly 10 minutes had passed since Rog started thinking about philosophical questions. Victigny and Weigelf didn't know that Rog came alone, so they began to suspect that Rog was deliberately stalling for time to buy time for the troops behind. In the end, after looking at each other, Victigny and Weigelf made the decision to attack. Whether Rog really lost his mind or not, they didn't plan to continue the confrontation. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Rog with lightning wrapped around their bodies. The weapons in their hands attacked Rog one after the other. However, just as Victigny's Hurricane Fury and Weigelf's Rapier were about to hit Rog's body, he suddenly moved like a fool. Lightning body blink. Rog, who was expressionless as if he was in a daze, suddenly disappeared. The Hurricane Fury and Rapier lost their target at the same time. When Rog's figure disappeared again, Victigny and Weigelf were even more convinced that he was stalling for time. Without any hesitation, Victigny and Weigelf retracted their weapons and began to sense Rog's whereabouts. But at this time, Rog flashed behind Victigny like a ghost. Clang. Rog's Kusanagi sword was blocked by the Hurricane Fury, and it was directly sent flying by the Hurricane Fury. At the moment when the Kusanagi sword was sent flying, Weigelfa's rapier once again appeared in front of Rog. In the past few years, Victigny and Weigelf have never slacked off, constantly honing their skills, in order to defeat Rog with their own hands one day. Stronger fighting techniques, more power of thunder, and more tacit joint attacks. Victigny and Weigelfa's strength has indeed improved a lot, but in the past few years, it's not just the two of them who have improved significantly. Just when Weigelfa's rapier was about to pierce Rog's throat, a large amount of chakra suddenly erupted from Rog's body. At the same time, his body spun at high speed like a top. 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven. A light blue hemispherical chakra energy shield instantly formed, and Victigny and Weigelf were sent flying. The chakra energy shield appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Almost at the moment when Victigny and Weigelf were sent flying, the high-speed chakra energy shield disappeared. Lightning body blink. Soft fist, 8 trigrams palm. Rog, who was still in the center of the energy shield, instantly flashed behind Weigelf, who was flying backward, and wrapped his hands around the light blue chakra. Before Weigelf could react, his hands hit Weigelf like bullets from a Gatling gun. Muda 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 muda. It took less than 2 seconds for Rog to strike all 64 palms of the 8 trigrams on Weigelfa's body. He injected his chakra into her body and sealed the thunder power in her body. Although Victigny wanted to rescue Weigelf, she was too slow. Even after Rog finished his 64 palms, she was still more than 10 meters away from Rog. Although 64 palms of the 8 trigrams palm was not steel fist, Weigelf, who was hit by Rog all over her body, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After sending Weigelf flying, Rog took out a flying Thor kunai and threw it at Victigny, who was rushing towards him. Clang. Although Rog's throwing technique was very good, his direct throwing attack was blocked by the wrath of the hurricane without any suspense. The flying Thor kunai that was sent flying by the wrath of the hurricane flew past Victigny's left shoulder. However, at this time, Rog's left hand held the flying Thor kunai that was sent flying. His right hand was holding a Super Jade Rasengan that was bigger than him. Flying Thor 2. Super Jade Rasengan. Boom. The Super Jade Rasengan in Rog's right hand hit Victigny like an intercontinental missile, and a terrible explosion sounded. Before Victigny could react, the Super Jade Rasengan in Rog's hand had hit her body. The huge explosion sound resounded through the entire camp, making the Warner Protoss soldiers who witnessed this scene could not help but feel nervous. From the moment Victigny and her sister attacked Rog until now, only a few seconds had passed. But in these few seconds, Rog used a set of not complicated ninjutsu and taijutsu combo to establish the victory in one fell swoop. Lightning body blink, 8 trigrams palm, revolving heaven, 8 trigrams palm 64 palms, flying Thor 2, Super Jade Rasengan. Except for the Super Jade Rasengan, the other moves were not particularly powerful. But he used these small moves to defeat Victigny and her sister, who had obviously improved their strength. Chapter 443. Asgard's Golden Palace, inside the meeting hall. So you brought the two of them back? Thor, who was wearing his armor, sat at the head of the long table and looked helplessly at Rog and Victigny sitting in a row. Let me correct you. I didn't bring them back. I escorted them back to Asgard. They are now Asgard's captives. Escorting them back to Asgard is a very normal thing to do. Rog explained silently. Victigny were also present. He couldn't tell Thor that the reason he brought them back was because the camp commanders were too weak. Imprisoning Victigny in the camp was no different from letting them go. Although he asked Rog to solve the problem in Warnerheim, Thor didn't expect that after solving the problem in Warnerheim, Rog would bring back an even bigger problem to Asgard. Victigny weren't ordinary people. Their mother was Gulwig, a powerful existence in Warner Protoss that was only slightly weaker than the sea god Njord. And this slight weakness wasn't just a slight weakness in terms of strength. If Warner Protoss wasn't a typical patriarchal society, The one sitting on the throne right now might not be the sea god Njord. Forget it. Since it's already like this, I'll let them stay in Asgard for a while. After saying that, Thor picked up a golden bell beside the table and shook it gently. As the bell rang, the closed door was pushed open by the royal guards. 2 royal guards wearing golden armor walked in. Take them to see Sif. Thor gave a simple order to the guards who came in. As a superior, he didn't need to give too many orders. The specific arrangements would naturally be handled by others. All he had to do was give out orders. After the guards led Vigdigni and Roland away, Thor continued to question Rog. How did you come up with the idea of bringing them back as captives? I thought you were just going to go on a killing spree, and then simply deal with the Warner Protoss provocation. They surrendered. Rog explained briefly. However, after seeing Thor's dissatisfied expression, he roughly explained what had happened. When he defeated Vigdigni and Vigdigni with his unconscious battle instincts, the 2 sisters immediately chose to surrender. At that time, the problem in front of him changed from defeating the army of Warner Protoss to how to deal with the tens of thousands of surrendered soldiers. After a minute of serious consideration, he decided to be a friendly pacifist. He let go of this army that was basically undamaged. Then he took away the 2 main generals of the army. Although there were tens of thousands of people on one side and only 2 on the other, he was still clear on which was more important. As long as Vigdigni and Roland were still in Asgard's hands, the Warner Protoss wouldn't dare to act rashly. Unlike Njord, who had many descendants, Gulwig only had 2 daughters, Vigdigni and Wigelf. Therefore, even if some Warner Protoss had thoughts that they shouldn't have, Gulwig would make them completely calm down. After explaining to Thor what had happened and the situation of the 3 attacked camps, Rog left the meeting hall and returned to the room he had been staying in. The small episode in Warnerheim was over, so the only thing left was the matter of the goddess of death, Hel. He couldn't help much in the search for Hel's whereabouts for the time being. Therefore, before Hel's whereabouts were discovered, he would have a little leisure time. As for how long this leisure time would be, it would depend on how capable Heimdall, the guardian of Bifrost, and Asgard's intelligence personnel were. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and Rog had unknowingly stayed in Asgard for an entire week. Thor mobilized all of Asgard's intelligence forces, but in the past week, they had found nothing. Not only that, Odin's situation was getting worse and worse, and his divine power was collapsing to the point where he couldn't maintain his form. The news of Odin's impending death couldn't be hidden in the end. At the same time, the news of the goddess of death, Hel, was leaked by someone, causing the entire Asgard to be filled with the aura of a storm. Even Tani, a tourist who had just arrived at Asgard for a few days, noticed this unusual atmosphere. Normally, even if Odin was about to die, Asgard wouldn't be in such a state of panic. The old king had left, and the new king had ascended to the throne. This wasn't the first time in Asgard's history that something like this had happened. However, the appearance of the goddess of death, Hel, made the originally normal process become abnormal. Hel was the eldest princess of Asgard, although Odin tried his best to hide her existence. However, what had happened in the past wouldn't disappear completely just because it was hidden. Hel had once conquered the 9 realms with Odin, and was imprisoned by Odin because of her ambition. All kinds of hidden past were dug up one by one. Even the fact that Hel was the former owner of Thor's hammer, that the name of the weapon was Sword of the Night Sky, and that she had a giant wolf mount named Fenrir were spread out. After knowing that these news suddenly spread outside, Rog first suspected Loki. However, it turned out that this matter had nothing to do with Loki at all. After careful investigation, they found that the news originally came from Jotunheim, the kingdom of the Frost Giants, and Muspelheim, the kingdom of the Flame Giants. Like Warner Pros, after knowing that Odin was about to die, these Frost Giants and Flame Giants became a little restless. Although the news was leaked by the Frost Giants and Flame Giants, they didn't take the initiative to start a war like Warner Protoss. Instead, they stayed in their homes. At least on the surface, that was the case. Golden Palace in the banquet hall. I've seen the design of the destroyer's armor. The operating principle is very unscientific, and there are also many problems with the performance design. Tani took a sip of Asgard's unique liquor and said with disdain, "The destroyer's armor uses magic and divine power, not science. You can't look at this armor with the scientific and technological eyes of Earth." Thor swallowed the barbecue in his mouth and answered silently. After hearing the conversation between Thor and Tani, Rog and Loki shook their heads helplessly. Since 3 days ago, Thor and Tani had similar conversations every night at dinner. The reason for these conversations was because of a commission from Thor. After knowing that Hel was the former owner of Thor's hammer, Thor found Tani, who was traveling in Asgard, and asked Tani to help him build new weapons and armor at the cost of fulfilling Tani's wish of interstellar travel. Chapter 444. Rog was not surprised that Thor had entrusted Tani to create new weapons and armor. To a certain extent, he even understood Thor very well. Although Thor had been very calm after knowing that the goddess of death Hel was the previous owner of Thor's hammer, as if he did not take this matter to heart at all. However, Rog knew that his mentality was starting to become unstable. As for the reason, it was very simple. In Thor's heart, Thor's hammer was the ultimate weapon that was tailor-made for him. It was his soul mate, his most reliable and trustworthy friend. Until now, Thor could still clearly remember what Odin had said in the Golden Palace during the ceremony when he almost inherited the throne. The Mjolnir is forged from the core of a dying star. Its divine power is incomparable. It can become a sharp weapon that can destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. It can also become a divine work of art that can split the heavens and earth. It is the best thing for a king to have. Although his inheritance ceremony had ended because of the invasion of the frost giants, he had never forgotten this sentence. Therefore, in his opinion, Thor's hammer was not only a weapon that Odin had prepared for the next king but also a test that Odin had for the next king. Whoever could lift Thor's hammer would become the king of Asgard. Note 2. Odin was the king of Asgard, so Odin could lift Thor's hammer. Other than Odin, he was the only one who could lift Thor's hammer, so he was the most suitable person to become the king of Asgard. Although Rog had barely moved Thor's hammer in front of him once, he did not think that it was lifting, so he directly eliminated Rog. However, Hel was different from Rog. Firstly, Hela was Odin's eldest daughter and a member of the royal family of Asgard. Secondly, Hel was the former owner of Thor's hammer. In the end, Hela and Odin created Asgard's glory together, conquering the 9 worlds and making Asgard a powerful existence famous throughout the universe. Be it in terms of status, strength, or battle record, Hela was superior to him. What was even more troublesome was that when the news of Hela spread, many people started to discuss whether Hela was more qualified to inherit the throne. Furthermore, there were quite a lot of people talking about it, and there was no lack of people who supported Hela. Of course, these were not the main reasons why Thor asked Tani to forge new weapons and armor for him. According to Thor's performance in the past few days, Rog speculated that the main reason why Thor asked Tani to forge new weapons and armors was that Thor was jealous. The current Thor was a bit like suddenly finding out that his girlfriend had an ex that he had never known before. Not only that, this ex was taller, more handsome, richer, and more talented than him. It could be said that he crushed him in all aspects. Furthermore, this ex that he had never known before had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door. No matter which world a man was from, he would have a strong desire to possess the things he liked. This desire to possess was an instinct that was deeply imprinted in a man's DNA. It was an existence that transcended rationality. When they were young, this desire was reflected in the monopolization of toys. When they grew up, this desire was reflected in the desire for money and power. At this moment, Thor was deeply provoked by the ex of Thor's hammer, Hela. He would not give Thor's hammer to Hela, nor would he give Asgard to Hela, nor would he give Loki to Hela. Therefore, he had to do everything he could to increase his strength. For example, let Tani create powerful weapons and armor that Hela had never seen before. As the first princess of Asgard and a former criminal official, Hela's understanding of dwarven weapons was not inferior to his, and might even be better than his. This was also why he did not go to the dwarf king Aitsue but went to Tani instead. After all, before he was born, Hela had already completed the honor of conquering the 9 realms with Odin. While trying his best to increase his own strength, Thor did not forget to strengthen his teammates. He picked out a few magic letters from the top-secret library that only the king was qualified to enter and handed them to Loki, who was more like an assassin than a mage. At the same time, he also handed the corpse of the giant wolf Fenrir to Rog. As for why Rog made this request, he did not ask too much. After dinner, Rog did not participate in the discussion between Thor and Tani about the new weapons and armor. Instead, he went directly to the laboratory that Thor had specially arranged for him. In this laboratory of nearly 500 square meters, there were all kinds of Asgard's research instruments. In the corner of the laboratory, there was also a heavy ancient wooden desk. On the desk were magic books that were either opened or piled up together. In addition to these magic books, there was also a golden disc with a diameter of dozens of centimeters on the desk. In the center of the disc, there was a cluster of orange-yellow flames that seemed to never go out. The eternal fire. This cluster of flames, which was not much bigger than a palm, was the treasure that the flame giant Surtur was most proud of, the eternal fire that could increase his strength by a terrifying amount. This cluster of eternal fire was the deposit that Thor had paid to Rog in advance. If he could complete the task of defeating Hela together, then all the eternal fire in the palace's treasury would belong to him. Because there was only a small cluster, this eternal fire was not the most eye-catching existence in the laboratory. On the magic circle in the center of the laboratory, there was a huge corpse that was more than 10 meters in length. This was the corpse of the giant wolf Fenrir. Although it had been dead for more than 2,600 years, Fenrir's corpse was still generally intact. Only a little of its fur and flesh had disappeared. The goddess of death Hela was imprisoned in 639 BC. As her mount, even if Fenrir did not die in the same year, it would not have been too far apart. When Rog first saw Fenrir in the underground secret room of the Golden Palace Hall, he knew that this was the psychic beast that he had been looking for a long time. Although he had used the Punisher and Abomination as psychic beasts for a period of time, they were not real beasts after all, and it was inevitable that they did not live up to their names. However, Fenrir perfectly met his requirements for a psychic beast. After getting Fenrir's corpse, he began to study how to resurrect Fenrir with the eternal fire. He did not intend to use the Edo Tensei on Fenrir because it would make the resurrected Fenrir no longer pure. Its fangs could bite through Hulk's skin. Its skin could resist the continuous fire of the spaceship's machine guns. What Rog wanted was the original Fenrir, not the modified Fenrir. Chapter 445. Resurrecting a creature that had been dead for more than 2,000 years was not an easy task. Even in a world with magic, this wasn't something that anyone could do easily. In the exchange page of the system, there were several ninjutsu related to resurrection. For example, Edo Tensei, as well as reincarnation and reincarnation that required the caster's life as the price. Although Rog really wanted a real psychic beast, he was not crazy enough to use reincarnation and reincarnation to resurrect the giant wolf Fenrir. Since he did not intend to use ninjutsu, he naturally put his eyes on magic. Although he did not look like a mage usually, he had received orthodox Kamartaj magic education and was a real mage with the title of Ancient One's disciple. He did not know if there was any magic related to resurrection in Kamartaj's library, and he was not very interested. The reason was simple: he now had a resurrection method that had been successfully verified. The goddess of death, Hela, used the eternal fire and her own divine power to successfully resurrect the giant wolf Fenrir and her undead warriors. Although this scene could no longer be performed in this world, this did not prevent him from learning a little from Hela's method. He had the corpse of the giant wolf Fenrir. He also had the eternal fire. The only thing he lacked now was Hela's divine power of death. Rog did not intend to ask for Hela's help because this kind of request was destined to be fruitless. Compared to helping him, Hela would be more inclined to kill him directly. Therefore, from the beginning, he excluded Hela from the list of people to ask for help. although Hela had the divine name of the goddess of death and had awakened the divine power of death. But in this world, other than her, there were other existences who had mastered the domain of death. For example, the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. Rog did not have the idea of asking Hela for help because he planned to directly seek Mephisto's help. No matter which angle he looked at it from, his plan seemed a little unreliable. But he was full of confidence in his plan. As someone who had fought with Mephisto in Hell and left Hell alive, he did not feel that his plan would be dangerous. They were all old friends, so Mephisto probably wouldn't mind doing him a small favor. After flipping through Asgard's books on necromancy and dark magic, he successfully found a magic ritual that pointed to the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. He had seen a lot of magic rituals like this in Kamartaj. However, most of Kamartaj's magic rituals were directed at the Weshan Emperor, not an evil existence like Mephisto. It wasn't difficult to set up a magic ritual that pointed to Mephisto. According to the records, there were many mages who had set up a magic ritual and successfully contacted Mephisto. However, there were not many mages who could successfully obtain Mephisto's help. However, he was confident that he could move Mephisto. After checking the magic ritual that had already been set up, Rog guided the eternal fire on the golden disc to his left hand. Then, he came to Fenrir's body. After taking a deep breath for a few seconds, he raised his right hand and summoned the hellfire that he had plundered from Ghost Rider Johnny. When the orange-red hellfire completely enveloped his right hand, he did not hesitate as he slammed his right hand on the floor of the laboratory and used the hellfire to activate the magic ritual. Activating a magic ritual did not necessarily require the use of hellfire. Other types of energy could be used as well. However, in order to attract Mephisto's attention faster, he chose to use the hellfire to activate the magic ritual. When the hellfire flowed across the ground and ignited the magic array carved on the ground, a temporary spatial passage connecting to Hell was constructed. This temporary spatial passage was different from Ghost Rider Johnny's Hellfire Gate. It could not allow creatures on both sides to pass through freely and could only barely transmit consciousness and energy. When the spatial passage was completely stabilized, the hellfire burning on the magic array slowly floated into the air and condensed into a demon's head with curved horns. "It really is you?" Before Rog could say anything, this demon's head formed by the hellfire and larger than his body took the initiative to speak. Mephisto. Although the voice was different from what he remembered, he knew that it was Mephisto himself. "That's right, it's me. It's been a long time." Rog replied calmly. "I don't think you contacted me just to meet me. Cut the crap and get straight to the point. What exactly do you want from me?" Mephisto did not intend to continue chatting with Rog and asked directly. Of course, if the magic ritual set up by Rog could last longer, he would not mind chatting with Rog about his wonderful past experiences. "It's very simple. I hope you can do me a small favor and add some death and resurrection power to the eternal fire in my hands. I want to resurrect this fellow in front of me." Rog did not waste any time and directly stated his request. "So you want to resurrect Fenrir? With the eternal fire, resurrecting Fenrir is indeed not difficult. But why should I help you? You rejected my good intentions the last time." Mephisto was still brooding over Rog's refusal to become his subordinate. "Don't be so petty. No matter what, you're a lord of hell. There's no need to make things difficult for a small fry like me." Rog replied nonchalantly and did not look like he was asking for help at all. Although he did need Mephisto's help now, he did not feel that he needed to act like a beggar. And strictly speaking, he was not here to ask for help, but to make a deal. There's no custom of helping others for free in hell. Show me your sincerity, and I might consider it. Mephisto said in a tone that said, "You know everything. Don't you just want a reward? No problem. Within 10 years, I'll take the initiative to go to hell once and spar with you again. How about this reward? Are you interested?" Ever since the last time they fought, Rog knew that this old pervert Mephisto had his eyes on his soul. However, as long as he did not take the initiative to go to hell, Mephisto could not do anything to him. Therefore, he intended to give Mephisto a chance to obtain his soul. Of course, going to hell did not mean that he would definitely hand over his soul. If he wanted to obtain his soul, he would need to have some real ability. Rog had just finished speaking when Mephisto agreed. At the same time, an ancient sheepskin scroll flew out of the skull formed by hellfire. Sign it, and I'll help you resurrect Fenrir. Chapter 446. The brownish-yellow ancient sheepskin scroll slowly floated in front of Rog and unfolded on its own, displaying the contents of the contract in front of him. The contents of the contract were basically the same as the remuneration he had mentioned earlier, written in English that he was familiar with. From the content, there was nothing wrong with the contract at all. There were no misleading words, nor were there any loopholes in the grammar. However, after reading the contents of the contract, Rog sighed helplessly. Although Mephisto seemed very easy to talk to now, he was ultimately a cunning demon who liked to hide loopholes in contracts. I say, can there be any trust between humans and demons? Rog raised his head and looked at the demon's head floating in the air with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by this? The contents of the contract were written according to the remuneration you mentioned. Are you going back on your word? Although the demon's head formed by hellfire was only a projection, it displayed an extremely realistic expression, just like Mephisto himself. Although I've only been to hell once, and rarely interacted with you demons from hell, you can't treat me like an idiot. If I'm not wrong, these decorative patterns on the scroll should be some kind of hell's language. At first glance, there was indeed nothing wrong with the contents of the sheepskin scroll. However, the real contents of the contract were not just what he had said. Those patterns and lines that looked like they were just used to beautify the scroll were also a part of the contract. As expected of the man I've taken a liking to, you're indeed cautious, Mephisto said in an appreciative tone. After that, the patterns and lines on the scroll completely disappeared, leaving only the English parts that Rog could understand. You should be able to relax now, right? No, I'm still worried. Supercilious Eye activate. Rog ignored Mephisto's gaze and directly activated Supercilious Eye. Using Supercilious Eye's supervision, he scanned the sheepskin scroll with extreme seriousness. There were no words that could not be seen with the naked eye. There were no energy-based languages or spells. There were no hidden traps or structures. Rog carefully observed every part and corner of the sheepskin scroll as if he was disarming a bomb. Indeed, there's no problem. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the scroll, he closed Byakugan, raised his right hand and condensed chakra on his index finger. No matter what method was used to sign the name on the scroll, it would not affect the effect of the contract. Ink could do it, blood could do it, and so could chakra. Just as Rog's index finger was about to touch the parchment, he suddenly stopped and said quietly, "I'm still a little worried." "What are you worried about again?" Mephisto's tone became a little displeased. Although the contract clearly states that as long as you resurrect Fenrir, I have to go to hell once within 10 years. However, resurrection for 1 second is still resurrection. That's why I think we need to discuss the time frame for Fenrir's revival. Rog said with a serious face, as if he was really considering this question. For the first time, Mephisto realized that Rog wasn't as good as he had imagined. At least, he was more talkative and neurotic than he had imagined. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Mephisto changed the contents of the contract again. The other terms were unchanged, but there was an additional sentence after the sentence about resurrecting Fenrir. Resurrect Fenrir and guarantee that Fenrir would have a natural lifespan of more than 100 years. 100 years of natural lifespan. Can I sign it now? No problem. Thank you for your generosity. Rog thanked him sincerely, raised his right hand again, and condensed chakra on his index finger. However, just as his finger was about to touch the parchment, he stopped again. What's wrong with you again? Although Mephisto's tried his best to control his tone, the demon head floating in the air clearly displayed his dissatisfaction. Well, I thought about it again just now. You're a lord of hell. Logically speaking, I shouldn't doubt your ability. But Fenrir is a special life form after all. It's a little different from humans. So, before signing the contract, Can you prove a little that you do have the ability to resurrect Fenrir? Of course, this doesn't require you to really resurrect Fenrir. I just want to confirm that you really have the authority related to death. If you don't mind, you can first add some death domain energy to the eternal fire to prove that you do have the ability to fulfill the contract. He raised his left hand and displayed the eternal fire in front of Mephisto's. That's right, said Rog sincerely as he raised his left hand and displayed the eternal fire in front of Mephisto's. Mephisto didn't expect Rog to be worried about this. To an archdevil of Bator, this was a humiliation. Isn't it just a stronger beast? As long as I want to, I can make this beast jump around at any time. Mephisto didn't say anything. He used his actions to prove his thoughts. The demon head floating in the air opened its mouth, and a ray of green energy flew out and into the eternal fire. With the entry of this green energy, the golden eternal fire suddenly changed color, turning into a strange green. Boy, do you see that? This is the death energy you want, the death energy that can awaken the dead. After the eternal fire had completely changed its color, Mephisto spoke again. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. So this is the death energy as expected of a lord of hell. Rog exclaimed after sensing the eternity fire that was now completely different from before. Since you have proven your ability, then I will also prove my sincerity. As soon as his voice fell, Rog raised his right hand for the third time. Then he grabbed the parchment and rolled it up. Next, he threw the contract that he hadn't had time to sign into the summon scroll. You are deceiving me. After seeing Rog's actions, Mephisto finally reacted and roared angrily. Don't say it so harshly, I don't intend to deceive you. I am a ninja with good professional ethics and morals. I will fulfill the agreement, but not by signing a contract with you. Wait patiently, within 10 years, I will definitely go to hell to find you. After saying that, a burst of chakra erupted from Rog's body, completely destroying the magic formation on the ground. Very good. As expected of the person I chose. How dare you? Before Mephisto could finish speaking, the demon head made of hellfire shattered with a bang and disappeared into the air like fireworks. Chapter 447. As an honest, optimistic, dedicated, friendly, and civilized ninja. Unless his brain was eaten by zombies, he would never sign a contract with Mephisto. Previously, there was a young man who was ignorant of the world who signed a contract with Mephisto, and now his father's grave was several meters tall. Although what he did just now was not honorable and was slightly despicable. Not only did he not have any psychological burden, but he was also secretly happy. That was the Lord of Hell, Mephisto. For such an existence, not talking about martial virtues was the best martial virtue. After calming down the little excitement in his heart, Rog looked at the green eternal fire. Fenrir's corpse, the eternal fire that fused with the power of death. All the prerequisites for resurrection were met. Without hesitation, Rog came to Fenrir's huge head and pressed his left hand, which was wrapped in the green eternal fire, on Fenrir's head. Just like controlling chakra, he let the eternal fire in his left hand surge into Fenrir's head. When the dark green eternal fire entered Fenrir's head, a dark green light appeared in its empty eye sockets. After doing all this, Rog silently took a few steps back. The eternal fire that contained the power of death quickly flowed through Fenrir's body, awakening this terrifying beast that had been dead for more than 2,000 years. The rotten skin quickly recovered, and the black hair that had disappeared grew back. In just a few seconds, Fenrir, who had accompanied Hela to conquer one world after another, woke up. A monster that shook the earth. Note 1. The brutal demon wolf Fenrir was resurrected. When Fenrir stood up again, Rog finally saw its full appearance. It had green eyes, pitch-black fur, and a huge body that was more than 10 meters long. The more he looked, the more he felt that his decision to resurrect Fenrir was correct. Only an existence of Fenrir's level was qualified to be his psychic beast and mount. When Rog was looking at Fenrir, Fenrir's green eyes were also looking at Rog. Although Fenrir was a magical beast, its intelligence was not low. The moment it saw Rog, It was certain that this person had nothing to do with its master, Hela. Not only did he have nothing to do with Hela, but he was also not from Asgard but Midgardian. Other than the Asgard people, all other humans could be used as food. That was what Hel had taught it. Therefore, based on its past experience, it raised its right claw and swatted Rog like a fly. However, Fenrir soon discovered that Rog was completely different from the Midgardians in its memory. Before its sharp and huge right claw could land, Rog jumped onto its body and shone with a brilliant light. Before Fenrir could react, it had disappeared with Rog. Before reviving Fenrir, Rog had considered various possible scenarios. For example, the resurrected Fenrir treated him as food or an enemy. He was prepared for this and found a forest far away from the Golden Palace and the town. As for what this forest was called, he didn't know and wasn't interested, because he would only come to this forest once and only once. After using quantum teleportation to bring Fenrir to the center of the forest, Rog directly left Fenrir's back. Then he used the special ninjutsu to train psychic beasts. Mokutan Jutsu. Mokutan, Wood Dragon Jutsu. Fenrir, who stood up, was 4 or 5 meters tall. Its body and tail were nearly 15 meters. It was an out-and-out giant wolf. However, the wooden Arhat and the wooden dragon that Rog summoned at this time had a huge body size of more than 30 meters. Many times, a huge body meant a strong persuasive power. And Rog intended to prove this point again with facts. Arhat and the long hook-nosed wooden dragon surrounded Fenrir one after another. In Fenrir's puzzled eyes, Arhat and the long hook-nosed wooden dragon became the best dog trainers, using practical actions to prove what the most effective way to train a dog was. In the days when Hela conquered the 9 lands, Fenrir was a terrifying demonic beast that made countless enemies tremble in fear. It was synonymous with brutality and blood. But now times had changed. Not long after, Rog, who was sitting on a branch, heard the miserable howling of wolves. As time passed, the howling of wolves not only did not stop but became more intense. Under the silent night sky, waves after waves of mournful wolf howls rang out, adding some extra feeling to the dark night. Rog knew that Fenrir had a certain wisdom, but he didn't intend to talk to Fenrir. He didn't even tell Fenrir why he let Arhat and the wooden dragon train it. From the moonlight to the scorching sun in the sky, the tireless wooden dragon Arhat and the wooden dragon worked together to train Fenrir for more than 10 hours before they finally stopped the training process that would be strongly condemned by wolf lovers. Fenrir was indeed a very powerful demonic beast, an existence that could play a wild battle face-to-face with Hulk. However, even Hulk couldn't withstand the combined training of more than 30 meters of wooden Arhat and the wooden dragon. When Fenrir stuck out its long tongue and lay motionless on the ground breathing heavily, Rog came to it again. Your master, Hela, is still alive, but you have no chance to return to her side. You have 2 choices now. The first is to refuse to be my psychic beast, and then be beaten to death by the 2 of them, a very cruel kind of death. At this point, Rog raised his finger and pointed at the wooden dragon and wooden Arhat. Then, he continued, the second choice is to become my psychic beast, and follow me in the future. If there is a chance, I will try my best to find a suitable female wolf for you, so that you can start a family and pass on the bloodline. Of course, this kind of thing depends on your fate. If the heavens destined you to be a single dog in this life, then don't resist, just obediently accept your fate. Glancing at Fenrir's intensely undulating abdomen, Rog took out the blood contract scroll that he had only used once from the psychic scroll. Different from the psychic scroll that was only 20 centimeters wide, the blood contract scroll was nearly half a meter wide, enough to put down Fenrir's claws. After the psychic blood contract scroll, Rog opened the scroll and put it in front of Fenrir. You don't have to worry about being lonely after becoming my psychic beast. Do you see this green signature? He is my first psychic beast. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to write a name, just get some of your blood and put a claw print on it. I won't mind. Okay, you now have 10 seconds to consider. If you don't mind, I can start the countdown now. 10, 3, 2. When it heard that it had 10 seconds to consider, Fenrir really wanted to think seriously. However, it didn't expect that Rog's countdown was different from what it imagined. 1. Just when it was shocked by Rog's unexpected card, Rog ended the final countdown. Fenrir, who was half dead, couldn't help but widen its green eyes when it heard Rog say, 1. It looked at Rog in disbelief. Then, it looked up at wooden Arhut and the long hook-nosed wooden dragon. What a pity, I thought you would be happy to become my psychic beast. While speaking, Rog shook his head regretfully, then reached out to the blood contract scroll on the ground. Chapter 448. Just when Rog's right hand was about to touch the blood contract scroll on the ground, Fenrir made a move that even it didn't expect. Fenrir, who was lying on the ground, raised its head slightly, then it stuck out its long red tongue and licked Rog's right hand. From the perspective of Fenrir's own intention, it actually didn't want to lick Rog's right hand. What it wanted was to prevent Rog from taking back the blood contract scroll. Fenrir's tongue was indeed very flexible, but for Rog, it was still too slow. He casually stepped sideways, easily avoided Fenrir's tongue, and took the blood contract scroll on the ground. Woo, 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 woo. After seeing Rog put away the blood contract scroll, Fenrir didn't hesitate and immediately made a fawning, whining sound. Its pair of green eyes looked at Rog pitifully. The so-called demonic wolf dignity was now completely thrown to the back of Fenrir's head. Compared to the untouchable dignity, it valued its own life more. Moreover, it was full of interest to Rog's proposal to find a suitable female wolf. After experiencing death, this brutal demonic wolf that was once the nightmare of countless enemies had a deeper understanding of the preciousness of life. At the same time, it finally understood why its demonic wolves with low intelligence were keen to do some meaningless exercises that wasted physical strength with little female wolves after adulthood. Looking at Fenrir, who had begun to develop into a qualified pet dog, Rog nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, very energetic, a demonic wolf worth training. After sizing up Fenrir with satisfaction, Log put the blood contract scroll back on the ground and said with satisfaction, "Seeing that you've come to your senses in time, I'll give you one more chance." Last chance? This time, Rog didn't count down. When he finished, Fenrir didn't hesitate and immediately used its sharp wolf claws to cut its skin, staining its right claw with green blood. Then, in the blank area of the blood contract scroll, pressed its paw print. "From now on, you're my wolf. In the future, whoever I ask you to bite, you will rush up and bite, even if it's your former master, Gila. Of course, if you encounter any trouble in the future, I will cover you and never let others bully you. As for the other psychic beast benefits, I'll tell you slowly later." Opening the system's attribute panel, Rog glanced at the psychic beast column. Psychic beast, Punisher Frank, Edo 2 reincarnation, Abomination Bronsky, Giant Wolf Fenrir. The Punisher was the only one among the 3 summoned beasts that didn't have a blood contract. Since it was summoned by the Eddy Earth, it was naturally a summoned beast, so there was no need for it to sign a blood contract. As for Abomination and Fenrir, they had both been trained and voluntarily signed the blood contract scroll, thus becoming Log's psychic beasts. You can rest here for a while to recover. You can go and grab whatever you want to eat. Of course, humans. When I need you, I'll find you again. You can now enjoy your new wolf life. After that, Rog threw the blood contract scroll back into the psychic scroll, then opened the portal back to the laboratory. After coming out of the portal that was shining with golden sparks, he glanced at the slightly empty laboratory. In addition to Fenrir, he actually had another psychic beast that he wanted. Devourer. One of the most terrifying creatures in the universe. Its stomach was connected to a parallel universe, and it could devour almost everything. After he crippled Fokker, he had asked Konoha's intelligence department to look for information about the devouring soul beast. He hoped that he could capture this orange cat that would never get fat from eating. But unfortunately, until now, he didn't get any information about Devourer. If he could turn Fenrir and the flapping Yuan beast into his own psychic beasts, then he would be considered a winner in life with both a cat and a dog. After a little fantasy in his mind, he left the laboratory, found the guards stationed near the laboratory, and asked them to send the magic books in the laboratory back to the Golden Palace Library. Those magic books were the collection of the Golden Palace. After reading them, of course, they had to be returned to the original owner. After instructing the guards, he happily walked toward Tani's laboratory. Resurrecting Fenrir was his pre-war preparation plan. After completing his plan smoothly, he couldn't help but be curious about Tani's progress. Although most of the Iron Man armors made by Tani were products of technology, in Rog's memory, Tani also made several sets of magic armors. Kami Assembly Armor, Sword in the Stone Armor, God Slayer Armor, Supreme Warlock Armor. However, Rog only saw these armors in manga. As for whether Tani in this world could still make these armors, he wasn't sure. It didn't take long for him to come to the laboratory that Thor specially prepared for Tani and saw Tani, who was designing a new type of armor. "Why are you here? Did your wolf cub come back to life?" Tony, who was sitting on the high-back chair, raised his head and glanced at Roger before returning his gaze back to the table. Rog didn't hide his plan to resurrect Fenrir, and there was no way to hide this kind of thing. Yes, it came back to life and volunteered to join us, intending to fight against its evil former owner with us. "I didn't expect you to really do it. You are really a madman." Tani stopped calculating data with his right hand and sighed. "It's okay, it's not particularly crazy." As he spoke, Rog's eyes involuntarily fell on the destroyer armor that had been beaten into scrap iron by the wooden man. Looking at the once majestic destroyer armor now piled up in the corner like scrap metal, he couldn't help but miss the scene of the first time he used the wooden arhit to perform the Gatling fist technique. After silently sighing in his heart, he picked up an armor design drawing on the table. This is an armor drawing that has been completed. The shape of the new armor is more than 80% similar to the destroyer armor. The rest of the design incorporates Tani's design concept. In short, the new armor that Tani designed for Thor is a bit like the destroyer armor that incorporates the style of Tani's Iron Man armor. This image looks a bit familiar. As soon as he saw the design of the new armor, Rog felt that he had seen something similar to it somewhere before. This is the anti-Thor armor. After carefully thinking about it, he finally remembered where he had seen this armor before. The new armor that Tani built for Thor turned out to be the anti-Thor armor that he had seen in manga. Thor's new armor is actually the anti-Thor armor, and he began to be a little confused. Chapter 449. What's the name of this armor? Rog put down the blueprint in his hand and could not help but ask. It's not confirmed yet. Anti-Hela armor or anti-death armor. It doesn't matter what it's called. Tani did not look up and continued to calculate the data. Luckily, it's not called anti-Thor armor. Otherwise, Thor would definitely suspect that you're on Hela's side. Rog complained in his heart. What about the weapon? What new weapon did you design for Thor? Rog continued to ask. It's still a hammer, a bigger hammer. With that, Tani found the blueprint of a new weapon from a pile of blueprints and handed it to Rog. Just as Tani said, the new weapon was a hammer. However, compared to Thor's hammer, the new hammer designed by Tani was much bigger. How big was it? Rog looked at the standard numbers on it. The hammer was 1.2 meters long, 45 centimeters wide, and 60 centimeters tall. From the looks of it, the new hammer designed by Tani was a super enlarged version of Thor's hammer, directly using the design style of Thor's hammer. Have you shown the blueprint of this hammer to Thor? Although Thor loved hammers and even had the funny nickname of the Hammer God, it was still not enough. Rog still felt that the new hammer design by Tani was a little too big. I've seen it and he likes it a lot. Alright, you win. Big hammer 80, small hammer 40. This sentence appeared in his mind involuntarily. After imagining the scene of Thor fighting with two hammers, one big and one small, Rog tactfully shut his mouth. Then, he left Tani's laboratory and decided to return to his room to have a good sleep. Controlling the wooden Arhat and the long beak-nosed wooden dragon for more than 10 hours wasn't enough to exhaust his chakra, but it was still very tiring. Under the service of the maids of the Golden Palace, he enjoyed a relaxing bath service that made him feel both physically and mentally comfortable. This damned feudal society degenerate life. A week later, in the conference hall of the Golden Palace. This is a letter of challenge from Hela. With that, Thor, who was sitting at the head of the table, passed Hela's letter of challenge to Rog, who was sitting at the head of the table. After receiving the letter of challenge, Rog casually glanced at it. The content was very simple. There was only one sentence. 3 days later, in Jotunheim, the two armies will face off. The goddess of death did not plan to sneak back to Asgard. Instead, she openly issued a challenge and set a date for the final battle. It had to be said that Hela's method was very domineering. Although her strength would increase significantly after she stepped onto Asgard, she was still a little weak. However, she did not do so. Instead, she directly challenged Thor and Asgard. What I lost, I will take back with my own hands. This might be Hela's true thoughts at this time. A battle between the two armies. She has organized another undead army? Rog said in confusion while looking at Heimdall on the left side of the long table. Hela doesn't only have an undead army now. She also has an entire frost giant army. She is now the queen of Jotunheim. At this point, Heimdall lowered his head in shame. He was the guardian of Bifrost and had the eye of the god that could perceive everything. He was the main force in searching for Hela's whereabouts. However, just as he was searching for Hela all over the world, Hela actually became the queen of Jotunheim right under his nose. To him, this was undoubtedly a slap to his face. If Hela had not taken the initiative to appear in Jotunheim and sent a frost giant to deliver the letter of challenge, he would not have known that Hela was in Jotunheim until now. Queen of Jotunheim? After hearing Heimdall's description, Tani, Loki, the three warriors of Sengoku, and Sif all looked puzzled. Tani was puzzled about what kind of place Jotunheim was. Sif and the others were puzzled about how Hela had subdued these frost giants. Although Loki had stabbed his biological father to death in the last royal family dispute and had almost destroyed Jotunheim with Bifrost, bringing a fatal blow to the frost giants like a world-ending natural disaster. However, Jotunheim was still a kingdom that belonged to the frost giants. It had only been half a month since Hela had broken out of her predicament. It only took half a month to take Jotunheim's frost giant under his command. This efficiency could be said to be terrifying. Even if Asgard mobilized all his troops, he would not be able to completely take down Jotunheim in half a month. However, Hela had done something that Asgard's army could not do by herself. Although the battle had not yet begun, Sif and the others could already feel the immense pressure brought by Hela. Compared to Sif and the others, Rog and Tani were much calmer. One of them felt that it was still within the acceptable range, while the other did not know what this meant at all, so they were extremely calm. What do you think of Hela's letter of challenge? Looking at Sif and the others, whose expressions were getting worse and worse, Thor spoke. I have an immature suggestion that everyone can consider. Rog glanced around and continued, although Hela has an undead army and a frost giant army, this is not particularly troublesome. As long as we aim the Bifrost at Jotunheim and launch at full power. When the time comes, not to mention destroying Hela's army, even destroying the entire Jotunheim won't be difficult. Thor and the others thought that Rog would have an exquisite plan, but they did not expect that Rog's suggestion was to directly destroy the entire Jotunheim. A full-power Bifrost could indeed completely destroy Jotunheim, but such an indiscriminate large-scale destructive attack had never been used even in the process of conquering the 9 worlds by Odin. This method had already gone beyond the scope of war and had risen to the level of genocide. The last person who had such an idea was Loki when his ambitions were inflated. While Thor and the others looked at Rog in disbelief, Loki showed an expression of approval to Rog. Without a word of disagreement, he would directly kill him. Loki liked this character very much. After looking at Rog silently for more than 10 seconds, Thor sighed helplessly, shook his head and said, "No. We can't do this. Even if we destroy Jotunheim, it won't cause much harm to Hela. With her strength, she can leave before Jotunheim is destroyed." In the end, Thor rejected Rog's suggestion. "If we don't do this, then we can only sacrifice the lives of those ordinary soldiers. You and I can entangle Hela, but we can't deal with her army at the same time. You should know this very well. Although Rog's suggestion was crazy, it could prevent the deaths of ordinary soldiers to the greatest extent. Although using the Bifrost to attack Jotunheim was a very unfair thing for the Frost Giants, the Frost Giants still had the advantage. But war was never fair. Since they stood in the wrong position, of course they had to pay the corresponding price. No, Asgard won't do this, and Father won't want to see this. Thor did not want to sacrifice the lives of ordinary soldiers, but he still could not accept the suggestion of using Bifrost to launch an indiscriminate destructive attack. He knew that this was a very cruel thing for those ordinary soldiers. But for Asgard, he could only do this. Asgard must not be synonymous with tyrant and destruction, absolutely not. Chapter 450. Asgard, Golden Palace Hall. Thor was wearing a silver-white anti-Hera armor as he sat on the throne in the Golden Palace Hall with a serious expression. On the left and right of the throne, there were two warhammers, one big and one small. The small one was Thor's hammer. The big one was the new weapon that Tani had created for Thor, the Thunder Titan's hammer. On the stairs on the side of Thor's hammer stood the Rainbow Bridge Guardian Heimdall, Sif, and the three warriors of Sengoku. On the side of the Thunder Titan's hammer stood Loki, Rog, Tani, and Hulk. Hulk was not originally on the list, and Thor did not specifically summon Hulk. The reason why he was here was purely because of Little Pepper. 2 days ago, when Tani returned to Earth and planned to bring Mark 46 to Asgard, he was stopped by Little Pepper. Note 1, Little Pepper did not agree with Tani participating in the war between Asgard and Hela. According to Tani, he used a strong attitude to reject Little Pepper because he did not want to abandon Thor and Rog. However, Rog heard a completely different version from Hulk's mouth. Tani did not convince Little Pepper. In order to reassure Little Pepper, Tani took the initiative to ask Hulk to accompany him, and in the end, Little Pepper agreed. Thor warmly welcomed Hulk's arrival. Loki, on the other hand, had been appearing and disappearing unpredictably since the day Hulk arrived. If it was not for the fact that everyone had to gather before going to war, Rog felt that he might not even be able to see Loki today. Outside the stairs were the generals of Asgard's army. As for the ordinary soldiers, they gathered in the square outside the Golden Palace, ready to go to war at any time. Thor, who was sitting on the throne, glanced at the people in the Golden Palace with a dignified gaze, and said slowly in a serious tone like Odin, "Let's go." At the same time, a grand horn sounded outside the Golden Palace. As the horn sounded, Thor slowly stood up, holding Thor's hammer and Thunder Titan's hammer in his hands, and walked step by step toward the Rainbow Bridge. The Golden Palace was quite a distance away from the Rainbow Bridge, and as the commander-in-chief, Thor, of course, it was impossible to walk to the Rainbow Bridge. At the entrance of the palace hall, there was a handsome Pegasus with its white fur white snow. This Pegasus was called Sleipnir, and it was Odin's mount. Note 2, Thor preferred to fly over with Thor's hammer instead of riding Thor's hammer. However, as the commander-in-chief of the army and Asgard's regent, he couldn't do as he pleased in this regard, and could only lead the army according to tradition. When Thor rode the handsome Pegasus that originally belonged to Odin, except for Rog and Hulk, everyone else rode the Pegasus that had already been prepared and slowly walked toward the Rainbow Bridge Hall. Rog didn't ride a Pegasus because he had a better mount, Fenrir. Hulk didn't ride a Pegasus because he didn't know how to ride one at all, and those Pegasus were instinctively afraid of him. As long as Hulk touched these Pegasus would instantly go crazy, as if they had been touched by their natural enemy. Under the leadership of Thor, Asgard's army started from the Golden Palace Square and marched all the way to the Rainbow Bridge Hall. Then, like dumplings, they walked into the entrance of the Rainbow Bridge one batch after another. The Rainbow Bridge was worthy of being a strategic weapon of war. It only took a few seconds for Thor, Rog, and others to arrive at the bone-chilling Jotunheim. Behind them were teams of Asgard's army. Cold. Very cold. Extremely cold. Rog's first feeling when he came to Jotunheim was like wearing thin summer clothes to the South Pole in winter. The ubiquitous cold wind blew from all directions and quickly took away the body's temperature. Without any hesitation, Rog directly covered himself with a layer of light blue chakra coat to completely isolate himself from the cold wind. When the warmth returned to his body, Rog glanced at Hulk, who was only wearing a pair of thin elastic shorts. The cold that was fatal for ordinary people was nothing to Hulk, whose physical fitness was so good that it was a cheat. He even liked this rare cold weather a little. Although Tawny, who was wearing Mark 46, did not have a strong physique, he did not need to worry about the temperature at all with the armor wrapped around him. As time passed, Asgard's army continued to appear behind them, forming a phalanx. Several hundred meters in front of them, there were two large armies. Dark blue skin and blood-red eyes were the Frost Giant army. The ones with dark skin and green eyes were Hela's undead army. It had to be said that Hela had chosen a good place. In a cold world like Jotunheim, every corpse could be properly preserved, unlike other worlds where only skeletons were left. When Asgard's army was completely assembled, Jotunheim's new queen, the goddess of death, Hela, rode a ferocious frost behemoth full of strong muscles to the front of the Frost Giant army and the undead army. She calmly looked at Asgard's army opposite her. However, in the next second, a trace of anger appeared on her face. Fenrir. Hela saw her old partner, Fenrir, and Rog, who was riding on Fenrir's back with a light blue glow all over his body. With just a glance, Hela saw the difference in Fenrir. The power of death. On Fenrir's body, she saw an extremely rich power of death. It only took a few seconds for Hela to recognize the source of this power of death and roughly speculate on Fenrir's state. Fenrir died and was resurrected by the power of death in hell. Although Hela had not been to hell, she was not unfamiliar with it. If she had not been imprisoned by Odin back then, she would have even led an army to hell and conquered the world that had never been conquered by anyone. Fenrir, come here. Hela ignored Thor, who was riding the eight-legged horse, Sleipnir, and said directly to Fenrir. The whistling cold wind not only did not cover Hela's voice, but it also clearly passed her voice into Fenrir's ears. Hearing Hela's call, Fenrir instinctively raised his right claw. However, just as his right claw was about to step forward, he suddenly realized something. He silently retracted his right claw, whined softly, and lowered his head. Although Rog did not understand what Fenrir was saying, he could understand Fenrir's meaning. My current master is Rog, and I will only listen to Rog's orders. Good attitude, I'm very satisfied. Rog patted Fenrir in a good mood. Chapter 451. Although Asgard was a universal civilization with a long history, Asgard's war culture was not much different from medieval Europe. To put it simply, both sides of the war would gather their respective armies, then choose a battlefield where no one had any objections, set up a formation, and finally, charge directly. Yes, Asgard's war culture was so simple, just like a street gang fight. The only difference was that the number of people fighting was a little more, the weapons were more powerful, and the individual combat power was a little stronger. When Fenrir refused Hela's summon, Thor, who was riding on the eight-legged Thor's hammer, directly raised the hammer of Thor in his right hand and summoned a huge lightning bolt that cut through the cold wind. Accompanied by the rumbling sound of thunder, Thor waved Thor's hammer and sword into the sky, flying straight toward Hela, who was on the frost behemoth. Without any orders, when Thor took the lead and flew toward the goddess of death, Asgard's army also rushed toward the Frost Giant army and the undead army on the opposite side like a torrent. Stupid! Looking at Thor, who was flying toward her like lightning, goddess of death Hela snorted disdainfully. Then, she slowly raised her right hand and gently waved it from left to right. The moment Hela waved her hand, black swords appeared out of thin air and flew toward Thor and the Asgard army behind him like a rainstorm. However, just as these black swords flew out, a Rasengan wrapped in lightning took the lead and flew into the Frost Giant's army. Raiton, spiral electromagnetic gun. Rog, who was riding on Fenrir's back, did not charge with Thor, but directly used ninjutsu. Since Thor didn't want Asgard to be known as bloody and cruel, then this bad name will be carried by me. Unlike Thor, Rog didn't care what others would think of him. Even on Earth, he dared to let Konoha maintain a strong and domineering style, and he didn't care what others would say about him and Konoha. Not to mention that he was now in an alien kingdom like Jotunheim, facing an alien race like the Frost Giants. Although the spiral electromagnetic cannon was not big, its speed and power were not small at all. Before the black sword that Hela shot out could reach Thor, the light blue spiral railgun had already landed in the middle of the Frost Giant army. Boom! A terrifying explosion that caused the earth to tremble resounded. A huge light blue ball of light soared into the sky, and a powerful energy storm and shockwave swept out in all directions like a hurricane, instantly engulfing everything. The terrifying shockwave produced by the explosion blew away the raging cold wind, causing the harsh cold weather to temporarily disappear. No one thought that Rog's first shot would be a large-scale attack ninjutsu. However, what surprised them even more was what he did next. Before the explosion of the first spiral electromagnetic gun had dissipated, he threw out the second spiral electromagnetic gun. Then the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth shots followed. Rog used the electromagnetic pulse gun 6 times before he ended the saturation attack. That's all I can do for you. Although Thor decided to follow the tradition of Asgard and use Asgard's army to face the Frost Giants and the undead army head-on. However, Rog was not willing to see these ordinary soldiers die in vain. The place where they were now was called Jotunheim, the place with the most Frost Giants in the universe. Coupled with the racial characteristics of the Frost Giants, the number of enemies facing Asgard's army was several times their own. For this decisive battle, Thor basically pulled out all of Asgard's main forces. But even so, Asgard's soldiers were less than 100,000. Opposite them were hundreds of thousands of Frost Giants and an even more astonishing undead army. He respected the tradition of Asgard, but he also hoped that more ordinary soldiers could return to Asgard alive. After all, during this time, Asgard had provided him with a meticulous feudal life. If you respect me, I will return the favor tenfold. The 6 spiral electromagnetic cannons were his return to this feudal and depraved life. The 6 powerful electromagnetic pulse gunshots not only disrupted the formation of the Frost Giants and the undead army, but also significantly reduced their advantage in numbers. As for the rest, of course, it was up to Asgard's soldiers to deal with. Moreover, when Asgard's soldiers and the Frost Giants fought, Rog could not continue to use these saturation attacks. Unless he wanted to take Asgard's ordinary soldiers with him. The goddess of death originally thought that she only needed to get rid of her brother Thor this time. However, it turned out that her thinking was a little too simple. If she wanted to return to Asgard's throne, defeating Thor was far from enough. At least in Hela's opinion, this guy called Rog was more troublesome than Thor. When subduing the Frost Giants, she did not forget to inquire about Asgard. She knew what Rog had done in Asgard in recent years, but what she did not expect was that Rog was stronger than the rumors said. Looking at the Frost Giants and the undead army scattered around, Hela put away her initial disdain and stroked her black hair with both hands. With a stroke of her hands, her long black hair disappeared. What replaced it was a black helmet with 10 sharp horns of different lengths. The goddess of death, Hela, had officially entered battle mode. As soon as Hela's black helmet appeared, Thor, who was holding 2 hammers, one big and one small, appeared in front of her. Then he held the Thunder Titan's hammer in his left hand and smashed it at Hela. Thor did not leave and use Thor's hammer to attack Hela. This was because he knew that as the previous owner of Thor's hammer, Hela definitely had the ability to block Thor's hammer's attack. Facing Thor's Thunder Titan's hammer, Hela, who was sitting on the frost behemoth, did not dodge. She casually stretched out her right hand. The huge Thunder Titan's hammer fell with the power of thunder and smashed into Hela's right hand. Then, nothing happened. Thor's Thunder Titan's hammer was like a floating balloon, easily blocked by Hela and did not cause any damage to her. Not only that, when Thor tried to pull back the Thunder Titan's hammer, he suddenly realized that he could not. With Thor's hammer as a sample, the Thunder Titan's hammer, which Tani had painstakingly created, seemed to be nailed to Hela's hand. No matter how hard Thor tried, the Thunder Titan's hammer did not move at all. Thor had seen this scene before when others tried to lift Thor's hammer. Kneel! Hela, who was holding the Thunder Titan's hammer, looked at Thor calmly and said like a queen. Chapter 452. When Hela said kneel, with an expressionless face, Thor felt as if he was looking at a female version of Loki. Just as arrogant, just as insufferably arrogant. As the Thor of Asgard and the Regent, of course, Thor would not choose to kneel. He raised Thor's hammer and summoned a huge bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket from the cloudy sky toward Hela. The bolt of lightning from the sky arrived before Hela at an unimaginable speed and accurately hit her body. Boom! The sound of a huge explosion rang out, and tiny electric snakes scattered like fireworks. He had succeeded. Saul's heart surged with joy. However, in the next second, the joy in his heart disappeared. What replaced it was shock and disbelief. The messy electric snakes quickly dissipated in the air, and Hela's figure appeared before him once again. Unharmed. Not only was Hela not injured as Thor had imagined, but even the frost behemoth under her was also unharmed. How is this possible? Although it was a last-minute move, Thor was very clear about the power of the lightning he summoned. Has Odin gone senile? To actually choose a weakling like you to inherit the throne. With Hela's strength, she could have dodged the lightning before it hit her. However, she did not do so because she wanted to see what kind of strength the heir that Odin had carefully cultivated had. She was very disappointed. Very disappointed. With the strength that Thor had shown so far, he was far from being able to compete with her before she was imprisoned, let alone the current her. Thinking of this, Hela's disdain for Thor became even more obvious. She had originally thought that the heir that Odin had carefully cultivated would be a top expert that could look down on the 9 worlds, but reality proved that she had thought too much. After personally experiencing Thor's attack, Hela did not intend to continue playing with Thor. She grabbed the Thunder Titan's hammer with her right hand and exerted force. Bang! The Thunder Titan's hammer, which was made of URU metal and other metals from the Divine Palace, shattered under Hela's grab, turning into pieces of scrap metal of different sizes. Shattering a hammer with her bare hands. Although Hela did not crush Thor's hammer this time but the Thunder Titan's hammer that Tani had created, the scene was still shocking. The most shocked one was Tani, who had personally created the Thunder Titan's hammer. He knew that Hela was very strong, or they would not have brought tens of thousands of troops here. However, he did not expect Hela was to be this strong. If even the Thunder Titan's hammer could not withstand a casual grab from Hela, then Mark 46 would definitely not be able to. It took less than a second for Tony to make the decision to stay away from hell. Saul's entire family was a monster. Of course, monsters could only be dealt with. Tani began to look for traces of the other monster, Rog. After using 6 spiral electromagnetic cannons, Rog used super-light rock to leave Fenrir's back, allowing Fenrir to freely attack the frost giants and the undead army. As for himself, he was floating above the battlefield, looking down at the battle between Thor and Hela. Hela was very strong, undeniably strong. Especially after witnessing Hela block the lightning with the divine power of death, he was even more certain. It was not difficult to use the divine power of death to protect oneself from lightning. As long as one was slightly proficient in energy control, they could do this. However, what Hela did was far more than that. Not only did Hela use the divine power of death to protect herself, but she also protected the frost giant under her and the surrounding ground. What was even rarer was that Hela controlled the output of the divine power of death to an extremely precise degree, making the divine power of death just enough to offset the power of the lightning, creating a scene as if nothing had happened. If one were to describe it in terms of figure, then one would be fat if one were to add a bit more, and one would be thin if one were to add a bit less. Perfect. Perfect in the truest sense. Although Rog's control of chakra could be considered exquisite, compared to Hela's control of the divine power of death, he was not just a little bit behind. as expected of the goddess of death who had once made Odin feel troubled. Just as Rog was admiring Hela's exquisite control, a black sword suddenly appeared in Hela's left hand, directly piercing toward Thor, who was still in a state of shock. Clang. The black sword that Hela casually summoned hit the anti-Hela armor on Thor's body, creating a crisp sound of collision. Different from the Thunder Titan's hammer, the anti-Hela armor did not disgrace Tani's reputation as a genius inventor, easily blocking Hela's sword. It was only when the tip of the black sword hit the anti-Hela armor on his body that Thor finally reacted, quickly waving Thor's hammer, increasing the distance between him and Hela. The image of Hela blocking the lightning without any injury and crushing the Thunder Titan with her bare hands brought immense pressure to Thor. At the same time, it also made him feel a little fortunate. Fortunately, it was the Thunder Titan's hammer that had smashed toward Hela in the beginning and not Thor's hammer, or he would have lost more than just a weapon. After Thor increased the distance between him and Hela, Rog, who was floating in the air, quickly flew to Thor's side. Your mind is a little unstable right now. Let me deal with her first, you go deal with the other enemies. If anyone else had said this to him at this time, Thor would definitely have rejected without even thinking. However, the person who said this to him was Rog. Be careful. She's very strong, much stronger than we thought. After giving Rog a reminder, Thor waved Thor's hammer and flew toward the area with the most frost giants. After Thor left, Rog took a deep breath and calmed his mind completely. 3 Tomo Sharingan, open. With the opening of the Sharingan, his aura also changed, becoming as sharp as the cold wind around him. Lightning body blink. Rog, who was glowing with a light blue light, instantly disappeared. Lightning body blink had already become a habit for him. No matter what kind of enemy he was facing, using lightning body blink to launch a surprise attack or test the waters was a good method. In just an instant, Rog appeared in front of Hela as if he had teleported. He jumped high into the air and slashed at Hela's neck with his Kusanagi sword. Clang. Hela, who was sitting on the frost behemoth, did not change her expression. She casually raised the black sword in her left hand and blocked the incoming Kusanagi sword. At the same time, she summoned a black sword with her empty right hand and stabbed it at Log, who was in midair. The black sword in Hela's right hand instantly pierced through Rog's body. Blue blood spurted out, and a 2-meter-tall frost giant painfully gripped the black sword that had pierced through his body. Substitution technique. Chapter 453. Rog had not used the substitution jutsu in a battle for a long time. As he mastered more and more ninjutsu, there were fewer and fewer battles where he needed to use the substitution jutsu. Even so, when he used this ninjutsu that he had not used for a long time, he did not feel unfamiliar with it. When the black sword in Hela's right hand stabbed towards him, he randomly picked a target from the frost giants around him and let this unlucky guy take the hit for him. In Naruto's world, the substitution jutsu was one of the 3 entry-level ninjutsu. Those who did not learn the substitution jutsu were not even qualified to graduate from the ninja academy. However, in this world, the substitution jutsu was definitely a godly technique for dodging attacks. Even if there was a limit to its range, it did not affect this point at all. Compared to when he first learned the substitution jutsu, Rog's range was now several times larger, enough to allow him to dodge most attacks except for large-scale ones. For example, at a time like this, when she blocked Rog's Kusanagi sword, Hela did not feel that there was anything praiseworthy about his attack this time. However, when Rog used the substitution jutsu that she had never seen before and could not even see through, Hela's expression appeared as if she had seen a new prey. In an instant, he replaced her position with the frost giants and let them take the hit that should have been taken by her. Interesting. Hela did not pay attention to the frost giants that were still struggling in pain. She released her right hand and directly abandoned the black sword. For Hela, this black sword was a consumable that she did not need to care about at all. However, when she released her right hand and threw away the black sword, Rog, who had disappeared, once again appeared in her sight. She saw him stepping on the frost giant's head, and when the frost giant fell due to gravity, he swung the Kusanagi sword that was wrapped in lightning. Lightning release, Chidori blade. After testing it out, he roughly understood the strength of the black sword. Since the Kusanagi sword under normal conditions could not cut through it, then he would try the more lethal and sharper Kusanagi sword, Chidori blade. While Hila had plenty of combat experience and exquisite techniques, she had never met an opponent like Rog, who did not play by the rules. Normal people would choose to pull away after their first attack failed and redeploy a second attack. However, Rog did not do so. Although he had used the substitution technique and let the unlucky frost giant take the blow for him, the frost giant's body was still very weak. However, he did not distance himself from them. Instead, he hid in the blind spot created by the frost giant and the frost behemoth. Because of the angle, Hila, who was sitting on the frost behemoth, did not notice his little action immediately. Instead, she thought that he had chosen to distance himself from her like everyone else. When Hila let go of her right hand and tried to find him, he instantly appeared above the falling frost giant from her blind spot. When she saw Rog stepping on the frost giant's head, Hila's right hand once again summoned the black sword, and the black sword in her left hand immediately attacked him. However, to Rog, Hila's movements were too slow. In this kind of high-speed close-range combat, even a delay of 0.01 seconds would cause irreparable consequences. The Kusanagi sword in Rog's hand drew a beautiful arc, and under Hila's gaze, he instantly appeared in front of her. Chi. The Kusanagi sword with lightning wrapped around it slashed through Hila, cutting off one of the sharp horns on her helmet. It was not that Rog did not want to directly cut off Hila's head, but he did not have such a chance. While the black swords in Hila's hands could not stop him in time, her strangely shaped black helmet with 10 sharp horns managed to block his unexpected attack. At the start, Rog was still curious as to why the goddess of death would choose such a strange helmet. Now he knew. This black helmet was not only a decoration that made Hila look more domineering, but it was also a protective equipment with good defensive effects. At the very least, when Hila was wearing this helmet, Rog would definitely not choose to attack her head with his bare hands. Lightning blink. While the final result was a little different from what he had imagined, he did not hesitate and directly used lightning blink to leave the frost giant's head. When the frost giant with the black sword in its chest fell heavily in front of the frost behemoth, the black horn that was cut off by the Kusanagi sword, Thousand Birds' blade fell onto the frost behemoth's body, then bounced up slightly and fell onto the thick frozen ground. You're good, at least much better than Thor. Looking at the black horn that had fallen to the ground, Hila's expression did not change as she spoke to Rog, who was dozens of meters away. Then, under Rog's gaze, Hila raised her right hand and gently touched the horn that had been cut off by Rog. When Hila's right hand touched the smooth surface of the cut, a ghostly green light lit up, and the black horn that had been cut off quickly returned to its original state. At the same time, the black horn on the ground turned into a bundle of black hair. It's actually hair. Seeing this scene, Rog revealed a look of doubt. All this time, he had thought that Hila was wearing a strange helmet. However, now it seemed that it was not a helmet at all but hair that had been changed by the god of death. This way of using energy was very imaginative. Using energy to strengthen parts of the body was a relatively common and orthodox method. For example, Rog often used chakra to strengthen his body, giving him more strength and speed in battle. However, Hila's method was completely different. She used the god of death's power on her hair, turning it into a strange helmet. When the helmet that had turned into hair returned to its original state, Hila, who was holding 2 swords, jumped down from the frost behemoth and slowly walked toward Rog. When she was only 20 meters away from Rog, she stopped and said to Rog with the arrogance of a queen, "Submit and be loyal to me, and I will give you the position of Asgard's executioner." Although Hila's tone made people feel very unhappy, and her arrogant attitude was even more annoying than Loki before he was beaten up, for some reason, when these words came out of Hila's mouth, it made people feel as if it was natural. "Sorry, I have no intention of becoming someone else's subordinate." Rog did not hesitate and directly rejected Hila's suggestion. "Then," she continued, "also, You do not have the authority to appoint Asgard's executioner. Appointing an executioner was a power that only the king of Asgard had. Putting aside the fact that Hela did not have such authority, even the current soul did not have it. Chapter 454. After being rejected by Rog, Hela did not say anything else and only looked at him coldly. Then, she threw the black sword in her hand directly at Rog. Clang, clang. Hela's throwing attack was no threat to Rog, who had activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. He casually raised the Kusanagi sword in his hand and deflected the 2 black swords that were flying at him like bullets. Throwing attacks in front of me, who has activated his Sharingan. Aren't you looking down on me a little too much? Just as Rog looked at Hela with dissatisfaction, Hela suddenly disappeared from his sight. In just an instant, Hela had crossed the distance of 20 meters and was directly in front of him. So fast. Hela's sudden burst of speed gave Rog a slight shock. The speed that Hela displayed at this moment was not any slower than Rog, who had used Lightning Body Blink. Before he had time to marvel at Hela's speed, Hela's hands once again summoned the black swords. Rog did not know if these black swords that Hela summoned were the so-called swords of the night sky, but he was certain that the quality of these black swords was not low at all. From a certain perspective, they could even be called high-quality weapons. The weapons that Asgard's Golden Palace guards carried with them were clearly inferior to these black swords. Clang, clang, clang. After summoning the black swords with both hands again, Hela did not hesitate and launched a barrage of attacks at Rog. Hela's swordsmanship was very good. It was sharp, deadly, and extremely fast. If Hela's opponent was not Rog, who was using the Kusanagi sword, but Thor, who was using Thor's hammer. With just this superb swordsmanship, Hela could easily control the rhythm of the battle in her hands. However, it was a pity that she was facing Rog, who was also skilled in swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship, he had never been afraid of anyone. Hela, who held the sword with both hands, attacked like a machine that would not tire, and the sharp blade continuously attacked Rog's vital parts. Heart, throat, head, even Log's lower body was one of Hela's targets. Log did not dare to be careless in the face of Hela's attacks, which could severely injure him even if he did not die. He had no intention of dying in Jotunheim, nor of risking the happiness of the rest of his life. With his 3-tomo Sharingan, he was able to block all of Hela's attacks with his Kusanagi sword. At this time, although Hela and Rog did not use any powerful attacks, the surrounding frost giants and Asgard's warriors all silently distanced themselves from the two of them. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, but they couldn't help at all. While Hela and Rog were only competing in swordsmanship, their competition had already exceeded the scope of what ordinary people could understand. Simply put, it could be described with one word: fast. It was faster than the limit of what the naked eye could capture. In the eyes of others, Rog and Hela seemed to be shrouded in endless black and white sword shadows. Not only could they not see the black sword and the Kusanagi sword, but even the figures of Rog and Hela were blurry. On the other side of the battlefield, when Tani saw Rog and Hela competing in swordsmanship, he tried to ask Friday on Mark 46 to analyze their fighting style. However, within a few seconds, Friday gave a reply that exceeded the system's capture and analysis. Monsters. They're all monsters. Although Tani knew that Rog was a monster, every battle with Rog would refresh his understanding of monsters. In addition to Tani, Hulk, who was beating up the frost giants, also had the intention of helping Rog. However, after seeing their dazzling attacks, Hulk wisely gave up the idea. Although Hulk was not as smart as Dr. Banner, his combat IQ was much higher than Dr. Banner's. With just a casual glance, Hulk knew that he could not keep up with the rhythm and speed of Rog and Hela's battle, let alone intervene. While the people around them were shocked by their rapid attack and defense, Rog became calmer and calmer. In the past few years, he had fought many opponents. However, he had never met an enemy like Hela. Hela's melee fighting style was extremely similar to his, and it could even be said that they came from the same philosophy. That was, in the world of martial arts, there was nothing that could not be defeated, only speed could not be defeated. Both of them were the kind of people who gave up on fancy moves and focused on speed. Faster attack speed, faster attack speed, faster reaction speed. Although this method of attack seemed simple and crude, in a real battle, it could play an unbelievable effect. As time passed by, Gila and Rog's rapid attack and defense did not show any signs of slowing down. Instead, it began to develop in an even more extreme direction. They both knew very well that once one of them could not hold on, it would be a one-sided crushing situation. If they were slower by one sword, they would completely lose the initiative. Because he was holding the sword with one hand, Rog began to slowly fall into a situation where he was more defensive than offensive. The attack frequency of the one-sword style was naturally slower than that of the two-sword style. Damn it! As Gila's attacks became more and more intense, Rog finally took out the flying Thor kunai from his ninja bag and held it in his left hand. He originally thought that his one-sword style would be enough to resist Gila's two-sword style attack. However, it turned out that he had overestimated himself and underestimated Gila. When the flying Thor kunai also joined the battle, the tilted balance became balanced again, and Rog and Gila fell into a situation where neither could do anything to the other. Double sword style Rog versus double sword style Gila. Just as the battle was about to reach a stalemate, Rog suddenly made a move that Gila did not expect. After blocking a wave of attacks from Gila, Rog threw the flying Thor kunai in his left hand up and took the initiative to end the two-sword style. However, in the next second, Rog, who was crazily fighting with Gila, disappeared. Not retreating, not dodging. Instead, he had truly disappeared. What's going on? Gila's attention had always been on Rog, so she was very sure that Rog definitely did not have the time to play any tricks. Just as Gila subconsciously stopped attacking with both hands, Rog, who had disappeared, appeared in front of her again. Flying Thor. A normal blink would not be able to make him disappear in this situation. However, the flying Thor could. Rog, who had reappeared, bit the handle of the flying Thor kunai that had been thrown away, and his left hand had also grabbed a flying Thor kunai. Three-sword style Rog, enter. Chapter 455. Whether it was using his mouth to bite the kunai or fighting with three weapons at the same time, none of them were Rog's original ideas. However, this did not stop him from using these techniques in battle. When it came to imitating physical techniques, the Sharingan could be said to be omnipotent. Taking advantage of the moment when Gila stopped attacking, Rog, who had returned from the Flying Thunder God, quickly entered a berserk state. Previously, Gila had initiated the attack, so she had a certain advantage. Now, this advantage was in Rog's hands. In his right hand was the Kusanagi sword, in his left hand was the flying Thor kunai, and in his mouth was a flying Thor kunai. This was Rog's three-sword style. He did not hesitate at all when he reappeared and immediately attacked Gila. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of weapons clashing rang out like a Gatling gun, playing the prelude to Rog's battle. In terms of swordsmanship, Gila was definitely the strongest among Asgard's people. Even Fandral, who was also famous for his swordsmanship among the three warriors of Sengoku, was far inferior to Gila in this aspect. However, now, Rog had shown Gila what a swordsman from Earth was like. Gila, who was originally on par with Rog in swordsmanship, was quickly forced into a defensive situation when Rog suddenly used the three-sword style that no one had ever used before. The flying Thor kunai was far shorter than the black sword and the Kusanagi sword. However, under Rog's ingenious attacks, the flying Thor kunai was useless. This proved what it meant to be an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. Gila did not expect that Rog would use the factor of disappearing as a factor to win the battle. When the enemy disappeared, anyone would stop immediately. No one liked to fight with the air. This was especially true for those who were good at close combat and could control their own attacks at will. However, Rog used this combat mentality to negate Gila's advantage and completed the transition from two-sword style to three-sword style. This was a beautiful move. Even though they were enemies, Gila still felt that Rog had played this move beautifully and could not help but praise him in her heart. If it weren't for the fact that they were on different sides, this guy named Rog would be a good opponent to spar with. After confirming that she could no longer turn the situation around, Gila's thoughts became more and more scattered. Even though she was unwilling, she had to admit that she had lost in this battle of swordsmanship. Although her defense was still impenetrable, she could clearly feel that she was losing the rhythm of the battle. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Rog would be able to completely break through her defense and cut her with his Kusanagi sword and flying Thor kunai. She was not someone who could not afford to lose. After confirming that she had no chance of winning, she decisively mobilized the divine power of death in her body. The moment she activated her divine power, Rog, who was in the midst of his frenzied attacks, immediately sensed that something was wrong. Lightning body flicker. Without any hesitation, he decisively used a ninjutsu, and his entire body disappeared in an instant. The moment he left his original spot, black blades that were several meters long surged out from the ground like the spikes of a hedgehog, covering an area of more than 10 meters. *CK. Gila, you don't have any morals. Seeing this, Rog cursed in his heart. Even when the first and second sword style was more defensive than offensive, he did not choose to use fire extinguisher or water wave breaker on Gila. That was because he did not want to destroy the purity of this swordsmanship competition. However, he did not expect that just as he saw the hope of winning with his three-sword style, Gila would start to disregard her morals and use an area of effect attack. If not for the fact that he was more sensitive to the flow of energy, he might have already become a human skewer on those black blades. We agreed to have a pleasant swordsmanship competition, but you secretly used an area of effect attack. Even though he cursed in his heart, Rog did not take this matter to heart. After all, he and Gila were fighting with their lives on the line, and this was not a friendly exchange between swordsmanship enthusiasts. Would release Descent of the Tree World. When Gila took the initiative to use an area of effect attack, Rog did not hold back and directly used a super large area of effect ninjutsu that could change the terrain. On the barren frozen plains, huge trees grew rapidly, adding a touch of green to this monotonous ice field. If it was just to attack Gila, Rog did not need to use such a large area of effect ninjutsu. In addition to attacking Gila, Descent of the Tree World had other uses. It increased the home field advantage, and to guard against Gila's Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers. Until now, Rog still had not figured out how Gila was able to summon weapons out of thin air without any restrictions. However, he did not want to have to pay attention to the rain of swords that Gila casually threw out in the following battle. The dense forest formed by Descent of the Tree World covered most of the plains. In this dense forest, the rain of swords thrown by Gila would be blocked to the greatest extent. Unless Gila was like Rog, throwing out the incomprehensible Uchiha Jutsu. The moment Descent of the Tree World took shape, Gila saw through Rog's intentions. This also caused her to have a doubt. For some reason, she felt that Rog seemed to be very clear about her fighting style and what kind of ability she had, as if he was an opponent who had fought with her before. However, Gila was very sure that today was the first time she had met Rog. Did he see the battle footage I saved in Asgard? Other than that, Gila did not understand how Rog could be so clear about her fighting style and be able to make arrangements to counter it. On this point, Gila was completely wrong. Not to mention her battle footage, even her name was considered a top secret in Asgard. If not for Odin's impending death, news about her would not have appeared in Asgard at all. The fact that Rog knew her fighting style was purely due to his prophetic aura as a transmigrate. Just as Gila was thinking about how Rog knew about her fighting style, Rog put away the flying Thor kunai and Kusanagi sword and summoned 4 wood clones. These 4 wood clones were not used to attack Gila but to create an undisturbed battlefield. Without any arrangements, these 4 shadow clones rushed to the north, south, east, and west respectively. Then they used the same ninjutsu. 4 purple flame formation. A rectangular purple barrier rose into the sky, creating a small battlefield separated from the main battlefield. Chapter 456. When the four purple flame formation was completely formed, Rog, who put away his weapon, took a deep breath. Then, he put his hands together and clapped hard. Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode. In just a moment, the chakra in his body turned into Senjutsu chakra. At the same time, a simple red arc eyeshadow appeared around the Sharingan, and a red circular pattern appeared in the center of his forehead. Although the intensity of natural energy in Jotunheim was not as strong as Asgard and Warnerheim, it was much stronger than Earth. Moreover, using Immortal mode here wouldn't be as painful as in Hell. 30 minutes. After the chakra and Sage mode were further improved, the duration of Sage mode was also increased. Although 30 minutes was not particularly long, it was enough for Rog to solve most of the battles. As for those that he couldn't solve, he would give up. Of course, this was just a joke. In addition to Sage mode, he now had a lot of trump cards. For example, Susanoo and Tailed Beast. So even if the time limit of Sage mode was reached, he still had the strength to continue fighting. The moment Rog entered Sage mode, Hila immediately noticed that he was different. Previously, Log barely had the qualifications to challenge her, but now, Log was no match for her. Then the current Rog was an opponent of the same level that she needed to go all out and take seriously. As an Asgard and the goddess of death who had awakened the divine power of death, Hila's perception of energy was not weak. If she couldn't even sense this energy, she wouldn't be able to operate the divine power of death so exquisitely. After entering Sage mode, Rog did not hesitate and immediately used the Senjutsu that had been significantly improved. Note 1. Senjutsu Hyun, Wood Man Technique. Senjutsu, Wood Dragon Technique. These two ninjutsu that Rog had used to train Fenrir and Abomination were upgraded to the level of Senjutsu under the buff of Senjutsu Chakra, and he used it as a starting move to attack Hila. Arhat, who was tens of meters tall, climbed out of the ground with the hook-nosed wooden dragon, and immediately became the most eye-catching existence in the entire forest. Then Rog, who was standing on the huge branch, flashed to Arhat's head. Although standing on the branch didn't affect his control of Arhat and the long-nosed wood dragon, in terms of observation, it was still inferior to the top of Arhat's head. More importantly, standing on top of Arhat's head made him look even more domineering. The goddess of death was indeed very strong, and the divine power of death in her body was bottomless. However, like Loki, Hela did not know how to fly. Therefore, standing on top of Arhat's head, Rog did not need to worry about Hela suddenly flying in front of him. When everything was ready, Rog directly controlled the wooden Arhat and the long hook-nosed wooden dragon. Although Arhat's build was simple and honest, its attack speed was not slow at all. In the blink of an eye, its huge right fist was right in front of her. Boom! A huge impact sounded, and with Hela as the center, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground dozens of meters around her. Arhat's punch could not be said to be weak. However, this titan-like punch did not land on Hela's body as expected. 5 or 6 sharp black blades suddenly surged out from the ground and pressed against the wooden Arhat's right fist like spears, piercing deeply into his fist. Before Rog could control Arhat to retract his right fist, Hela waved her right hand, and 3 black swords 6 to 7 meters long appeared out of thin air, attacking him like ground-to-air missiles. With the flying speed of the black swords, it would take less than 1 or 2 seconds to reach Rog. At this time, the long-nosed wood dragon jumped up from the ground like a viper hunting its prey and directly bit the 3 black swords, neutralizing Hela's attack. Taking advantage of the time when the long-nosed wood dragon bit the black swords, Rog had Arhat retract his right fist. Then he punched with both fists. Eula 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 Eula. Since one fist was not enough, he would add one more. The praised Namo Gatling Bodhisattva fist technique, which had once destroyed the Immortal Palace Guardian Destroyer and Mephisto's demon puppet, was performed once again. 3,600 revolutions per breath. Save the world with great compassion and compassion. Although Rog had used the 4 purple flame formation to isolate himself and Hela from the main battlefield, the terrifying momentum caused by Arhat's Gatling fist still shocked both sides. Looking at Wood Arhat's fists that were about to turn into afterimages, the frost giant who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel a chill. The frost giants had an extremely high resistance to cold, But for some reason, when they saw the wooden Arhat, who looked like an ancient titan, frantically throwing punches, they felt a chill that originated from their biological instincts. From the start, the frost giant had not taken the initiative to stand on Hela's side. Although they hated Asgard, they also knew that Asgard was not an existence they could easily provoke. Even when the previous frost giant king, Laufey, was still in power, they could only do some sneaky tricks. Not to mention that they hadn't even chosen a new frost giant king yet. If Hela hadn't forced them to join this war with unrivaled strength, they wouldn't have appeared here at all. After seeing Wood Arhat's frightening and violent attacks, they felt more and more that they shouldn't have joined this war. This was the family affair of Asgard's royal family, and it had nothing to do with them, the frost giants. The last time they intervened in Odin's family affairs, their king died, and the whole family was almost wiped out by Bifrost. After such a painful experience, they had planned to live a peaceful life in Jotunheim. They didn't expect that Hela, the goddess of death, would come. They were now beginning to wonder if any family disputes would happen in Odin's family, and they, the frost giants, would die with them. Although they were very reluctant, they knew one thing very well, and that was, before Hela completely failed, they had better not choose to give up easily. Otherwise, their ending might be even worse than the last time. From the looks of it, Rog now had the upper hand. However, he was the only one who knew the real situation. Although Wood Arhat was doing well now, he still couldn't break through Hela's defense. It was as if Hela's black blades were free of charge. After one was broken, a few more would appear. It was as if there was no end to them. What was even more troublesome was that behind these black blades, there was an energy barrier built by the divine power of death. Chapter 457. Compared to Thor, who could only summon lightning to attack, Hela's use of divine power was clearly several levels higher. Strengthening the body, creating weapons out of thin air, awakening the dead, energy barrier, this was only the ability that Hela had displayed so far. As for whether she had any other hidden methods, only she knew. When Wood Arhat broke the black longsword that Hela summoned again, Rog stopped this seemingly powerful praise of Namo Gatling Bodhisattva fist technique that did not hurt Hela at all. Without his control, the huge Wood Arhat quickly returned to the form that Wood should have, turning into a huge wooden sculpture that was dozens of meters tall. The moment Wood Arhat stopped moving, 4 or 5 black blades that were dozens of meters long shot out from the ground where Hela was, piercing through the motionless Wood Arhat. Rog did not care that Wood Arhat was pierced. When the black blades shot out of the ground, he flashed from the top of Wood Arhat's head to the head of the long hook-nosed wood dragon. At the same time, he controlled the wood dragon to fly directly toward Hela on the ground. Although the wood dragon's size was not as shocking as Wood Arhat's, the slimmer long hook-nosed wood dragon had a speed that far exceeded Wood Arhat's. Almost at the same time that Wood Arhat was pierced, the wood dragon had already arrived in front of Hela. Looking at the wood dragon and Rog that were only 10 meters away from her, Hela's expression did not change at all. She waved her right hand gently from left to right. The moment Hela waved her hand, dozens of black swords of different sizes quickly appeared in the originally empty air. These black swords were like bullets, shooting towards the wood dragon and Log at lightning speed. Although the wood dragon was larger and easier to hit, Hela's attack was not limited to Hela. Under Hela's invisible control, most of these black swords attacked Rog, who was standing on the wood dragon's head. To catch bandits, first catch the king. As a commander who had led Asgard's army to conquer the 9 worlds, Hela was not unaware of this. In the blink of an eye, these dozens of black swords from different directions arrived in front of Rog. Then they completely pierced through his body. This is not Rog's original body. As soon as the black swords hit Rog, Hela felt that something was wrong. Although she did not understand Rog's fighting style, she knew one thing. That was that Rog, who had almost defeated her in swordsmanship, would definitely not be so easy to hit. Just as Hela expected, the moment the black sword pierced through Rog's body, Rog, who looked no different from a real person, suddenly turned into a 3-legged giant black crow with 3 black magatama in its red eyes. It screeched and flew in all directions. Sharingan Reality Illusion, 8 Crow Clone. Normal illusions would not work on her at all. Even the more powerful Sharingan illusions had a high risk of failure. Unless you use Manjikyu Sharingan to cast Genjutsu, or break the boundary between reality and illusion, and use Genjutsu that is similar to reality. Sharingan Reality Illusion. This was not a part of the Sharingan illusion system, but a brand new illusion that combined the Sharingan illusion and the reality gem. Using the reality gem, Rog turned the illusory Sharingan illusion into something real, creating this strange and realistic scene. Dozens of three-legged Yaga crows screeched as they flew in all directions, circling around Gila like hawks trying to catch their prey. At the same time, the wood dragon that had been hit in the eyes and face by the black swords crossed the last 10 meters, opened its huge mouth full of sharp teeth, and swallowed Gila on the ground. Gila did not care about the attack of the wood dragon. With her speed, if she wanted to avoid the long hook-nosed wooden dragon's beast-like attack, she could leave before the wooden dragon opened its mouth. However, she did not do so. With the energy barrier built by the divine power of death, not to mention that the wood dragon was just a wooden creature. Even if the long hook-nosed wood dragon was a real dragon, she wouldn't take it to heart. At this time, she was more concerned about Rog, who had just turned into 8 crows. Although Gila was not a mage, she was no stranger to illusions. To some extent, she could even be regarded as proficient in Asgard magic. It was precisely because of this that she was so concerned about the Sharingan reality illusion that Rog had just cast. The reason why illusions were called illusions was because it was an illusory existence. And the reality illusion that Rog had just cast clearly broke the most basic essence of illusions. And this quickly. Use the fastest speed to defeat this strange earthling. Then find out what method he used to break the boundary between reality and illusion. As the princess of Asgard and the goddess of death, there were not many things that could interest Gila. For example, the throne of Asgard or the reality illusion that Rog had just cast. Of course, what Gila wanted was not Rog's method of turning into 8 crows. What she was interested in was what was behind this illusion. What she wanted was Rog's method of breaking the boundary between reality and illusion. As long as she mastered the mystery, she could make the underworld that she longed for appear in this world. Thinking of this, Gila did not hesitate. The energy barrier protecting her instantly turned into a terrifying energy impact. Boom! The wood dragon's huge head instantly exploded. Gila, who was wrapped in the dark green divine power of death, slowly landed on the ground, her eyes constantly sweeping across the 8 crows flying in the air. Although Gila did not know how Rog did it, she knew that Rog's real body was one of the 8 crows. Finding Rog's real body among dozens of identical 8 crows might be a very difficult task for others. However, 2 to 3 seconds was enough for the goddess of death, Gila. Although these 8 crows flying and screaming in the sky looked exactly the same, Gila soon discovered the difference. Most of the 8-foot crows had 3 black tomo in their eyes. In the eyes of one of them, there was a triangular dart-shaped pattern. Found you. Gathering the divine power of death in her legs, Gila gently leaped and arrived in front of this 8-foot crow with completely different eye patterns. Just as she was about to slash the black sword in her hand at this different 8-foot crow, this 8-foot crow suddenly spoke. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." This was Rog's voice. Gila instinctively sensed that something was wrong, but it was too late. Before Gila could react, the flying 8-foot crow spoke again. "Welcome to my Tsukuyami world." Chapter 458. A huge crimson moon hung in the deep night sky. Other than the occasional crow screams in the distance, this place was as quiet as a dead world without any life. Gila immediately realized the abnormality of this world. However, just as she was about to mobilize the divine power of death in her body, she was shocked to find that she could not feel any divine power of death. At the same time, she realized that she had been tied to a cross more than 2 meters tall. Looking at the hemp rope tying her hands and feet, She snorted disdainfully. You want to tie me up completely with these hemp ropes? Without any hesitation, Gila's limbs suddenly exerted force. After that, nothing changed. This is impossible? This is absolutely impossible? The moment she could not sense the divine power of death, Gila knew that she was in an illusion. She knew that her mind was trapped in the illusion space called Tsukuyami world. However, she did not take this illusion to heart. For an existence like her, even if her mind was trapped in an illusion space, it was not a big deal. However, when she found that she could not even break free from the hemp rope that was not even as thick as a finger, she realized that something was wrong. This was not a simple illusion space. Although Gila was not a mage, her mental power was not weak at all. It was even stronger than Loki, who had the title of mage. If it was an ordinary illusion space, she would definitely be able to break free. I told you just now that this is my world, so don't waste your energy. Just as Gila was thinking about how to get rid of the Tsukuyami world, more than 10 three-legged Yagara crows flew in front of her. Then, they condensed into Rog's appearance. I have to say, I underestimated you. Come on, let me see what kind of ability a ninja from Earth has. Although she had completely lost the initiative, Gila still maintained her arrogant attitude. All the attacks in the illusion space would only be reflected on the mental level. And Gila was confident in her mental power. Although more than 2,000 years of imprisonment had seriously slowed down the growth of her divine power of death, it had greatly increased her mental power. If she did not have a strong enough mental power, she would not have been able to stay awake for more than 2,000 years in captivity. Rog did not care about Gila's provocation. Instead, he looked at Gila from head to toe. He didn't say anything, nor did he do anything else. However, this seemingly simple sizing up caused Gila's dissatisfaction. This was the look of someone sizing up prey and a defeated opponent. Of course, some fallen nobles would also have such a look in their eyes when they looked at beautiful young slaves in the slave market. To the prideful Gila, Rog's gaze was much more serious than any verbal or physical insult. This was blatant disregard. Ignoring her identity, ignoring her strength, ignoring everything about her. Ever since she was born, no one had ever dared to look at her like that. Never. Are you still a man? If you want to do it, then do it quickly. Don't dilly-dally. Gila taunted again. However, Rog remained indifferent. I know what you're thinking. You want to use the pain on the mental level to forcefully break through the illusion and return your consciousness to your body. But you don't have to waste your energy. After I pull your consciousness into the Tsukuyami world, it's unlikely that you can escape. If he used Tsukuyami in a normal state, Rog would indeed need to worry about whether Gila could forcefully get rid of Tsukuyami's effects. After all, Gila's mental power was not weak, and her divine power of death was so dense that it was enough to take on the entire Asgard alone. However, he was now casting Tsukuyami in Immortal mode. Although Sage mode was not 100% compatible with Manjikyu Sharingan, it was undeniable that Sage mode greatly increased the power of ninjutsu's genjutsu. Tsukuyami was a unique genjutsu of Manjikyu Sharingan. But in the end, Tsukuyami was still a genjutsu, and it would also be enhanced by Sage mode. If Gila could still forcefully get rid of his Tsukuyami in this state, he would kill himself without Gila needing to do anything. He didn't want to continue embarrassing Tsukuyami and Shikatsu Forest's Sage mode, who had the strongest mental attacks. Not to mention, he had made so many arrangements to get Gila into Tsukuyami. First, he used the reality gem to combine with the Sharingan's genjutsu to cast a reality ninjutsu that broke the boundary between reality and illusion, thus piquing Gila's interest. Then he deliberately let Yakata, where his true body was, reveal the Manjikyu Sharingan's patterns, allowing Gila to discover his true body and take the initiative to come in front of him. Finally, he used Tsukuyami when they were less than a meter apart. After doing so many tricks, if he still allowed Gila to get rid of Tsukuyami, he could really gouge out his left eye. It's not up to you to decide whether I can or not. Gila's tone was as arrogant as ever. From her point of view, it was beneficial for her whether Rog attacked her here or did nothing and allowed time to pass. If Rog attacked her, she could try to use mental pain to stimulate her consciousness. If Rog didn't attack her, she could slowly wait for the illusion's effects to disappear. Therefore, no matter what Rog planned to do, she had a certain level of initiative. Before we attack, let me tell you something. Odin's actions back then might have caused you great harm. However, the premise for him to do so is that you made a mistake first. When he entrusted me with the task of stopping you from returning to Asgard, he told me earnestly that if possible, I should try my best not to kill you. 3 times. That night, he said it 3 times, as if he was afraid that I would forget it. I don't know why he thought so highly of me back then and felt that I had the ability to stop you. But I have to say that he still cares about you. Back then, you were indeed very strong. But don't forget that Odin was also at his peak back then. If he really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have survived until now. Alright, that's all. It's time to put an end to this. Just as he said that, a Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword appeared in Rog's right hand, as well as 9 of him holding Kusanagi no Tsurugi swords. Next, he repeatedly drew his sword, drew his sword, drew his sword, drew his sword, drew his sword. Time passed bit by bit. After this unskilled attack and retraction lasted for half a year, Rog took the initiative to dispel Tsukuyami. Half a year in Tsukuyami, 1 second in reality. Immortal Rog versus Goddess of Death Hela, Rog wins. Chapter 459. Although the battle on the main battlefield was not over yet, the second family dispute in Odin's family had already come to an end. Whether the Frost Giants and the undead army chose to resist to the end, this war would end with Asgard's victory. Hela had lost. The Frost Giants and the undead army were destined to lose. I will fulfill my promise with Odin and spare your life. As long as you don't return to Asgard, you can go wherever you want. Rog looked at Hela, who was half kneeling on the ground, and said indifferently. Then he closed his Mangekyo Sharingan and removed Sage Mode and would clone. Hela still had a large amount of divine power of death in her body, but her mind was severely damaged, and it was impossible for her to continue fighting. If she wasn't Asgard and had used the divine power of death to strengthen her body, she wouldn't even be able to half kneel. The attack lasted for half a year before Hela's mind was completely destroyed. Both of them were hit by Tsukuyami. Hulk lasted for 3 days, while Luonan lasted for 5 days. Hulk had the strongest body, but his mental power was the weakest among the 3 of them. Therefore, his resistance time was the shortest among the 3. When the 4 violet flame formation completely dissipated, Rog used quantum teleportation and came to the other side of the forest. After confirming that Hela could no longer see his figure, he sat on the ground without caring about his image and closed his eyes. Maintaining the Tsukuyami for half a year was also a great burden on his mind. If he hadn't deliberately improved his immortal body before, his mind might not have been able to last until Hela collapsed. In terms of willpower, Hela was definitely the strongest he had met so far. As expected of someone who hadn't broken down after being locked up alone for more than 2,000 years. Her willpower was tenacious. Ordinary people would be at risk of a mental breakdown after being locked up for a few days. And Hela had been locked up by Odin for more than 2,600 years. If he remembered correctly, Europe was still in the ancient Greek period, and China was still in the spring and autumn period. No wonder Loki looked down on Earthlings so much. The average lifespan of Asgard people was as high as 5,000 years. Other than the Wuxia civilization that had not been cut off, the average lifespan of the other civilizations on Earth was not as long as the Asgard people. After the 4 violet flame formation disappeared, the Frost Giants and Asgard's warriors knew that the battle between Rog and Hela had ended. However, because Rog and Hela did not appear, they could not be sure who the victor was. Although the 4 violet flame formation was no longer blocking them, they all tacitly chose to wait for the result instead of entering the forest to personally confirm it. Time passed slowly, and half an hour after the 4 purple flame formation disappeared, they still did not see Hela and Log. Could it be that they had perished together? This conjecture appeared in everyone's mind. After some serious consideration, Thor waved the Thor's hammer in his hand, intending to take a look himself. If Hela had won, then he would inherit Rog's unfulfilled wish and fight with Hela to the end. At the same time, he would avenge Rog. Just as he was about to fly into the forest created by the tree world's descent, a figure slowly floated up from the forest and flew hundreds of meters into the air. It was Rog. The winner was Rog. After seeing that the person floating in the air was Rog, all the Asgard people, including Thor, let out an excited roar. Although they did not know how Rog had done it, they knew that this time, Rog had won. They had won. Long live Asgard! It was unknown which Asgard soldier took the lead to shout this sentence. Then, one soldier after another followed suit, converging into a huge wave of cheers that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Compared to the Asgard army whose morale had reached its peak, the Frost Giant's expressions were extremely ugly. Lost. He had lost once again. Although they were forced to join Hela's side, a loss was a loss. They had once again lost to Asgard. Amidst the cheers of the Asgard soldiers, the Frost Giants put down the weapons in their hands and sat down on the bone-chilling ground as if they had accepted their fate. The Frost Giants used their actions to prove their surrender, while the undead army continued to charge toward the Asgard soldiers without a care for their own lives. Just as the morale of the Asgard soldiers had reached its peak and were about to send the undead back to where they belonged, these brave undead soldiers were like wheat that had been blown by the wind. One by one, they fell down, and the death energy in their bodies quickly dissipated into the air. In less than a few seconds, not a single undead soldier could be seen standing on the battlefield. Hela had made her move. She had personally ended her own undead army. Asgard's golden palace, Odin's bedroom. After returning from Jotunheim to Asgard, Rog, Thor, and Loki immediately went to Odin's bedroom. Odin, who was shrouded in a pale golden energy shield, was at the end of his life. Although he was nourished by Asgard's energy, Odin had still reached the end of his life. When Thor half knelt in front of Odin's bed and reported the results of the battle to Odin with a choked voice, Rog slowly came to the other side of the bed. I have fulfilled our bargain, and she has left Jotunheim alive. She asked me to give this to you and tell you something. Asgard's eldest princess and the goddess of death died the day you sent out the Valkyrie army. The dead will never appear in Asgard again. With that, he put the black sword in his hand beside Odin. Sword of the night sky. This was the weapon that had accompanied Hela the longest. It was also a gift from Odin on the day she awakened the divine power of death. After putting down the sword of the night sky, Rog did not say anything else and silently left Odin's bedroom. The rest of the time belonged to Thor and Loki. That night, the king of Asgard, the father of gods, Odin, passed away. A legend of a generation had come to an end. One day later, Asgard held an Asgard-style funeral for Odin and the soldiers who died in Jotunheim. After attending Odin's funeral, Rog and the others left Asgard and returned to Earth. The moment they stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge with the Eternal Fire and the giant wolf Fenrir, Rog went to Thor who was sending them off and gave him a serious order. Protect Asgard well. If you need anything, contact me at any time. Also, be careful of Thanos. Chapter 460. Although the current timeline was becoming more and more different from what he remembered, and even began to develop in a direction that no one knew. But no one knew if Thanos, the crazy titan, would directly take the space gem after Odin's death. In order to prevent Saul from truly becoming a loner, Log had specifically instructed him to take care of himself. Be careful of Thanos? However, Thor did not understand Rog's meaning at all. Although Asgard was a universal civilization, it was different from the Carey Empire and Xander. Asgard was the kind of existence that did not like to deal with the outside world. Except for the Nine Lands, Asgard did not care about other things that happened in the universe. Yes, be careful of Thanos. If you meet him, remember to contact me immediately, don't try to be brave. Because of himself, the current Thor was weaker than Rog's memory. According to the original timeline, Thor should have completely awakened the power of thunder, instead of still foolishly thinking that he could only control lightning through Thor's hammer. What's more, even if Thor was truly awakened, there was still a long way to go before Thanos. Without relying on foreign objects, Thor after awakening was still not as good as Thanos with his bare hands. Although this comparison was a bit cruel, it was true. But I know. Thor did not continue to ask. After knowing Rog for so long, he knew that Rog had many unknown secrets. Since Rog did not take the initiative to mention it, he would not continue to ask. After instructing Thor, Rog walked into the Bifrost with the giant wolf Fenrir and left Asgard. Although Asgard rarely dealt with the cosmic civilizations outside the Nine Lands, the news of the death of Odin, the father of all gods, would soon spread throughout the universe. At that time, who knew how many ambitious guys would target Asgard? Although he had a good relationship with Thor, Rog could not replace Thor to protect Asgard. Protecting Asgard was the duty of the king of Asgard. It was also the first test after Thor inherited the throne. Hulk and Tawny returned directly to the headquarters in the suburbs of New York through the Bifrost, while Rog returned to Konoha's headquarters in Washington with Fenrir. When Fenrir, with a shoulder height of 4 or 5 meters and a body length of more than 10 meters, walked out of the transmission beam of the Bifrost, a harsh alarm immediately sounded in the Konoha headquarters. However, this alarm only sounded for a few seconds before it was turned off by Hinata. This was because Rog had also walked out of the Rainbow Bridge. Although Fenrir was larger in size, it walked out of the Bifrost earlier than Rog. The reason was simple. When it knew that it was going to the Earth, it became like a husky going to the wild and entered a state of excitement. Even in the fully automatic transmission beam of the Bifrost, it couldn't help but run forward for a distance, trying to reach the Earth earlier. However, when it really walked out of the transmission beam, its excitement immediately disappeared. In Fenrir's memory, the Earth was a country full of food. However, the scene in front of it was completely different from what it remembered. There was no grassland, no forest, no food. The air was also filled with an unpleasant smell. "What are you doing? Let's go." Looking at the motionless Fenrir, Rog turned his head and urged. "Woo." After letting out a disappointed whimper, Fenrir lowered its head and followed behind Log listlessly. Although Fenrir didn't look like a creature from the Earth, since it was a pet brought back by Rog, the people of Konoha were not surprised. In the hearts of the people of Konoha, Rog was not only a synonym for strength, but also a synonym for mystery. Even if he said one day that he was a god from ancient times, or an alien from other planets, they wouldn't think he was joking. Because of its huge size, there was no room suitable for Fenrir to live in Konoha. Therefore, Rog took Fenrir directly to a fighter hangar in the headquarters of Konoha. "You live here for the time being. I will ask people to transform the environment here later to make it slightly more in line with your taste. In the headquarters of Konoha, as long as you can get in, you can go. In addition, I will ask Hinata to introduce you to the people in the headquarters of Konoha. The guy called Abomination is your spiritual beast senpai. If there is anything you don't understand, you can..." At this point, Rog finally realized what was going on. Although Fenrir could hear them, they couldn't understand Fenrir's wolf language. "Well, I will try to make you speak as much as possible so that you can communicate with them in the future. Remember, without my permission, you can't leave the headquarters of Konoha, understand?" After Rog finished, Fenrir nodded weakly, and then directly lay on the concrete floor of the hangar. Looking at the disappointed look on Fenrir's face, Rog also sighed helplessly. It was indeed not appropriate to let Fenrir live in the hangar. But this was also something that couldn't be helped. Although summoning jutsu can ignore the distance to a certain extent and directly summon the beast to the caster's side. But summoning jutsu is not omnipotent. It is impossible to really ignore the distance and summon the beast from anywhere. If Fenrir stays in Asgard, it is basically no different from completely abandoning it. Although there is no rigorous calculation, the limit of summoning jutsu should be almost the distance of a planet. As long as it is on the same planet, it will not fail. But as long as it exceeds this distance, the probability of failure is greatly increased. Don't be so listless. When the people outside know that you are my wolf, as long as you don't enter the city where humans live, you can go anywhere you want." Touching Fenrir's huge wolf head, Rog comforted it. After comforting Fenrir, Rog used quantum transmission to return to his office. He doesn't need to do this kind of thing himself to introduce everyone in Konoha to Fenrir. Hinata will naturally arrange everything. Hinata, Project Dr. Connor's recent research report. As soon as the voice fell, a virtual display screen appeared in front of Rog, which recorded the latest research progress of Dr. Connors. Before he left the Earth, Dr. Connors had already begun his research on Super Skrull. Counting the time, more than half a month has passed. After browsing Dr. Connors' recent research report in detail, Rog frowned. Although Dr. Connors is the most proficient expert in the field of biology in Konoha, it is a pity that he is still a long way from the super geniuses like Tani and Banner. Even with 3 living Super Skrulls, Dr. Connor's progress is still not optimistic. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.